The Tragedy of Pudd'nhead Wilson by Mark Twain. A whisper to the reader _THERE is no character, howsoever good and fine, but it can be destroyed by ridicule, howsoever poor and witless. Observe the ass, for instance. His character is about perfect. He is the choicest spirit among all the humbler animals, yet see what ridicule has brought him to. Instead of feeling complimented when we are called an ass, we are left in doubt. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. A person who is ignorant of legal matters is always liable to make mistakes when he tries to photograph a court scene with his pen. And so I was not willing to let the law chapters in this book go to press without first subjecting them to rigid and exhausting revision and correction by a trained barrister, if that is what they are called. These chapters are right, now, in every detail, for they were rewritten under the immediate eye of William Hicks, who studied law part of a while in southwest Missouri 35 years ago and then came over here to Florence for his health and is still helping for exercise and board in Macaroni Vermicelli's horse feed shed, which is up the back alley as you turn around the corner out of the Piazza del Duomo just beyond the house where that stone that Dante used to sit on 600 years ago is let into the wall when he let on to be watching them build Giotto's Campanile and yet always got tired looking as Beatrice passed along on her way to get a chunk of chestnut cake to defend herself with in case of a Guyabilline outbreak before she got to school, at the same old stand where they sell the same old cake to this day and it is just as light and good as it was then. 2. And this is not flattery. Far from it. He was a little rusty on his law, but he rubbed up for this book, and those 2 or 3 legal chapters are right and straight. Now, he told me so himself. Given under my hand this 2nd day of January, 1893, at the Villa Viviani, village of Settignano, 3 miles back of Florence, on the hills. The same certainly affording the most charming view to be found on this planet, and with it the most dreamlike and enchanting sunsets to be found in any planet or even in any solar system, and given, too, in the swell room of the house, with the busts of Cerretani senators and other grandees of this line looking approvingly down upon me, as they used to look down upon Dante, and mutely asking me to adopt them into my family, which I do with pleasure, for my remotest ancestors are but spring chickens compared with these robed and stately antiques. And it will be a great and satisfying lift for me. That 600 years will. Mark Twain. Chapter 1. Pudd'nhead wins his name _TLL the truth, or Trump, but get the trick. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The scene of this chronicle is the town of Dawson's Landing, on the Missouri side of the Mississippi, half a day's journey, per steamboat, below St. Louis. In 1830 it was a snug collection of modest 1- and 2-story frame dwellings, whose whitewashed exteriors were almost concealed from sight by climbing tangles of rose vines, honeysuckles, and morning glories. Each of these pretty homes had a garden in front fenced with white blings and opulently stocked with hollyhocks, marigolds, touch-me-nots, princess feathers, and other old-fashioned flowers, while on the windowsills of the houses stood wooden boxes containing moss rose plants and terracotta pots in which grew a breed of geranium whose spread of intensely red blossoms accented the prevailing pink tint of the rose-clad house front like an explosion of flame. When there was room on the ledge outside of the pots and boxes for a cat, the cat was there in sunny weather, stretched at full length, asleep and blissful, with her furry belly to the sun and a paw curved over her nose. Then that house was complete, and its contentment and peace were made manifest to the world by this symbol, whose testimony is infallible. A home without a cat, and a well-fed, well-petted, and properly revered cat may be a perfect home, perhaps, but how can it prove title? All along the streets, on both sides, at the outer edge of the brick sidewalks, stood locust trees with trunks protected by wooden boxing, and these furnished shade for summer and a sweet fragrancer in spring, when the clusters of buds came forth. The main street, 1 block back from the river, and running parallel with it, was the sole business street. It was 6 blocks long, and in each block 2 or 3 brick stores, 3 stories high, towered above interjected bunches of little frame shops. Swinging signs creaked in the wind the street's whole length. The candy-striped pole, which indicates nobility proud and ancient along the palace-bordered canals of Venice, indicated merely the humble barber shop along the main street of Dawson's Landing. On a chief corner stood a lofty unpainted pole reed from top to bottom with tin pots and pans and cups. The chief tinmonger's noisy notice to the world, when the wind blew, that his shop was on hand for business at that corner. The hamlet's front was washed by the clear waters of the great river. Its body stretched itself rearward up a gentle incline. Its most rearward border fringed itself out and scattered its houses about its base line of the hills. The hills rose high, enclosing the town in a half-moon curve, clothed with forests from foot to summit. Steamboats passed up and down every hour or so. Those belonging to the Little Cairo line and the Little Memphis line always stopped. The Big Orleans liners stopped for hails only, or to land passengers or freight, and this was the case also with the great flotilla of transients. These latter came out of a dozen rivers: the Illinois, the Missouri, the Upper Mississippi, the Ohio, the Monongahela, the Tennessee, the Red River, the White River, and so on, and were bound every whither and stocked with every imaginable comfort or necessity which the Mississippi's communities could want, from the frosty falls of St. Anthony down through 9 climates to torrid New Orleans. Dawson's Landing was a slave-holding town, with a rich, slave-worked grain and pork country back of it. The town was sleepy and comfortable and contented. It was 50 years old, and was growing slowly, very slowly, in fact, but still it was growing. The chief citizen was York Lester Driscoll, about 40 years old, judge of the county court. He was very proud of his old Virginian ancestry, and in his hospitalities and his rather formal and stately manners, he kept up its traditions. He was fine and just and generous. To be a gentleman without stain or blemish, was his only religion, and to it he was always faithful. He was respected, esteemed, and beloved by all of the community. He was well off, and was gradually adding to his store. He and his wife were very nearly happy, but not quite, for they had no children. The longing for the treasure of a child had grown stronger and stronger as the years slipped away, but the blessing never came and was never to come. With this pair lived the judge's widowed sister, Mrs. Rachel Pratt, and she also was childless, and sorrowful for that reason, and not to be comforted. The women were good and commonplace people, and did their duty, and had their reward in clear consciences and the community's approbation. They were Presbyterians. The judge was a free thinker. Pembroke Howard, lawyer and bachelor, aged almost 40, was another old Virginian grandee with proved descent from the first families. He was a fine, majestic creature, a gentleman according to the nicest requirements of the Virginia rule, a devoted Presbyterian, an authority on the code, and a man always courteously ready to stand up before you in the field if any act or word of his had seemed doubtful or suspicious to you, and explain it with any weapon you might prefer, from bradales to artillery. He was very popular with the people, and was the judge's dearest friend. Then there was Colonel Cecil Burleigh Essex, another FFV, of formidable calibre. However, with him we have no concern. Percy Northumberland Driscoll, brother to the judge, and younger than he by 5 years, was a married man, and had children around his hearthstone, but they were attacked in detail by measles, croup, and scarlet fever, and this had given the doctor a chance with his effective antediluvian methods, so the cradles were empty. He was a prosperous man, with a good head for speculations, and his fortune was growing. On the 1st of February, 1830, 2 boy babes were born in his house, one to him, one to one of his slave girls, Roxana by name. Roxana was 20 years old. She was up and around the same day, with her hands full, for she was tending both babes. Mrs. Percy Driscoll died within the week. Roxy remained in charge of the children. She had her own way, for Mr. Driscoll soon absorbed himself in his speculations and left her to her own devices. In that same month of February, Dawson's Landing gained a new citizen. This was Mr. David Wilson, a young fellow of Scotch parentage. He had wandered to this remote region from his birthplace in the interior of the state of New York to seek his fortune. He was 25 years old, college-bred, and had finished a post-college course in an Eastern law school a couple of years before. He was a homely, freckled, sandy-haired young fellow, with an intelligent blue eye that had frankness and comradeship in it and a covert twinkle of a pleasant sort. But for an unfortunate remark of his, he would no doubt have entered at once upon a successful career at Dawson's Landing. But he made his fatal remark the first day he spent in the village, and it gauged him. He had just made the acquaintance of a group of citizens when an invisible dog began to yelp and snarl and howl and make himself very comprehensively disagreeable, whereupon young Wilson said, much as one who is thinking aloud, "I wish I owned half of that dog." "Why?" somebody asked. "Because I would kill my half." The group searched his face with curiosity, with anxiety even, but found no light there, no expression that they could read. They fell away from him as from something uncanny, and went into privacy to discuss him. One said, "'Pears to be a fool." "'Pears," said another. "I reckon you better say." Said he wished he owned half of the dog. "The idiot," said a third. "What did he reckon would become of the other half if he killed his half?" "Do you reckon he thought it would live?" "Why, he must have thought it, unless he is the downrightest fool in the world. Because if he hadn't thought it, he would have wanted to own the whole dog, knowing that if he killed his half and the other half died, he would be responsible for that half just the same as if he had killed that half instead of his own. Don't it look that way to you, gents?" "Yes, it does." If he owned one half of the general dog, it would be so. If he owned one end of the dog and another person owned the other end, it would be so, just the same, particularly in the first case. Because if you kill one half of a general dog, there ain't any man that can tell whose half it was. But if he owned one end of the dog, maybe he could kill his end of it and no, he couldn't either. He couldn't and not be responsible if the other end died, which it would. In my opinion that man ain't in his right mind. In my opinion he ain't got any mind. No. 3 said. "Well, he's a lummox, anyway. That's what he is." Said no. 4. "He's a labrick, just a Simon pure labrick, if there was one." "Yes, sir. He's a damn fool." "That's the way I put him up." Said no. 5. "Anybody can think different that wants to, but those are my sentiments." "I'm with you, gentlemen." Said no. 6. "Perfect jackass." "Yes, and it ain't going too far to say he is a Pudd'nhead. If he ain't a Pudd'nhead, I ain't no judge, that's all." Mr. Wilson stood elected. The incident was told all over the town, and gravely discussed by everybody. Within a week he had lost his first name. Pudd'nhead took its place. In time he came to be liked, and well liked too, but by that time the nickname had got well stuck on, and it stayed. That first day's verdict made him a fool, and he was not able to get it set aside, or even modified. The nickname soon ceased to carry any harsh or unfriendly feeling with it, but it held its place, and was to continue to hold its place for 20 long years. Chapter 2. Driscoll spares his slaves _ADAM was but human. This explains it all. He did not want the apple for the apple's sake. He wanted it only because it was forbidden. The mistake was in not forbidding the serpent. Then he would have eaten the serpent. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Pudd'nhead Wilson had a trifle of money when he arrived, and he bought a small house on the extreme western verge of the town. Between it and Judge Driscoll's house there was only a grassy yard, with a paling fence dividing the properties in the middle. He hired a small office down in the town and hung out a tin sign with these words on it: DAVIDWILSON, attorney and counsellor at law surveying, conveyancing, etc. But his deadly remark had ruined his chance, at least in the law. No clients came. He took down his sign, after a while, and put it up on his own house with the law features knocked out of it. It offered his services now in the humble capacities of land surveyor and expert accountant. Now and then he got a job of surveying to do, and now and then a merchant got him to straighten out his books. With Scotch patience and pluck he resolved to live down his reputation and work his way into the legal field yet. Poor fellow, he could foresee that it was going to take him such a weary long time to do it. He had a rich abundance of idle time, but it never hung heavy on his hands, for he interested himself in every new thing that was born into the universe of ideas, and studied it, and experimented upon it at his house. One of his pet fads was palmistry. To another one he gave no name. Neither would he explain to anybody what its purpose was, but merely said it was an amusement. In fact, he had found that his fads added to his reputation as a Pudd'nhead. There, he was growing chary of being too communicative about them. The fad without a name was one which dealt with people's finger marks. He carried in his coat pocket a shallow box with grooves in it, and in the grooves strips of glass 5 inches long and 3 inches wide. Along the lower edge of each strip was pasted a slip of white paper. He asked people to pass their hands through their hair, thus collecting upon them a thin coating of the natural oil, and then making a thumb mark on the glass strip, following it with the mark of the ball of each finger in succession. Under this row of faint jurisprudence he would write a record on the strip of white paper, thus, John Smith, right hand, and add the day of the month and the year. Then take Smith's left hand on another glass strip, and add name and date and the words, left hand. The strips were now returned to the groove box, and took their place among what Wilson called his records. He often studied his records, examining and poring over them with absorbing interest until far into the night. But what he found there, if he found anything, he revealed to no one. Sometimes he copied on paper the involved and delicate pattern left by the ball of the finger, and then vastly enlarged it with a pantograph so that he could examine its web of carving lines with ease and convenience. One sweltering afternoon, it was the first day of July, 1830, he was at work over a set of tangled account books in his workroom, which looked westward over a stretch of vacant lots, when the conversation outside disturbed him. It was carried on in yells, which showed that the people engaged in it were not close together. Say, Roxy, how does yo, baby come on? This from the distant voice. First rate. How does I come on, Jasper? This yell was from close by. Oh, I's middlin'. He ain't got nothing to complain of. I's gwine to come a courtin' you maybe. Roxy, underscore YOU underscore is, you black mud cat. Yeah. I got some eatin' better to do den, so cheatin' with niggers as black as yous. Is ol' Miss Cooper's Nancy done give you day mitten? Roxy followed this sally with another discharge of carefree laughter. You's jealous, Roxy. That's what's day matter with you, you hussy. Yeah. That's daytime I got you? Oh, yes, I got me, hain't you? Clant to goodness if that conceit yon strikes in, Jasper, it gwine to you show. If you belonged to me, I'd tell you down day river, fo you get to forgun. First time I runs across you, marster, I's gwine to tell him so. This idle and nameless jabber went on and on, both parties enjoying the friendly duel and each well satisfied with his own share of the wit exchanged, for wit they considered it. Wilson stepped to the window to observe the combatants. He could not work while their chatter continued. Over in the vacant lots was Jasper, young, coal-black, and of magnificent build, sitting on a wheelbarrow in the pelting sun, at work, supposedly, whereas he was in fact only preparing for it by taking an hour's rest before beginning. In front of Wilson's porch stood Roxy, with a local handmade baby wagon, in which sat her two charges, one at each end and facing each other. From Roxy's manner of speech, a stranger would have expected her to be black, but she was not. Only 1/16 of her was black, and the 16th did not show. She was of majestic form and stature, her attitudes were imposing and statuesque, and her gestures and movements distinguished by a noble and stately grace. Her complexion was very fair, with a rosy glow of vigorous health in her cheeks. Her face was full of character and expression, her eyes were brown and liquid, and she had a heavy suit of fine soft hair which was also brown, but the fact was not apparent because her head was bound about with a checkered handkerchief and the hair was concealed under it. Her face was shapely, intelligent, and comely, even beautiful. She had an easy, independent carriage when she was among her own caste, and a high and sassy way withal. But of course she was meek and humble enough where white people were. To all intents and purposes Roxy was as white as anybody, but the 1/16 of her which was black outvoted the other 15 parts and made her a Negro. She was a slave, and saleable as such. Her child was 31 parts white, and he, too, was a slave, and by a fiction of law and custom a Negro. He had blue eyes and flaxen curls like his white comrade, but even the father of the white child was able to tell the children apart, little as he had commerce with them, by their clothes. For the white babe wore a ruffled soft muslin and a coral necklace, while the other wore merely a coarse tow linen shirt which barely reached to its knees, and no jewellery. The white child's name was Thomas Rebecca Driscoll, the other's name was Valerie de Chamber. no surname. Slaves hadn't the privilege. Roxana had heard the phrase somewhere. The fine sound of it had pleased her ear, and as she had supposed it was a name, she loaded it onto her darling. It soon got shorted to Chambers, of course. Wilson knew Roxy by sight, and when the duel of wits began to play out, he stepped outside to gather in a record or two. Jasper went to work energetically, at once, perceiving that his leisure was observed. Wilson inspected the children and asked, "How old are they, Roxy?" "Both the same age, sir, 5 months. One day 1st o' February. They're handsome little chaps. One's just as handsome as the other, too." A delighted smile exposed the girl's white teeth, and she said, "Bless your soul, Mr. Wilson, it's powerful nice o' you to say dat. Cass one of Emmy and Tony a nigger. Mighty prime little nigger, _I always says, but that's Cass it's mine, o' course." "How do you tell them apart, Roxy, when they haven't any clothes on?" Roxy laughed a laugh proportioned to her size, and said, I can tell, part, Mr. Wilson, but I bet Mars Percy couldn't, not to save his life." Wilson chatted along for a while, and presently got Roxy's fingerprints for his collection, right hand and left, on a couple of his glass strips, then labelled and dated them, and took the records of both children, and labelled and dated them also. 2 months later, on the 3rd of September, he took this trio of finger marks again. He liked to have a series, 2 or 3, takings, at intervals during the period of childhood, these to be followed at intervals of several years. The next day, that is to say, on the 4th of September, something occurred which profoundly impressed Roxana. Mr. Driscoll missed another small sum of money, which is a way of saying that this was not a new thing, but had happened before. In truth, it had happened 3 times before. Driscoll's patience was exhausted. He was a fairly humane man toward slaves and other animals. He was an exceedingly humane man toward the erring of his own race. Theft he could not abide, and plainly there was a thief in his house. Necessarily the thief must be one of his negroes. Sharp measures must be taken. He called his servants before him. There were 3 of these, besides Roxy, a man, a woman, and a boy 12 years old. They were not related. Mr. Driscoll said, "You have all been warned before. It has done no good. This time I will teach you a lesson. I will sell the thief. Which of you is the guilty one?" They all shuddered at the threat, for here they had a good home, and a new one was likely to be a change for the worse. The denial was general. None had stolen anything, not money, anyway, a little sugar, or cake, or honey, or something like that. That Mars Percy wouldn't mind or miss, but not money, never a cent of money. They were eloquent in their protestations, but Mr. Driscoll was not moved by them. He answered each in turn with a stern, "Name the thief." The truth was, all were guilty but Roxana. She suspected that the others were guilty, but she did not know them to be so. She was horrified to think how near she had come to being guilty herself. She had been saved in the nick of time by revival in the Coloured Methodist Church, a fortnight before, at which time and place she got religion, the very next day after the gracious experience. While her change of style was fresh upon her and she was vain of her purified condition, her master left a couple dollars unprotected on his desk, and she happened upon the temptation when she was polishing around with a dust rag. She looked at the money a while with a steady rising resentment. Then she burst out with, "Dad blamed that revival. I wished it had been put off till tomorrow." Then she covered the tempter with a book, and another member of the kitchen cabinet got it. She made this sacrifice as a matter of religious etiquette, as a thing necessary just now, but by no means to be wrested into a precedent. No, a week or 2 would limber up her piety. Then she would be rational again, and the next $2 that got left out in the cold would find a comforter, and she could name the comforter. Was she bad? Was she worse than the general run of her race? No. They had an unfair show in the battle of life, and they held it no sin to take military advantage of the enemy, in a small way, but not in a large one. They would smouch provisions from the pantry whenever they got a chance, or a brass thimble, or a cake of wax, or an emery bag, or a paper of needles, or a silver spoon, or a dollar bill, or small articles of clothing, or any other property of light value. and so far were they from considering such reprisals sinful, that they would go to church and shout and pray the loudest in senses with their plunder in their pockets. A farm smokehouse had to be kept heavily padlocked, or even the coloured deacon himself could not resist a ham when Providence showed him in a dream, or otherwise, where such a thing hung lonesome, and longed for someone to love. But with 100 hanging before him, the deacon would not take to. That is, on the same night. On frosty nights the humane negro prowler would warm the end of the plank and put it up under the cold claws of chickens roosting in a tree. A drowsy hen would step onto the comfortable board, softly clucking her gratitude, and the prowler would dump her into his bag, and later into his stomach, perfectly sure that in taking this trifle from the man who daily robbed him of an inestimable treasure, his liberty, he was not committing any sin that God would remember against him in the last great day. Name the thief. For the 4th time Mr. Driscoll had said it, and always in the same hard tone. And now he added these words of awful import, I give you 1 minute. He took out his watch. If at the end of the time, you have not confessed, I will not only sell all 4 of you, B.U.T. I will sell you D.O.W. in the river. It was equivalent to condemning them to hell. No Missouri Negro doubted this. Roxy reeled in her tracks, and the colour vanished out of her face. The others dropped to their knees as if they had been shot. Tears gushed from their eyes. Their supplicating hands went up, and 3 answers came in the one instant. I done it. I done it. I done it. Have mercy, master. Lord have mercy on us po' niggers. Very good, said the master, putting up his watch. I will sell you ere though you don't deserve it. You ought to be sold down the river. The culprits flung themselves prone, in an ecstasy of gratitude, and kissed his feet, declaring that they would never forget his goodness and never cease to pray for him as long as they lived. They were sincere, for like a god he had stretched forth his mighty hand and closed the gates of hell against them. He knew, himself, that he had done a noble and gracious thing, and was privately well pleased with his magnanimity. And that night he set the incident down in his diary, so that his son might read it in after years, and be thereby moved to deeds of gentleness and humanity himself. Chapter 3. Roxy plays a shrewd trick _WHOEVER has lived long enough to find out what life is, knows how deep a debt of gratitude we owe to Adam, the first great benefactor of our race. He brought death into the world. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Percy Driscoll slept well the night he saved his house minions from going down the river, but no wink of sleep visited Roxy's eyes. A profound terror had taken possession of her. Her child could grow up and be sold down the river. The thought crazed her with horror. If she dozed and lost herself for a moment, the next moment she was on her feet flying to her child's cradle to see if it was still there. Then she would gather it to her heart and pour out her love upon it in a frenzy of kisses, moaning, crying, and saying, "They shan't, oh, D_SHANT, yo, po, Mommy will kill you first." Once, when she was tucking him back in its cradle again, the other child nestled in its sleep and attracted her attention. She went and stood over it a long time communing with herself. What has my po' baby done, that he couldn't have yo' luck? He ain't done nothing. God was good to you. Why warn't he good to him? They can't sell I down the river. I hates yo', pappy. He ain't got no heart for niggers. He ain't, anyways. I hates him, and I could kill him. She paused a while, thinking. Then she burst into wild sobbings again, and turned away, saying, "Oh, I got to kill my chilly. Dey ain't no other way killin', and wouldn't save dey chilly from goin' down dey river. Oh, I got to do it. Yo, po, Mama's got to kill you to save you, honey." She gathered her baby to her bosom now, and began to smother it with caresses. "Mama's got to kill you. How can I do it? But yo, Mommy ain't gwine to desert you. No, no, da. Don't cry. She gwine, would you? She gwine to kill herself too. Come along, honey, come along wid Mammy. We gwine to jump in de river, den troubles this world is all over. They don't sell po' niggers down the river over yonder." She stared toward the door, crooning to the child and hushing it. Midway she stopped, suddenly. She had caught sight of her new Sunday gown, a cheap curtain calico thing, a conflagration of gaudy colours and fantastic figures. She surveyed it wistfully, longingly. "He ain't ever wore it yet," she said, "and it's just lovely. Then she nodded her head in response to a pleasant idea, and added, "No, I ain't going to be fished out, with everybody looking at me, indismissible old Lindsay Woolsey." She put down the child and made the change. She looked in the glass and was astonished at her beauty. She resolved to make her death toilet perfect. She took off her handkerchief turban and dressed her glossy wealth of hair like white folks. She added some odds and ends of rather lurid ribbon and a spray of atrocious artificial flowers. Finally she threw over her shoulders a fluffy thing called a cloud in the day, which was of a blazing red complexion. Then she was ready for the tomb. She gathered up her baby once more, but when her eye fell upon its miserably short little grey tow linen shirt and noted the contrast between its pauper shabbiness and her own volcanic eruption of infernal splendours, her mother heart was touched, and she was ashamed. "No, darling, Mammy ain't going to treat you so. De angels is going to admire you just as much as de does you, Mammy. Ain't going to have putting de hands up for de eyes and sin to David and Goliath and them other prophets. Dat chilly is dressed in delicate for this place." By this time she had stripped off the shirt. Now she clothed the naked little creature in one of Thomas à Becket's snowy, long baby gowns, with its bright blue bows and dainty flummery of ruffles. Now he's fixed." She propped the child in a chair and stood off to inspect it. Straightway her eyes began to widen with astonishment and admiration, and she clapped her hands and cried out, "Why, it do beat all! I never knowed you was so lovely. Mars Tommy ain't a bit puttier, not a single bit." She stepped over and glanced at the other infant. She flung a glance back at her own, then one more at the heir of the house. Now a strange light dawned in her eyes, and in a moment she was lost in thought. She seemed in a trance. When she came out of it, she muttered, "When I was a washin' in de tub yesterday, he own pappy asked me which of was hissin'." She began to move around like one in a dream. She undressed Thomas à Becket, stripping him of everything, and put the tow linen shirt on him. She put his coral necklace on her own child's neck. Then she placed the children side by side, and after earnest inspection she muttered, "Now who would believe Chloe could do de like dat dog my cats if it ain't all I can do to tell t other from which, let alone his pappy." She put her cub in Tommy's elegant cradle and said, "He's young Mars _TOM fum this out, and I got to practice and get used to membering to call you dat, honey, or I's gwine to make a mistake sometime and get us both into trouble. Now you lay still and don't fret no more, Mars Tom. Oh, thank de Lord in heaven, you saved. De ain't no man can ever sell mamma's po little honey down de river now." She put the heir of the house in her own child's unpainted pine cradle, and said, contemplating its slumbering form uneasily, "I's sorry for you, honey. I's sorry, God knows I is. But what can I do? What could I do? Yo, pappy would sell him to somebody, sometime, and then he'd go down de river, sho, and I couldn't stand it." She flung herself on her bed and began to think and toss and think. By and by she sat suddenly upright, for a comforting thought had flown through her worried mind. "'T ain't no sin, what her folks has done it. It ain't no sin. Glory to goodness, it ain't no sin. _DEYS done it. Yes, and they was the biggest quality in the whole billin', too. _KINGS." She began to muse. She was trying to gather out of her memory the dim particulars of some tale she had heard some time or other. At last she said, "Now I's got it. Now I remember. It was that old nigger preacher dat told it. Daytime he come over here from Illinois and preached in the nigger church. He said they ain't nobody can save his own self, can't do it by faith, can't do it by works, can't do it no way at all. Free grace is day on a way, and that don't come from nobody but just the Lord, and he can give it to anybody he please, saint or sinner, he don't care. He do just as he's a mentor. He select out anybody dat suit him, and put another one in his place, and make the first one happy forever and leave the other one to burn mid Satan." The preacher said it was just like they done in England one time, long time ago. The Queen she left her baby layin' around one day, and went out callin', and one o' the niggers round bout the place that was moss white, she come in and see the chilly layin' around, En tuck en put her own chili's claws on Day Queen's chili, en put Day Queen's chili's claw on her own chili, and en left her own chili laying around. En tuck en toted Day Queen's chili home to Day Nigger Quarter, en nobody ever found it out, en her chili was Day King Boomaby, en sold Day Queen's chili down Day River one time when they had to settle up Day Estate. Duh, now Day Preacher said it his own self, en it ain't no sin, 'cause white folks done it. DEY done it? Yes, DEY done it. And not only just common white folks nother, but the biggest quality day is in the whole billin. _H_. I so glad I member about that. She got light-hearted and happy, and went to the cradles, and spent what was left of the night practicing. She would give her own child a light pat and say humbly, "Lay still, Mars Tom," then give the real Tom a pat and say with severity, "Lay still, Chambers. Does you want me to take some out to you?" As she progressed with her practice, she was surprised to see how steadily and surely the awe which had kept her tongue reverent and her manner humble toward her young master was transferring itself to her speech and manner toward the usurper, and how similarly handy she was becoming in transferring her motherly curtness of speech and peremptoriness of manner to the unlucky ear of the ancient house of Driscoll. She took occasional rests from practicing, and absorbed herself in calculating her chances. "They'll sell these niggers to dey foe, stealin' dey money. Den they'll buy some more dat don't now dey chillin', so dat's all right. When I takes dey chillin' out to get dey ear, dey minute eyes round dey corner I's gwine to gum dey mouths all round wid jam. Den dey can't nobody notice dey's changed. Yes, I gwine ter do dat till I's safe, if it's a year. Dey ain't but one man dat I's afeard of, and dat's dat Pudd'nhead Wilson. Dey calls him a Pudd'nhead, and says he's a fool. My lan, dat man ain't no mo' fool den I is. He's dey smartest man in dis town. Listen, it's Judge Driscoll or maybe Pam Howard. Blame dat man, he worries me with dem ornery glasses hisn, _I believe he's a witch. But nemen, I's gwine to happen around the one des days and let on dat I reckon he wants to print a children's fingers again. And if he don't notice des changed, I bound dey ain't nobody gwine ter notice it, and then I's safe, sure. But I reckon I'll tote along a horseshoe to keep off dey witch work." The new negroes gave Roxy no trouble, of course. The master gave her none, for one of his speculations was in jeopardy, and his mind was so occupied that he hardly saw the children when he looked at them, and all Roxy had to do was to get them both into a gale of laughter when he came about. Then their faces were mainly cavities exposing gums, and he was gone again before the spasm passed and the little creatures resumed a human aspect. Within a few days the fate of the speculation became so dubious that Mr. Percy went away with his brother, the judge, to see what could be done with it. It was a land speculation as usual, and it had gotten complicated with a lawsuit. The men were gone 7 weeks. Before they got back, Roxy had paid her visit to Wilson, and was satisfied. Wilson took the fingerprints, labelled them with the names and with the date, October the 1st, put them carefully away, and continued his chat with Roxy, who seemed very anxious that he should admire the great advance in flesh and beauty which the babes had made since he took their fingerprints a month before. He complimented their improvement to her contentment, and as they were without any disguise of jam or other stain, she trembled all the while and was miserably frightened lest at any moment he didn't. He discovered nothing, and she went home jubilant, and dropped all concern about the matter permanently out of her mind. Chapter 4. The ways of the changelings _Adam and Eve had many advantages, but the principal one was that they escaped teething. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _THERE is this trouble about special providences, namely, there is so often a doubt as to which party was intended to be the beneficiary. In the case of the children, the bears, and the prophet, the bears got more real satisfaction out of the episode than the prophet did, because they got the children. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. This history must henceforth accommodate itself to the change which Roxana has consummated, and call the real heir, Chambers, and the usurping little slave, Thomas a Becket, shortening this latter name to Tom, for daily use, as the people about him did. Tom was a bad baby, from the very beginning of his usurpation. He would cry for nothing. He would burst into storms of devilish temper without notice, and let go scream after scream and squall after squall, then climaxed the thing with holding his breath, that frightful specialty of the teething nursling, in the throes of which the creature exhausts its lungs, then is convulsed with noiseless squirmings and twistings and kickings in the effort to get its breath, while the lips turn blue and the mouth stands wide and rigid, offering for inspection one wee tooth set in the lower rim of a hoop of red gums. And when the appalling stillness has endured until one is sure the lost breath will never return, a nurse comes flying, and dashes water in the child's face, and, presto, the lungs fill, and instantly discharge a shriek, or a yell, or a howl which bursts the listening ear and surprises the owner of it into saying words which would not go well with a halo if he had one. The baby Tom would claw anybody who came within reach of his nails, and pound anybody he could reach with his rattle. He would scream for water until he got it, and then throw cup and all on the floor and scream for more. He was indulged in all his caprices, howsoever troublesome and exasperating they might be. He was allowed to eat anything he wanted, particularly things that would give him the stomachache. When he got to be old enough to begin to toddle about and say broken words and get an idea of what his hands were for, he was a more consummate pest than ever. Roxy got no rest while he was awake. He would call for anything and everything he saw, simply saying, "Want it? Want it?" which was a command. When it was brought, he said in a frenzy, and motioning it away with his hands, "Don't want it? Don't want it?" And the moment it was gone he set up frantic yells of, "Want it? Want it?" And Roxy had to give wings to her heels to get that thing back to him again before he could get time to carry out his intention of going into convulsions about it. What he preferred above all other things was the tongues. This was because his father had forbidden him to have them lest he break windows and furniture with them. The moment Roxy's back was turned he would toddle to the presence of the tongues and say, "Like it?" and cock his eye to one side or see if Roxy was observed, then, "Want it?" and cock his eye again, then, "Have it," with another furtive glance, and finally, "Take it," and the prize was his. The next moment the heavy implement was raised aloft, the next, there was a crash and a squall, and the cat was off on 3 legs to meet an engagement. Roxy would arrive just as the lamp or a window went to a mediable smash. Tom got all the petting, Chambers got none. Tom got all the delicacies, Chambers got mush and milk, and clabber without sugar. In consequence Tom was a sickly child and Chambers wasn't. Tom was fractious, as Roxy called it, and overbearing. Chambers was meek and docile. With all her splendid common sense and practical everyday ability, Roxy was the doting fool of a mother. She was this toward her child, and she was also more than this. By the fiction created by herself, he was become her master. The necessity of recognizing this relation outwardly and of perfecting herself in the forms required to express the recognition had moved her to such diligence and faithfulness in practicing these forms that this exercise soon concreted itself into habit. It became automatic and unconscious. Then a natural result followed. Deceptions intended solely for others gradually grew practically into self-deceptions as well. The mock reverence became real reverence, the mock homage a real homage. The little counterfeit rift of separation between imitation slave and imitation master widened and became an abyss, and a very real one, and on one side of it stood Roxy, the dupe of her own deceptions, and on the other stood her child, no longer a usurper to her, but her accepted and recognized master. He was her darling, her master, and her deity all in one, and in her worship of him she forgot who she was and what he had been. In babyhood Tom cuffed and banged and scratched Chambers unrebuked, and Chambers early learned that between meekly bearing it and resenting it, the advantage all lay with the former policy. The few times that his persecutions had moved him beyond control and made him fight back had cost him very dear at headquarters, not at the hands of Roxy, for if she ever went beyond scolding him sharply for forgetting who his young master was, she at least never extended her punishment beyond a box in the ear. No, Percy Driscoll was the person. He told Chambers that under no provocation whatever was he privileged to lift his hand against his little master. Chambers overstepped the line 3 times, and got 3 such convincing canings from the man who was his father and didn't know it, that he took Tom's cruelties in all humility after that, and made no more experiments. Outside the house the two boys were together all through their boyhood. Chambers was strong beyond his years, and a good fighter, strong because he was coarsely fed and hard worked about the house, and a good fighter because Tom furnished him plenty of practice on white boys whom he hated and was afraid of. Chambers was his constant bodyguard, to and from school. He was present on the playground at recess to protect his charge. He fought himself into such a formidable reputation, by and by, that Tom could have changed clothes with him, and ridden in peace, like Sir Kay in Launcelot's armour. He was good at games of skill, too. Tom staked him with marbles to play keeps with, and then took all their winnings away from him. In the winter season Chambers was on hand, in Tom's worn-out clothes, with holey red mittens, and holey shoes, and pants holey at the knees and seat, to drag a sled up the hill for Tom, warmly clad, to ride down on. But he never got to ride himself. He built snowmen and snow fortifications under Tom's directions. He was Tom's patient target when Tom wanted to do some snowballing, but the target couldn't fire back. Chambers carried Tom's skates to the river and strapped them on him, then trotted around after him on the ice, so as to be on hand when he wanted. But he wasn't ever asked to try the skates himself. In summer the pet pastime of the boys of Dawson's Landing was to steal apples, peaches, and melons from the farmers' fruit wagons, mainly on account of the risk they ran of getting their heads laid open with the butt of the farmer's whip. Tom was a distinguished adept at these thefts by proxy. Chambers did his stealing, and got the peach stones, apple cores, and melon rinds for his share. Tom always made Chambers go in swimming with him, and stay by him as a protection. When Tom had had enough, he would slip out and tie knots in Chambers' shirt, dip the knots in the water and make them hard to undo, then dress himself and sit by and laugh while the naked shiverer tugged at the stubborn knots with his teeth. Tom did his humble comrade these various ill turns partly out of native viciousness, and partly because he hated him for his superiorities of physique and pluck, and for his manifold cleverness. Tom couldn't dive, for it gave him splitting headaches. Chambers could dive without inconvenience, and was fond of doing it. He excited so much admiration, one day, among a crowd of white boys, by throwing back somersaults from the stern of a canoe, that it worried Tom's spirit, and at last he shoved the canoe underneath Chambers while he was in the air, so he came down on his head in the canoe bottom. And while he lay unconscious, several of Tom's ancient adversaries saw that their long-desired opportunity was come, and they gave the false heir such a drubbing that with Chambers' best help he was hardly able to drag himself home afterward. When the boys was 15 and upward, Tom was showing off in the river one day, when he was taken with a cramp, and shouted for help. It was a common trick with the boys, particularly if a stranger was present, to pretend a cramp and howl for help. Then when the stranger came tearing hand over hand to the rescue, the howler would go on struggling and howling till he was close at hand, then replace the howl with a sarcastic smile and swim blandly away, while the town boys assailed the dupe with a volley of jeers and laughter. Tom had never tried this joke as yet, but was supposed to be trying it now, so the boys held warily back, but Chambers believed his master was in earnest. Therefore, he swam out, and arrived in time, unfortunately, and saved his life. This was the last feather. Tom had managed to endure everything else, but to have to remain publicly and permanently under such an obligation as this to a nigger, and to this nigger of all niggers, this was too much. He heaped insults upon Chambers for pretending to think he was in earnest in calling for help, and said that anybody but a block-headed nigger would have known he was funning and left him alone. Tom's enemies were in strong force here, so they came out with their opinions quite freely. They laughed at him, and called him coward, liar, sneak, and other sorts of pet names, and told him they meant to call Chambers by a new name after this, and make it common in the town, Tom Driscoll's nigger pappy, to signify that he had had a second birth into this life, and that Chambers was the author of his new being. Tom grew frantic under these taunts, and shouted, "Knock their heads off, Chambers! Knock their heads off! What do you stand there with your hands in your pockets for?" Chambers expostulated, and said, "But, Mars Tom, there's too many of does. Do you hear me? Please, Mars Tom, don't make me." There's so many of 'em dat. Tom sprang at him and drove his pocket knife into him 2 or 3 times before the boys could snatch him away and give the wounded lad a chance to escape. He was considerably hurt, but not seriously. If the blade had been a little longer, his career would have ended there. Tom had long ago taught Roxy her place. It had been many a day now since she had ventured a caress or a fondling epithet in his quarter. Such things, from a nigger, were repulsive to him, and she had been warned to keep her distance and remember who she was. She saw her darling gradually cease from being her son. She saw the detail perish utterly. All that was left was master, pure and simple, and it was not a gentle mastership, either. She saw herself sink from the sublime height of motherhood to the somber depths of unmodified slavery. The abyss of separation between her and her boy was complete. She was merely his chattel now, his convenience, his dog, his cringing and helpless slave, the humble and unresisting victim of his capricious temper and vicious nature. Sometimes she could not go to sleep, even when worn out with fatigue, because her rage boiled so high over the day's experiences with her boy. She would mumble and mutter to herself, "He struck me and I warn't no way to blame, struck me in de face, right before folks. And he's allays callin' me nigger wench, and hussy, and all dem mean names, when I's doin' de very bees I can. Oh, Lord, I done so much for him. I lift him away up to what he is, and this is what I get for it." Sometimes, when some outrage of peculiar offensiveness stung her to the heart, she would plan schemes of vengeance and revel in the fancied spectacle of his exposure to the world as an impostor and a slave. But in the midst of these joys fear would strike her. She had made him too strong. She could prove nothing, and, heavens, she might get sold down the river for her pains. So her schemes always went for nothing, and she laid them aside in impotent rage against the fates, and against herself for playing the fool on that fatal September day and not providing herself with a witness for use in the day when such a thing might be needed for the appeasing of her vengeance hungry heart. And yet the moment Tom happened to be good to her, and kind, and this occurred every now and then, all her sore places were healed, and she was happy and proud, for this was her son, her nigger son, lording it among the whites and securely avenging their crimes against her race. There were 2 grand funerals in Dawson's Landing that fall, the fall of 1845. One was that of Colonel Cecil Burleigh Essex, the other that of Percy Driscoll. On his deathbed, Driscoll set Roxy free and delivered his idolized ostensible son solemnly into the keeping of his brother, the judge, and his wife. Those childish people were glad to get him. Childish people are not difficult to please. Judge Driscoll had gone privately to his brother, a month before, and bought chambers. He had heard that Tom had been trying to get his father to sell the boy down the river, and he wanted to prevent the scandal, for public sentiment did not approve of that way of treating family servants for light cause or for no cause. Percy Driscoll had worn himself out in trying to save his great speculative landed estate, and he had died without succeeding. He was hardly in his grave before the boom collapsed and left his envied young devil of an heir pauper. But that was nothing. His uncle told him he should be his heir and have all his fortune when he died, so Tom was comforted. Roxy had no home now, so she resolved to go around and say goodbye to her friends and then clear out and see the world. That is to say, she would go chamber maiding on a steamboat, the darling ambition of her race and sex. Her last call was on the black giant, Jasper. She found him chopping Pudd'nhead Wilson's winter provision of wood. Wilson was chatting with him when Roxy arrived. He asked her how she could bear to go off chamber maiding and leave her boys, and chaffingly offered to copy off a series of their fingerprints, reaching up to their 12th year, for her to remember them by. But she sobered in a moment, wondering if he suspected anything. Then she said she believed she didn't want them. Wilson said to himself, "The drop of black blood in her is superstitious. She thinks there's some devilry, some witch business about my glass mystery somewhere. She used to come here with an old horseshoe in her hand. It could have been an accident, but I doubt it." Chapter 5. The twins thrilled Dawson's Landing _Treining is everything. The peach was once a bitter almond. Cauliflower is nothing but cabbage with a college education. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _remark of Dr. Baldwin's, concerning upstarts. We don't care to eat toadstools that think they're truffles. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Mrs. York Driscoll enjoyed 2 years of bliss with it prize. Tom. Bliss that was troubled a little at times, it is true, but bliss nevertheless. Then she died, and her husband and his childless sister, Mrs. Pratt, continued this bliss business at the old stand. Tom was petted and indulged and spoiled to his entire content, or nearly that. This went on till he was 19. Then he was sent to Yale. He went handsomely equipped with conditions, but otherwise he was not an object of distinction there. He remained at Yale 2 years, and then threw up the struggle. He came home with his manners a good deal improved. He had lost his surliness and brusqueness, and was rather pleasantly soft and smooth. Now, he was furtively, and sometimes openly, ironical of speech, and given to gently touching people on the raw, but he did it with a good-natured semi-conscious air that carried it off safely, and kept him from getting into trouble. He was as indolent as ever and showed no very strenuous desire to hunt up an occupation. People argued from this that he preferred to be supported by his uncle until his uncle's shoes should become vacant. He brought back 1 or 2 new habits with him, one of which he rather openly practiced, tippling, but concealed another, which was gambling. It would not do to gamble where his uncle could hear of it. He knew that quite well. Tom's Eastern Polish was not popular among the young people. They could have endured it, perhaps, if Tom had stopped there, but he wore gloves, and that they couldn't stand, and wouldn't, so he was mainly without society. He brought home with him a suit of clothes of such exquisite style and cut-in fashion, Eastern fashion, city fashion, that it filled everybody with anguish and was regarded as a peculiarly wanton affront. He enjoyed the feeling which he was exciting, and paraded the town serene and happy all day, but the young fellows set a tailor to work that night, and when Tom started out on his parade next morning, he found the old deformed Negro bell-ringer straddling along in his wake, tricked out in a flamboyant curtain calico exaggeration of his finery, and imitating his fancy Eastern graces as well as he could. Tom surrendered, and after that clothed himself in the local fashion. But the dull country town was tiresome to him, since his acquaintanceship with livelier regions, and it grew daily more and more so. He began to make little trips to St. Louis for refreshment. There he found companionship to suit him, and pleasures to his taste, along with more freedom, in some particulars, than he could have at home. So, during the next 2 years, his visits to the city grew in frequency and his tarryings there grew steadily longer in duration. He was getting into deep waters. He was taking chances, privately, which might get him into trouble some day. In fact, did. Judge Driscoll had retired from the bench and from all business activities in 1850, and he had now been comfortably idle 3 years. He was president of the Freethinkers' Society, and Pudd'nhead Wilson was the other member. The Society's weekly discussions were now the old lawyer's main interest in life. Pudd'nhead was still toiling in obscurity at the bottom of the ladder, under the blight of that unlucky remark which he had let fall 23 years before about the dog. Judge Driscoll was his friend, and claimed that he had a mind above the average, but that was regarded as one of the judge's whims, and it failed to modify the public opinion. Or rather, that was one of the reasons why it failed, but there was another and better one. If the judge had stopped with bare assertion, it would have had a good deal of effect, but he made the mistake of trying to prove his position. For some years Wilson had been privately at work on a whimsical almanac, for his amusement, a calendar, with a little dab of ostensible philosophy, usually in ironical form, appended to each date, and the judge thought that these quips and fancies of Wilson's were neatly turned and cute, so he carried a handful of them around one day, and read them to some of the chief citizens. But irony was not for those people. Their mental vision was not focused for it. They read those playful trifles in the solidest terms, and decided without hesitancy that if there had ever been any doubt that Dave Wilson was a Pudd'nhead, which there hadn't, this revelation removed that doubt for good and all. That is just the way in this world. An enemy can partly ruin a man, but it takes a good-natured and judicious friend to complete the thing and make it perfect. After this the judge felt tenderer than ever toward Wilson, and surer than ever that his calendar had merit. Judge Driscoll could be a freethinker and still hold his place in society because he was the person of most consequence to the community, and the heir could venture to go his own way and follow out his own notions. The other member of his pet organization was allowed the like liberty because he was a cipher in the estimation of the public, and nobody attached any importance to what he thought or did. He was liked, he was welcome enough all around, but he simply didn't count for anything. The widow Cooper, affectionately called Aunt Patsy by everybody, lived in a snug and comely cottage with her daughter Rowena, who was 19, romantic, amiable, and very pretty, but otherwise of no consequence. Rowena had a couple of young brothers, also of no consequence. The widow had a large spare room, which she let to a lodger, with board, when she could find one, but this room had been empty for a year now, to her sorrow. Her income was only sufficient for the family's support, and she needed the lodging money for trifling luxuries. But now, at last, on a flaming June day, she found herself happy. Her tedious wait was ended, her year-worn advertisement had been answered, and not by a village applicant. No, no. This letter was from away off yonder in the dim great world to the north. It was from St. Louis. She sat on her porch gazing out with unseeing eyes upon the shining reaches of the mighty Mississippi, her thoughts steeped in her good fortune. Indeed, it was specially good fortune, for she was to have 2 lodgers instead of 1. She had read the letter to the family, and Rowena had danced away to see to the cleaning and airing of the room by the slave woman, Nancy, and the boys had rushed abroad in the town to spread the great news, for it was a matter of public interest, and the public would wonder and not be pleased if not informed. Presently Rowena returned, all ablush with joyous excitement, and begged for a re-reading of the letter. It was framed thus: "Honoured Madam, my brother and I have seen your advertisement, by chance, and beg leave to take the room you offer. We are 24 years of age and twins. We are Italians by birth, but have lived long in the various countries of Europe, and several years in the United States. Our names are Luigi and Angelo Capello. You desire but 1 guest, but, dear madam, if you will allow us to pay for 2, we will not incommode you. We shall be down Thursday. Italians, how romantic. Just think, ma, there's never been one in this town, and everybody will be dying to see them, and they'll all owe you RS. Think of that. Yes, I reckon they'll make a grand stir. Oh, indeed they will. The whole town will be on its head. Think, they've been in Europe and everywhere. There's never been a traveller in this town before. Ma, I shouldn't wonder if they've seen kings. Well, a body can't tell, but they'll make stir enough, without that. Yes, that's of course. Luigi, Angelo. They're lovely names, and so grand and foreign, not like Jones and Robinson and such. Thursday they are coming, and this is only Tuesday. It's a cruel long time to wait. Here comes Judge Driscoll in at the gate. He's heard about it. I'll go and open the door." The judge was full of congratulations and curiosity. The letter was read and discussed. Soon Justice Robinson arrived with more congratulations, and there was a new reading and a new discussion. This was the beginning. Neighbour after neighbour, of both sexes, followed, and the procession drifted in and out all day and evening and all Wednesday and Thursday. The letter was read and reread until it was nearly worn out. Everybody admired its courtly and gracious tone, and smooth and practised style. Everybody was sympathetic and excited, and the Coopers were steeped in happiness all the while. The boats were very uncertain in low water in these primitive times. This time the Thursday boat had not arrived at 10 at night, so the people had waited at the landing all day for nothing. They were driven to their homes by a heavy storm without having had a view of the illustrious foreigners. 11 o'clock came, and the Cooper house was the only one in the town that still had lights burning. The rain and thunder were booming yet, and the anxious family were still waiting, still hoping. At last there was a knock at the door, and the family jumped to open it. 2 Negro men entered, each carrying a trunk, and proceeded upstairs toward the guest room. Then entered the twins, the handsomest, the best dressed, the most distinguished-looking pair of young fellows the West had ever seen. One was a little fairer than the other, but otherwise they were exact duplicates. Chapter 6 Swimming in Glory _let us endeavour so to live that when we come to die even the undertaker will be sorry. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _habit, and not to be flung out of the window by any man. but coaxed downstairs a step at a time. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar at breakfast in the morning. The twins' charm of manner and easy and polished bearing made speedy conquest of the family's good graces. All constraint and formality quickly disappeared, and the friendliest feeling succeeded. Aunt Patsy called them by their Christian names almost from the beginning. She was full of the keenest curiosity about them, and showed it. They responded by talking about themselves, which pleased her greatly. It presently appeared that in their early youth they had known poverty and hardship. As the talk wandered along, the old lady watched for the right place to drop in a question or two concerning that matter, and when she found it, she said to the blonde twin, who was now doing the biographies in his turn while the brunette one rested, "If it ain't asking what I ought not to ask, Mr. Angelo, how did ye come to be so friendless and in such trouble when you were little? Do you mind telling? But don't, if you do." "Oh, we don't mind it at all, madam. In our case it was merely misfortune, and nobody's fault. Our parents were well-to-do, they're in Italy, and we were their only child. We were of the old Florentine nobility." Rowena's heart gave a great bound, her nostrils expanded, and a fine light played in her eyes. "And when the war broke out, my father was on the losing side and had to fly for his life. His estates were confiscated, his personal property seized, and there we were, in Germany, strangers, friendless, and in fact paupers. My brother on our 10 years old, and well educated for that age, very studious, very fond of our books, and well grounded in the German, French, Spanish, and English languages. Also, we were marvellous musical prodigies, if you will allow me to say it, it being only the truth. Our father survived his misfortunes only a month, our mother soon followed him, and we were alone in the world. Our parents could have made themselves comfortable by exhibiting us as a show, and they had many and large offers, but the thought revolted their pride, and they said they would starve and die first. But what they wouldn't consent to do, we had to do without the formality of consent. We were seized for the debts occasioned by their illness and their funerals, and placed among the attractions of a cheap museum in Berlin to earn the liquidation money. It took us 2 years to get out of that slavery. We travelled all about Germany, receiving no wages, and not even our keep. We had to be exhibited for nothing, and beg our bread. Well, madam, the rest is not of much consequence. When we escaped from that slavery at 12 years of age, we were in some respects men. Experience had taught us some valuable things, among others, how to take care of ourselves, how to avoid and defeat sharks and sharpers, and how to conduct our own business for our own profit and without other people's help. We travelled everywhere, years and years, picking up smatterings of strange tongues, familiarizing ourselves with strange sights and strange customs, accumulating an education of a wide and varied and curious sort. It was a pleasant life. We went to Venice, to London, Paris, Russia, India, China, Japan. At this point Nancy, the slave woman, thrust her head in at the door and exclaimed, "Oh, missus, the house is plumb jam full o' people, and is just a spillin' to see de gentlemen." She indicated the twins with a nod of her head, and tucked it back out of sight again. It was a proud occasion for the widow, and she promised herself high satisfaction in showing off her fine foreign birds before her neighbours and friends, simple folk who had hardly ever seen a foreigner of any kind, and never one of any distinction or style. Yet her feeling was moderate indeed when contrasted with Rowena's. Rowena was in the clouds, she walked on air. This was to be the greatest day, the most romantic episode in the colourless history of that dull country town. She was to be familiarly near the source of its glory and feel the full flood of it pour over her and about her. The other girls could only gaze in envy, not partake. The widow was ready, Rowena was ready, so also were the foreigners. The party moved along the hall, the twins in advance, and entered the open parlour door, whence issued a low hum of conversation. The twins took a position near the door. The widow stood at Luigi's side, Rowena stood beside Angelo, and the march passed and the introductions began. The widow was all smiles and contentment. She received the procession and passed it on to Rowena. "Good morning, Sister Cooper," handshake. "Good morning, Brother Higgins," Count Luigi Capello. "Mr. Higgins," handshake, followed by a devouring stare and "I'm glad to see you," on the part of Higgins. and a courteous inclination of the head and a pleasant, most happy, on the part of Count Luigi. "Good morning, Rony," handshake. "Good morning, Mr. Higgins," present you to Count Angelo Capello. Handshake, admiring stare, "Glad to see ye," courteous nod, smiley, most happy, and Higgins passes on. None of these visitors was at ease, but, being honest people, they didn't pretend to be. None of them had ever seen a person bearing a title of nobility before, and none had been expecting to see one now. Consequently, the title came upon them as a kind of pile-driving surprise and caught them unprepared. A few tried to rise to the emergency, and got out an awkward "my lord," or "your lordship," or something of that sort, but the great majority were overwhelmed by the unaccustomed word and its dim and awful associations with gilded courts and stately ceremony and anointed kingship, so they only fumbled through the handshake and passed on, speechless. Now and then, as happens at all receptions everywhere, a more than ordinary friendly soul blocked the procession and kept it waiting while he inquired how the brothers liked the village, and how long they were going to stay, and if their family was well, and dragged in the weather, and hoped it would get cooler soon, and all that sort of thing, so as to be able to say, when he got home, "I had quite a long talk with him." But nobody did or said anything of a regrettable kind, and so the great affair went through to the end in a creditable and satisfactory fashion. General conversation followed, and the twins drifted about from group to group, talking easily and fluently and winning approval, compelling admiration and achieving favour from all. The widow followed their conquering march with a proud eye, and every now and then Rowena said to herself with deep satisfaction, "And to think they are ours, all ours." There were no idle moments for mother or daughter. Eager inquiries concerning the twins were pouring into their enchanted ears all the time. Each was the constant centre of a group of breathless listeners. Each recognised that she knew now for the first time the real meaning of the great word glory, and perceived the stupendous value of it, and understood why men in all ages had been willing to throw away meaner happiness, treasure, life itself, to get a taste of its sublime and supreme joy. Napoleon and all his kind stood accounted for and justified. When Rowena had at last done all her duty by the people in the parlour, she went upstairs to satisfy the longings of an overflow meeting there, for the parlour was not big enough to hold all the comers. Again she was besieged by eager questioners, and again she swam in sunset seas of glory. When the forenoon was nearly gone, she recognised with a pang that this most splendid episode of her life was almost over, that nothing could prolong it, that nothing quite its equal could ever fall to her fortune again. But never mind, it was sufficient unto itself. The grand occasion had moved on an ascending scale from the start, and was a noble and memorable success. If the twins could but do some crowning act now to climax it, something usual, something startling, something to concentrate upon themselves the company's loftiest admiration, something in the nature of an electric surprise. Here a prodigious slam-banging broke out below, and everybody rushed down to see. It was the twins, knocking out a classic four-handed piece on the piano in great style. Rowena was satisfied down to the bottom of her heart. The young strangers were kept long at the piano. The villagers were astonished and enchanted with the magnificence of their performance, and could not bear to have them stop. All the music that they had ever heard before seemed spiritless, apprentice work and barren of grace and charm when compared with these intoxicating floods of melodious sound. They realized that for once in their lives they were hearing masters. Chapter 7. The unknown _NE of the most striking differences between a cat and a lie is that a cat has only 9 lives. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The company broke up reluctantly, and drifted toward their several homes, chatting with vivacity and all agreeing that it would be many a long day before Dawson's Landing would see the equal of this one again. The twins had accepted several invitations while the reception was in progress, and had also volunteered to play some duets at an amateur entertainment for the benefit of a local charity. Society was eager to receive them to its bosom. Judge Driscoll had the good fortune to secure them for an immediate drive, and to be the first to display them in public. They entered his buggy with him and were paraded down the main street, everybody flocking to the windows and sidewalks to see. The judge showed the strangers the new graveyard, and the jail, and where the richest man lived, and the Freemasons' Hall, and the Methodist Church, and the Presbyterian Church, and where the Baptist church was going to be when they got some money to build it with, and showed them the town hall and the slaughterhouse, and got out the independent fire company in uniform and had them put out an imaginary fire. Then he let them inspect the muskets of the militia company, and poured out an exhaustless stream of enthusiasm over all these splendours, and seemed very well satisfied with the responses he got, for the twins admired his admiration, and paid him back the best they could, though they could have done better if some 15 or 1600,000 previous experiences of this sort in various countries had not already rubbed off a considerable part of the novelty in it. The judge laid himself out to hospitality to make them have a good time, and if there was a defect anywhere, it was not his fault. He told them a good many humorous anecdotes, and always forgot the nub, but they were always able to furnish it, for these yarns were of a pretty early vintage, and they had had many a rejuvenating pull at them before. And he told them all about his several dignities, and how he had held this and that and the other place of honour or profit, and had once been to the legislature, and was now president of the Society of Freethinkers. He said the society had been in existence 4 years, and already had 2 members, and was firmly established. He would call for the brothers in the evening, if they would like to attend a meeting of it. Accordingly he called for them, and on the way he told them all about Pudd'nhead Wilson, in order that they might get a favourable impression of him in advance and be prepared to like him. This scheme succeeded. The favourable impression was achieved. Later it was confirmed and solidified when Wilson proposed that out of courtesy to the strangers the usual topics be put aside and the hour be devoted to conversation upon ordinary subjects and the cultivation of friendly relations and good fellowship, a proposition which was put to vote and carried. The hour passed quickly away in lively talk, and when it was ended, the lonesome and neglected Wilson was richer by 2 friends than he had been when it began. He invited the twins to look in at his lodgings presently, after disposing of an intervening engagement, and they accepted with pleasure. Toward the middle of the evening, they found themselves on the road to his house. Pudd'nhead was at home waiting for them and putting in his time puzzling over a thing which had come under his notice that morning. The matter was this. He happened to be up very early, at dawn, in fact, and he crossed the hall, which divided his cottage through the centre, and entered a room to get something there. The window of the room had no curtains, for that side of the house had long been unoccupied, and through this window he caught sight of something which surprised and interested him. It was a young woman where properly no young woman belonged, for she was in Judge Driscoll's house, and in the bedroom over the judge's private study or sitting room. This was young Tom Driscoll's bedroom. He and the judge's widowed sister Mrs. Pratt, and 3 negro servants were the only people who belonged in the house. Then, might this young lady be? The 2 houses were separated by an ordinary yard, with a low fence running back through its middle from the street in front to the lane in the rear. The distance was not great, and Wilson was able to see the girl very well, the window shades of the room she was in being up, and the window also. The girl had on a neat and trim summer dress, patterned in broad stripes of pink and white, and her bonnet was equipped with a pink veil. She was practising steps, gaits and attitudes. Apparently, she was doing the thing gracefully, and was very much absorbed in her work. Who could she be, and how came she to be in young Tom Driscoll's room? Wilson had quickly chosen a position from which he could watch the girl without running much risk of being seen by her, and he remained there hoping she would raise her veil and betray her face. But she disappointed him. After a matter of 20 minutes she disappeared, and although he stayed at his post half an hour longer, she came no more. Toward noon he dropped in at the judge's and talked with Mrs. Pratt about the great event of the day, the levee of the distinguished foreigners at Aunt Patsy Cooper's. He asked after her nephew Tom, and she said he was on his way home and that she was expecting him to arrive a little before night, and added that she and the judge were gratified to gather from his letters that he was conducting himself very nicely and creditably, at which Wilson winked to himself privately. Wilson did not ask if there was a newcomer in the house, but he asked questions that would have brought light-throwing answers as to that matter if Mrs. Pratt had had any light to throw. So he went away satisfied that he knew of things that were going on in her house of which she herself was not aware. He was now waiting for the twins, and still puzzling over the problem of who that girl might be, and how she happened to be in that young fellow's room at daybreak in the morning. Chapter 8. Mars Tom tramples his chance _th holy passion of friendship is of so sweet and steadying, loyal and enduring a nature that it will last through a whole lifetime, if not asked to lend money. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _consider will the proportions of things. It is better to be a young June bug than an old bird of paradise. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. It is necessary now to hunt up Roxy. At the time she was set free and went away chambermaiding, she was 35. She got a berth as second chambermaid on the Cincinnati boat in the New Orleans trade, the _GREND mogul. A couple of trips made her wanted and easygoing at the work, and infatuated her with the stir and adventure and independence of steamboat life. Then she was promoted and become head chambermaid. She was a favourite with the officers, and exceedingly proud of their joking and friendly way with her. During 8 years she served 3 parts of the year on that boat, and the winters on a Vicksburg packet. But now for 2 months, she had rheumatism in her arms, and was obliged to let the wash tub alone. So she resigned. But she was well fixed, rich, as she would have described it, for she had lived a steady life, and had banked $4 every month in New Orleans as a provision for her old age. She said in the start that she had put shoes on one barefooted nigger to trample on her with, and that one mistake like that was enough. She would be independent of the human race thenceforth forevermore if hard work and economy could accomplish it. When the boat touched the levee at New Orleans she bade goodbye to her comrades on the _GREND mogul and moved her kit ashore. But she was back in an hour. The bank had gone to smash and carried her $400 with it. She was a pauper and homeless, also disabled bodily, at least for the present. The officers were full of sympathy for her in her trouble, and made up a little purse for her. She resolved to go to her birthplace. She had friends there among the Negroes, and the unfortunate always help the unfortunate. She was well aware of that. Those lowly comrades of her youth would not let her starve. She took the little local packet at Cairo, and now she was on the home stretch. Time had worn away her bitterness against her son, and she was able to think of him with serenity. She put the vile side of him out of her mind, and dwelt only on recollections of his occasional acts of kindness to her. She gilded and otherwise decorated these, and made them very pleasant to contemplate. She began to long to see him. She would go and fawn upon him slave-like, for this would have to be her attitude, of course, and maybe she would find that time had modified him, and that he would be glad to see his long-forgotten old nurse and treat her gently. That would be lovely. That would make her forget her woes and her poverty. Her poverty. That thought inspired her to add another castle to her dream. Maybe he would give her a trifle now and then, maybe $1, once a month, say. Any little thing like that would help. Oh, ever so much. By the time she reached Dawson's Landing, she was her old self again. Her blues were gone. She was in high feather. She would get along, surely. There were many kitchens where the servants would share their meals with her, and also steal sugar and apples and other dainties for her to carry home, or give her a chance to pilfer them herself, which would answer just as well. And there was the church. She was a more rabid and devoted Methodist than ever, and her piety was no sham, but was strong and sincere. Yes, with plenty of creature comforts and her old place in the Amen corner in her possession again. She would be perfectly happy and at peace thenceforward to the end. She went to Judge Driscoll's kitchen first of all. She was received there in great form and with vast enthusiasm. Her wonderful travels, and the strange countries she had seen, and the adventures she had had, made her a marvel and a heroine of romance. The Negroes hung enchanted upon a great story of her experiences, interrupting her all along with eager questions, with laughter, exclamations of delight, and expressions of applause. And she was obliged to confess to herself that if there was anything better in this world than steamboat eating, it was the glory to be got by telling about it. The audience loaded her stomach with their dinners, and then stole the pantry bare to load up her basket. Tom was in St. Louis. The servants said he had spent the best part of his time there during the previous 2 years. Roxy came every day, and he had many talks about the family and its affairs. Once she asked why Tom was away so much. The ostensible Chambers said, The fact is, old master can get along better when young master's away than he can when he's in daytown. Yes, and he love him better, too. So he gives him $50 a month. No, is that so? Chambers, you's a jokin', ain't you? Glad to goodness I ain't, mammy. Mars Tom told me so his own self. But Neman, 'tain't enough. My lan, what a reason 'tain't enough. Well, I's gwine to tell you, if ye gimme a chanst, mammy. The reason it ain't enough is, cast Mars Tom gambles. Roxy threw up her hands in astonishment, and Chambers went on. Old Marster found it out, cause he had to pay $200 for Mars Tom's gambling debts, and that's true, mammy. Jess is dead certain as she's born. $200? Why, what is you talking about? $200. Sakes alive, it's moss enough to buy a tolerable good second-hand nigger with. And you ain't lying, honey. You wouldn't lie to you, old mammy. It's God's own truth. Jess, as I tell you, $200. I wished I may never stir out in my tracks if it ain't so. And, oh, my lan, old Mars was Jess a-hoppin'. He was billin' mad, I tell you. He tuck and dissin' out at him. Dissin' we chid him. Dissin' out at him. What's that? What do you mean? Means he busted they will. Buzz Ted they will. He wouldn't ever treat him so. Take it back, you miserable imitation nigger that I bore in sorrow and tribulation. Roxy's pet castle, an occasional dollar from Tom's pocket, was tumbling to ruin before her eyes. She could not abide such a disaster as that. She couldn't endure the thought of it. Her remark amused Chambers. Yeah. Just listen to that. If I's imitation, what is you? Both of us is imitation me too. That's what we's, and powerful good imitation, too. Yeah. We don't mount to nothing's imitation niggers. And as for shut up yo fillin' fo, I knock you side the head, and tell me bout they will. Tell me, 'tain't busted, do, honey, and I'll never forget you. Well, 'tain't cast as a new one made, and Mars Tom's all right agin. But what is you in sick a sweat bout it for, mammy? 'Tain't none o' your business, I don't reckon. 'Tain't none o' my business. Whose business is it then, I'd like to know? Was I his mother till he was 15 years old, or wasn't I? You answer me that. And you spec I could see him turn out po and ornery on day well, and never care nothing about it. I reckon if you'd ever been a mother yourself, Valet Day Chambers, you wouldn't talk sick foolishness as that. Well, then, old Mars forgive him and fixed up day will agin. Did that satisfy you? Yes, she was satisfied now, and quite happy and sentimental over it. She kept coming daily, and at last she was told that Tom had come home. She began to tremble with emotion, and straightway sent to beg him to let his poor old nigger mammy have just one sight of him and die for joy. Tom was stretched at his lazy ease on a sofa, and Chambers brought the petition. Time had not modified his ancient detestation of the humble drudgeon protector of his boyhood. It was still bitter and uncompromising. He sat up and bent a severe gaze upon the face of the young fellow whose name he was unconsciously using and whose family rights he was enjoying. He maintained the gaze until the victim of it had become satisfactorily pallid with terror. Then he said, "What does the old rip want with me?" The petition was meekly repeated. "Who gave you permission to come and disturb me with the social attentions of niggers?" Tom had risen. The other young man was trembling now, visibly. He saw what was coming, and bent his head sideways, and put up his left arm to shield it. Tom rained cuffs upon the head and its shield, saying no word. The victim received each blow with a beseeching, "Please, Mars Tom. Oh, please, Mars Tom." 7 blows. Then Tom said, "Face the door, march." He followed behind with 1, 2, 3 solid kicks. The last one helped the pure white slave over the door sill, and he limped away mopping his eyes with his old, ragged sleeve. Tom shouted after him, "Send her in." Then he flung himself panting on the sofa again, and rasped out the remark, "He arrived just at the right moment. I was full to the brim with bitter thinkings, and nobody to take it out of. How refreshing it was. I feel better." Tom's mother entered now, closing the door behind her, and approached her son with all the wheedling and supplication servilities that fear and interest can impart to the words and attitudes of the born slave. She stopped a yard from her boy and made 2 or 3 admiring exclamations over his manly stature and general handsomeness, and Tom put an arm under his head and hoisted a leg over the sofa back in order to look properly indifferent. "My lan, how you is growed, honey? Clant to goodness, I wouldn't ha' knowed you, Mars Tom. 'Deed I wouldn't. Look at me good. Does you 'member old Roxy? Does you know yo, old nigger mammy, honey? Well now, I can lay down and die in peace. Cassis he'd cut it short. God damn it, cut it short. What is it you want? You heed that. Jest the same old Mars Tom. Ali is so gay and funnin', with de old mammy. Is just ashore. Cut it short, I tell you, and get along. What do you want?" This was a bitter disappointment. Roxy had for so many days nourished and fondled and petted her notion that Tom would be glad to see his old nurse, and would make her proud and happy to the marrow with a cordial word or two, that it took 2 rebuffs to convince her that he was not funning, and that her beautiful dream was a fond and foolish variety, a shabby and pitiful mistake. She was hurt to the heart, and so ashamed that for a moment she did not quite know what to do or how to act. Then her breast began to heave, the tears came, and in her forlornness she was moved to try that other dream of hers, and appeal to her boy's charity. And so, upon the impulse, and without reflection, she offered her supplication. "Oh, Mars Tom, Depot, ol' mammy is in sick hard luck these days, and she's kinder crippled in de arms and can't work, and if you could gimme $1, only just one little doll." Tom was on his feet so suddenly that the supplicant was startled into a jump herself. $1? Give you $1? I've a notion to strangle you. Is that your errand here? Clear out, and be quick about it. Roxy backed slowly toward the door. When she was halfway she stopped, and said mournfully, "Mars Tom, I nussed you when you was a little baby, and I raised you all by myself till you was most a young man, and now you is young and rich, and I is po and gettin' old, and I come he believin' that you would help de old mammy long down de little road that's left twixt her and de grave." And Tom relished this tune less than any that he had preceded it, for it began to wake up a sort of echo in his conscience. So he interrupted and said with decision, though without asperity, that he was not in a situation to help her, and wasn't going to do it. "Ain't you ever gwine to help me, Mars Tom?" "No. Now go away and don't bother me any more." Roxy's head was down, in an attitude of humility. But now the fires of her old wrongs flamed up in her breast and began to burn fiercely. She raised her head slowly, till it was well up, and at the same time her great frame unconsciously assumed an erect and masterful attitude, with all the majesty and grace of her vanished youth in it. She raised her finger unpunctuated with it. "You has said de word. You has had yo chance, and you has trampled it under yo foot. When you get another one, you'll get down on yo knees and beg for it." A cold chill went to Tom's heart. He didn't know why, for he did not reflect that such words, from such an incongruous source, and so solemnly delivered, could not easily fail of that effect. However, he did the natural thing. He replied with bluster and mockery, _YOULL_ give me a chance. Aye, perhaps I'd better get down on my knees now. But in case I don't, just for argument's sake, what's going to happen, pray? This is what is gwine to happen. I's gwine as straight to yo uncle as I can walk, and tell him every last thing I knows about you." Tom's cheek blenched, and she saw it. Disturbing thoughts began to chase each other through his head. How can she know? And yet she must have found out. She looks at, "I've had the will back only 3 months, and I'm already deep in debt again, and moving heaven and earth to save myself from exposure and destruction, with a reasonably fair show of getting the thing covered up if I'm let alone. And now this fiend has gone and found me out somehow or other. I wonder how much she knows. Oh, it's enough to break a body's heart. But I've got to humour her, there's no other way." Then he worked up a rather sickly sample of a gay laugh and a hollow chipperness of manner, and said, Well, Roxy dear, old friends like you and me mustn't quarrel. Here's your $1, now tell me what you know." He held out the wildcat bill. She stood as she was, and made no movement. It was her turn to scorn persuasive foolery now, and she did not waste it. She said, with a grim implacability in voice and manner which made Tom almost realize that even a former slave can remember for 10 minutes insults and injuries returned for compliments and flatteries received, and can also enjoy taking revenge for them when the opportunity offers. What does I know? I'll tell you what I knows. I knows enough to bust at will to flinders, and more, mind you, _MORE. Tom was aghast. More, he said. What do you call more? Where's there any room for more? Roxy laughed a mocking laugh, and said scoffingly, with a toss of her head, and her hands on her hips, yes. Oh, I reckon. Cossay, you'd like to know, would you, po little ol' ragdolla? What you reckon I's gwine to tell I for? You ain't got no money. I's gwine to tell you, uncle, and I'll do it this minute, too. He'll gimme ye $5 for day news, and mighty glad, too. She swung herself around disdainfully, and started away. Tom was in a panic. He seized her skirts, and implored her to wait. She turned and said, loftily, look-a-he, what was it I told you? I don't remember anything. What was it you told me? I told you that day next time I'd give you a chance you'd get down on your knees and beg for it. Tom was stupefied for a moment. He was panting with excitement. Then he said, oh, Roxy, you wouldn't require your young master to do such a horrible thing. You can't mean it. I'll let you know mighty quick whether I means it or not. You call me names, and as good as spit on me when I comes here, po and ornery and humble, to praise you for being growed up so fine and handsome, and tell you how I used to nuss you and tend you and watch you when you was sick and hadn't no mother but me in the whole world, and beg you to give the po ol' nigger $1 for to get her some to eat, and you call me names, no mess. Dad blame you. Yes, sir, I gives you just one chance, Mo, and that's now, and it lasts only half a second, you hear? Tom slumped to his knees and began to beg, saying, you see I'm begging, and it's honest begging, too. Now tell me, Roxy, tell me. The air of 2 centuries of unattained insult and outrage looked down on him and seemed to drink in deep draughts of satisfaction. Then she said, fine nice young white gentleman kneeling down to a nigger wench. I's wanted to see that just once before I's called. Now, Gabriel, bloody hon, I's ready. Get up. Tom did it, he said, humbly. Now, Roxy, don't punish me any more. I deserved what I've got, but be good and let me off with that. Don't go to uncle. Tell me I'll give you the $5. Yes, I bet you will. And you won't stop da, nother. But I ain't gwine to tell you he. Good gracious, no. Is you, feardo, de haunted house? And no. Well, den, you come to de haunted house 'bout 10 or leaving tonight, and climb up de ladder, cast de stair steps is broke down, and you'll find me. I's a roostin' in de haunted house, cause I can't afford to roose nowheres else. She started toward the door, but stopped and said, gimme de dollar bill. He gave it to her. She examined it and said, HM, like enough de bank's busted. She started again, but halted again. Has you got any whiskey? Yes, a little. Fetch it. He ran to his room overhead and brought down a bottle which was 2/3 full. She tilted it up and took a drink. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and she tucked the bottle under her shawl, saying, it's prime. I'll take it along. Tom humbly held the door for her, and she marched out as grim and erect as a grenadier. Chapter 9. Tom practices sycophancy _why is it that we rejoice at a birth and grieve at a funeral? It is because we are not the person involved. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _it is easy to find fault, if one has that disposition. There was once a man who, not being able to find any other fault with his coal, complained that there were too many prehistoric toads in it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Tom flung himself on the sofa, and put his throbbing head in his hands, and rested his elbows on his knees. He rocked himself back and forth and moaned. I've knelt to a nigger wench, he muttered. I thought I had struck the deepest depths of degradation before, but oh, dear, it was nothing to this. Well, there is one consolation. Such as it is, I've struck bottom this time. There's nothing lower. But that was a hasty conclusion. At 10 that night he climbed the ladder in the haunted house, pale, weak, and wretched. Roxy was standing in the door of one of the rooms, waiting, for she had heard him. This was a 2-story log house which had acquired the reputation a few years ago of being haunted, and that was the end of its usefulness. Nobody would live in it afterward, or go near it by night, and most people even gave it a wide berth in the daytime. As it had no competition, it was called the Haunted House. It was getting crazy and ruinous now, from long neglect. It stood 300 yards beyond Pudd'nhead Wilson's house, with nothing between but vacancy. It was the last house in the town at that end. Tom followed Roxy into the room. She had a pile of clean straw in the corner for a bed. Some cheap but well-kept clothing was hanging on the wall. There was a tin lantern freckling the floor with little spots of light, and there were various open candle boxes scattered about, which served for chairs. The two sat down. Roxy said, "Now then, I'll tell you straight off, and I'll begin to collect the money later on. I ain't in no hurry. What does you reckon I's gwine to tell you?" "Well, oh, Roxy, don't make it too hard for me. Come right out and tell me you've found out somehow what a shape I'm in on account of dissipation and foolishness." "Disposition and foolishness. No, sir, that ain't it. That just ain't nothing at all. Long side what I knows." Tom stared at her and said, "Why, Roxy, what do you mean?" She rose and gloomed above him like a fate. "I means this, and it's the Lord's truth. You ain't no more kin to old Mars Driscoll than I is. That's what I means." And her eyes flamed with triumph. "What? Yes, sir, and that ain't all. He's _NIGGER, born a nigger, and _SLAVE, and he's a nigger and a slave this minute. And if I opens my mouth, old Mars Driscoll sell you down the river before you is 2 days older than what you is now. It's a thundering lie, you miserable old blatherskite. It ain't no lie, nother. It's just the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me. Yes, sir, he's my son, you devil. And that po' boy that you's been a kickin' and a cuffin' today is Percy Driscoll's son and you, Marster, you beast. And his name is Tom Driscoll, and Io's name's Valet de Chambers. And you ain't got no family name, because niggers don't have a. Tom sprang up and seized a billet of wood and raised it, but his mother only laughed at him, and said, "Set down, you pup. Does you think you can scare me? It ain't in you, nor the likes of you. I reckon you'd shoot me and day back, maybe, if you got a chance, for that's just your style. I knows you, through and through, but I don't mind getting killed, because all this is down and written, and it's in safe hands, too, and a man that's got it knows where to look for the right man when I gets killed. Oh, bless your soul, if you puts your mother up for as big a fool as I is, you's powerful mistaken, I can tell you. Now then, you sit still and behave yourself, and don't you get up again till I tell you." Tom fretted and chafed a while in a whirlwind of disorganizing sensations and emotions, and finally said, with something like settled conviction, "The whole thing is moonshine. Now then, go ahead and do your worst. I'm done with you." Roxy made no answer. She took the lantern and started for the door. Tom was in a cold panic in a moment. Come back, he wailed. "I didn't mean it, Roxy. I take it all back, and I'll never say it again. Please come back, Roxy." The woman stood a moment, then she said gravely, "That's one thing you's got to stop, Valet de Chambers. You can't call me _OXY_, same as if you was my equal. Chillin' don't speak to day mammies like that. You'll call me ma or mammy, that's what you'll call me, leastways when they ain't nobody around. _SAY_it. It cost Tom a struggle, but he got it out. "That's all right, don't you ever forget it again, if you knows what's good for you. Now then, you had said you wouldn't ever call it less and moonshine again. I'll tell you this, for a warning, if you ever does say it again, it's the last time you'll ever say it to me. I'll tramp as straight to the judge as I can walk, and tell him who you is, and prove it. Does you believe me when I says that?" "Oh," groaned Tom, "I more than believe it. I know it." Roxy knew her conquest was complete. She could have proved nothing to anybody, and her threat of writings was a lie, but she knew the person she was dealing with, and he had made both statements without any doubt as to the effect they would produce. She went and sat down on her candle box, and the pride and pomp of her victorious attitude made it a throne. She said, "Now then, Chambers, we's gwine to talk business, and dey ain't gwine to be no mo' foolishness. In de first place, you gets $50 a month. He's gwine to hand over half of it to you, ma. Plank it out." But Tom had only $6 in the world. He gave her that, and promised to start her on next month's pension. "Chambers, how much is you in debt?" Tom shuddered and said, "Nearly $300. How is you going to pay it?" Tom groaned out, "Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me such awful questions." But she stuck to her point until she worried a confession out of him. He had been prowling about in disguise, stealing small valuables from private houses. In fact, he made a good deal of a raid on his fellow villagers a fortnight before, when he was supposed to be in St. Louis, but he doubted if he had sent away enough stuff to realize the required amount, and was afraid to make a further venture in the present excited state of the town. His mother approved of his conduct, and offered to help, but this frightened him. He tremblingly ventured to say that if she would retire from the town he should feel better and safer, and could hold his head higher, and was going on to make an argument, but she interrupted and surprised him pleasantly by saying she was ready. It didn't make any difference to her where she stayed, so that she got her share of the pension regularly. She said she would not go far, and would call at the haunted house once a month for her money. Then she said, "I don't hate you so much now, but I've hated you a many a year, and anybody would. Didn't I change you off, and give you a good family and a good name, and made you a white gentleman and rich, with store clothes on, and what did I get for it? You despised me all daytime, and was always saying mean hard things to me before folks, and wouldn't ever let me forget I's a nigger, and she fell to sobbing, and broke down. Tom said, "But you know I didn't know you were my mother, and besides, well, nemin, 'bout that, now, let it go. I's gwine to forget it." Then she added fiercely, "And don't ever make me remember it again, or you'll be sorry, I tell you." When they were parting, Tom said, in the most persuasive way he could command, "Ma, would you mind telling me who was my father?" He had supposed he was asking an embarrassing question. He was mistaken. Roxy drew herself up with a proud toss of her head, and said, "Does I mind telling you?" "No, that I don't. You ain't got no occasion to be shame. Oh, yo, father, I can tell you. He was the highest quality in this whole town. All Virginie stock. First families. He was just as good stock as de Driscolls and de Howards, de bees de ever seed." She put on a little prouder air, if possible, and added impressively, "Does you 'member Colonel Cecil Burley Essex, that died de same year young Mars Tom Driscoll's pappy died, and all de masons and odd fellers and churches turned out and give him de biggest funeral this town ever seed. That's de man." Under the inspiration of her soaring complacency, the departed graces of her earlier days returned to her, and her bearing took to itself a dignity and state that might have passed for queenly if her surroundings had been a little more in keeping with it. "Dey ain't another nigger in this town that's as high born as yous. Now then, go long, and just you hold yo' head up as high as you want to. You has de right, and dat I can swa." Chapter 10, The Nymph Revealed _LLC. How hard it is that we have to die, a strange complaint to come from the mouths of people who have had to live. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _WHEN angry, count 4, when very angry, swear. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Every now and then, after Tom went to bed, he had sudden wakings out of his sleep, and his first thought was, "Oh, joy, it was all a dream." Then he laid himself heavily down again, with a groan and the muttered words, "A nigger. I am a nigger. Oh, I wish I was dead." He woke at dawn with one more repetition of this horror, and then he resolved to meddle no more with it treacherous sleep. He began to think. Sufficiently bitter thinkings they were. They wandered along something after this fashion. Why were niggers and whites made? What crime did the uncreated first nigger commit that the curse of birth was decreed for him? And why is this awful difference made between white and black? How hard the nigger's fate seems this morning. Yet until last night such a thought never entered my head. He sighed and groaned an hour or more away. Then Chambers came humbly in to say that breakfast was nearly ready. Tom blushed scarlet to see this aristocratic white youth cringe to him, a nigger, and call him young master. He said roughly, "Get out of my sight." And when the youth was gone, he muttered, "He has done me no harm, poor wretch, but he is an eyesore to me now, for he is Driscoll, the young gentleman, and I am I wish I was dead." A gigantic eruption, like that of Krakatoa a few years ago, with the accompanying earthquakes, tidal waves, and clouds of volcanic dust, changes the face of the surrounding landscape beyond recognition, bringing down the highlands, elevating the low, making fair lakes where deserts had been, and deserts where green prairies had smiled before. The tremendous catastrophe which had befallen Tom had changed his moral landscape in much the same way. Some of his low places he found lifted to ideals, some of his ideas had sunk to the valleys, and lay there with the sackcloth and ashes of pumice stone and sulphur on their ruined heads. For days he wandered in lonely places, thinking, trying to get his bearings. It was new work. If he met a friend, he found that the habit of a lifetime had in some mysterious way vanished. His arm hung limp, instead of involuntarily extending the hand for a shake. It was the nigger in him asserting its humility, and he blushed and was abashed. And the nigger in him was surprised when the white friend put out his hand for a shake with him. He found the nigger in him involuntarily giving the road, on the sidewalk, to a white rowdy and loafer. When Rowena, the dearest thing his heart knew, the idol of his secret worship, invited him in, the nigger in him made an embarrassed excuse and was afraid to enter and sit with the dread white folks on equal terms. The nigger in him went shrinking and skulking here and there and yonder, and fancying it saw suspicion and maybe detection in all faces, tones, and gestures. So strange and uncharacteristic was Tom's conduct that people noticed it, and turned to look after him when he passed on, and when he glanced back, as he could not help doing, in spite of his best resistance, and caught the puzzled expression in a person's face, it gave him a sick feeling, and he took himself out of view as quickly as he could. He presently came to have a hunted sense and a hunted look, and then he fled away to the hilltops and the solitudes. He said to himself that the curse of Ham was upon him. He dreaded his meals. The nigger in him was ashamed to sit at the white folks' table, and feared discovery all the time. And once when Judge Driscoll said, "What's the matter with you? You look as meek as a nigger," he felt as secret murderers are said to feel when the accuser says, "Thou art the man." Tom said he was not well, and left the table. His ostensible aunts' solicitudes and endowments were become a terror to him, and he avoided them. And all the time, hatred of his ostensible uncle was steadily growing in his heart, for he said to himself, "He is white, and I am his chattel, his property, his goods, and he can sell me, just as he could his dog." For as much as a week after this, Tom imagined that his character had undergone a pretty radical change. But that was because he did not know himself. In several ways his opinions were totally changed, and would never go back to what they were before. But the main structure of his character was not changed, and could not be changed. One or two very important features of it were altered, and in time effects would result from this, if opportunity offered, effects of a quite serious nature. 2. Under the influence of a great mental and moral upheaval, his character and his habits had taken on the appearance of complete change, but after a while, with the subsidence of the storm, both began to settle toward their former places. He dropped gradually back into his old frivolous and easygoing ways and conditions of feeling and manner of speech, and no familiar of his could have detected anything in him that differentiated him from the weak and careless Tom of other days. The theft trade which he had made upon the village turned out better than he had ventured to hope. It produced the sum necessary to pay his gaming debts, and saved him from exposure to his uncle in another smashing of the will. He and his mother learned to like each other fairly well. She couldn't love him, as yet, because there weren't nothing to him, as she expressed it, but her nature needed something or somebody to rule over, and he was better than nothing. Her strong character and aggressive and commanding ways compelled Tom's admiration in spite of the fact that he got more illustrations of them than he needed for his comfort. However, as a rule her conversation was made up of racy tales about the privacies of the chief families of the town. for she went harvesting among their kitchens every time she came to the village, and Tom enjoyed this. It was just in his line. She always collected her half of his pension punctually, and he was always at the haunted house to have a chat with her on these occasions. Every now and then, she paid him a visit there on between days also. Occasions he would run up to St. Louis for a few weeks, and at last temptation caught him again. He won a lot of money, but lost it, and with it a deal more besides, which he promised to raise as soon as possible. For this purpose he projected a new raid on his town. He never meddled with any other town, for he was afraid to venture into houses whose ins and outs he did not know and the habits of whose households he was not acquainted with. He arrived at the haunted house in disguise on the Wednesday before the advent of the twins, after writing his Aunt Pratt that he would not arrive until 2 days after, and laying in hiding there with his mother until towards daylight Friday morning, when he went to his uncle's house and entered by the back way with his own key, and slipped up to his room where he could have the use of the mirror and toilet articles. He had a suit of girl's clothes with him in a bundle as a disguise for his raid, and was wearing a suit of his mother's clothing, with black gloves and veil. By dawn he was tricked out for his raid, but he caught a glimpse of Pudd'nhead Wilson through the window over the way, and knew that Pudd'nhead had caught a glimpse of him. So he entertained Wilson with some airs and graces and attitudes for a while, then stepped out of sight and resumed the other disguise, and by went down and out the back way and started downtown to reconnoitre the scene of his intended labours. But he was ill at ease. He had changed back to Roxy's dress, with the stoop of age added to the disguise, so that Wilson would not bother himself about a humble old woman leaving a neighbour's house by the back way in the early morning, in case he was still spying. But supposing Wilson had seen him leave, and had thought it suspicious, and had also followed him, the thought made Tom cold. He gave up the raid for the day, and hurried back to the haunted house by the obscurest route he knew. His mother was gone, but she came back, by and by, with the news of the grand reception at Patsy Cooper's, and soon persuaded him that the opportunity was like a special providence. It was so inviting and perfect. So he went trading, after all, and made a nice success of it while everybody was gone to Patsy Cooper's. Success gave him nerve and even actual intrepidity, in so much, indeed, that after he had conveyed his harvest to his mother in a back alley, he went to the reception himself, and added several of the valuables of that house to his takings. After this long digression we have now arrived once more at the point where Pudd'nhead Wilson, while waiting for the arrival of the twins on the same Friday evening, sat puzzling over the strange apparition of that morning, a girl in young Tom Driscoll's bedroom, fretting, and guessing, and puzzling over it, and wondering who the shameless creature might be. Chapter 11, Pudd'nhead's Thrilling Discovery _THERE 3 Infallible Ways of Pleasing an Author, and the 3 form a rising scale of compliment. 1. To tell him you have read one of his books. 2. To tell him you have read all of his books. 3. To ask him to let you read the manuscript of his forthcoming book. No. 1. Admits you to his respect. No. 2. Admits you to his admiration. No. 3. Carries you clear into his heart. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _es to the adjective. When in doubt, strike it out. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The twins arrived presently, and talk began. It flowed along chatly and sociably, and under its influence the new friendship gathered ease and strength. Wilson got out his calendar, by request, and read a passage or two from it, which the twins praised quite cordially. This pleased the author so much that he complied gladly when they asked him to lend them a batch of the work to read at home. In the course of their wide travels, they had found out that there are 3 sure ways of pleasing an author. They were now working the best of the 3. There was an interruption now. Young Driscoll appeared, and joined the party. He pretended to be seeing the distinguished strangers for the first time when they rose to shake hands. But this was only a blind, as he had already had a glimpse of them at the reception, while robbing the house. The twins made mental note that he was smooth-faced and rather handsome, and smooth and undulatory in his movements, graceful, in fact. Angelo thought he had a good eye. Luigi thought there was something veiled and sly about it. Angelo thought he had a pleasant, free and easy way of talking. Luigi thought it was more so than was agreeable. Angelo thought he was a sufficiently nice young man. Luigi reserved his decision. Tom's first contribution to the conversation was a question which he had put to Wilson 100 times before. It was always cheerily and good-natured put, and always inflicted a little pang, for it touched his secret sore. But this time the pang was sharp, since strangers were present. "Well, how does the law come on? Had a case yet?" Wilson bit his lip, but answered, "No, not yet," with as much indifference as he could assume. Judge Driscoll had generously left the law feature out of Wilson's biography which he had furnished to the twins. Young Tom laughed pleasantly, and said, "Wilson's a lawyer, gentlemen, but he doesn't practice now." The sarcasm bit, but Wilson kept himself under control, and said without passion, "I don't practice, it is true. It is true that I have never had a case, and have had to earn a poor living for 20 years as an expert accountant in a town where I can't get a hold of a set of books to untangle as often as I should like. But it is also true that I did myself well for the practice of the law. By the time I was your age, Tom, I had chosen a profession, and was soon competent to enter upon it." Tom winced. "I never got a chance to try my hand at it, and I may never get a chance. And yet if I ever do get it, I shall be found ready, for I have kept up my law studies all these years." "That's it. That's good grit. I like to see it. I've a notion to throw all my business your way. My business and your law practice ought to make a pretty gay team, Dave," and the young fellow laughed again. "If you will throw," Wilson had thought of the girl in Tom's bedroom, and was going to say, "if you will throw the surreptitious and disreputable part of your business my way, it may amount to something," but thought better of it and said, "However, this matter doesn't fit well in a general conversation. All right, we'll change the subject. I guess you were about to give me another dig, anyway, so I'm willing to change. How's the awful mystery flourishing these days? Wilson's got a scheme for driving plain window glass panes out of the market by decorating it with greasy finger marks, and getting rich by selling it at famine prices to the crowned heads over in Europe to outfit their palaces with. Fetch it out, Dave." Wilson brought 3 of his glass strips, and said, "I get the subject to pass the fingers of his right hand through his hair, so as to get a little coating of the natural oil on them, and then press the balls of them on the glass. A fine and delicate print of the lines in the skin results, and is permanent, if it doesn't come in contact with something able to rub it off. You begin, Tom." "Why, I think you took my finger marks once or twice before." "Yes, but you were a little boy the last time, only about 12 years old." "That's so. Of course, I've changed entirely since then, and variety is what the crowned heads want, I guess." He passed his fingers through his crop of short hair, and pressed them one at a time on the glass. Angelo made a print of his fingers on another glass, and Luigi followed with a third. Wilson marked the glasses with names and dates, and put them away. Tom gave one of his little laughs, and said, "I thought I wouldn't say anything, but if variety is what you're after, you have wasted a piece of glass. The handprint of one twin is the same as the handprint of the fellow twin. Well, it's done now, and I like to have them both, anyway," said Wilson, returned to his place. "But look here, Dave," said Tom, "you used to tell people's fortunes, too, when you took their finger marks. Dave's just an all-round genius, a genius of the first water, gentlemen, a great scientist running to seed here in this village, a prophet with the kind of honour that prophets generally get at home, for here they don't give shucks for his scientifics, and they call his skull an ocean factory. Hey, Dave, ain't it so? But never mind, he'll make his mark some day, finger mark, you know, he. But really, you want to let him take a shot at your palms once. It's worth twice the price of admission, or your money's returned at the door. Why, he'll read your wrinkles as easy as a book, and not only tell you 50 or 60 things that's going to happen to you, but 50 or 60,000 that ain't. Come, Dave, show the gentleman what an inspired jack-at-all science we've got in this town, and don't know it." Wilson winced under this nagging and not very courteous chaff, and the twins suffered with him and for him. They rightly judged, now, that the best way to relieve him would be to take the thing in earnest and treat it with respect, ignoring Tom's rather overdone raillery. So Luigi said, "We have seen something of palmistry in our wanderings, and know very well what astonishing things it can do. If it isn't a science, and one of the greatest of them too, I don't know what its other name ought to be. In the Orient, Tom looked surprised and incredulous. He said, that juggling is science. But really, you ain't serious, are you? Yes, entirely so. 4 years ago we had our hands read out to us as if our plans had been covered with print. Well, do you mean to say there was actually anything in it? Asked Tom, his incredulity beginning to weaken a little. There was this much in it, said Angelo. What was told us of our characters was minutely exact. We could have not have bettered it ourselves. Next, 2 or 3 memorable things that have happened to us were laid bare, things which no one present but ourselves could have known about. Why, it's rank sorcery, exclaimed Tom, who was now becoming very much interested. And how did they make out with what was going to happen to you in the future? On the whole, quite fairly, said Luigi. 2 or 3 of the most striking things foretold have happened since. Much the most striking one of all happened within that same year. Some of the minor prophecies have come true. Some of the minor and some of the major ones have not been fulfilled yet, and of course may never be. Still, I should be more surprised if they failed to arrive than if they didn't. Tom was entirely sobered and profoundly impressed. He said, apologetically, Dave, I wasn't meaning to belittle that science. I was only chattering. I reckon I'd better say. I wish you would look at their palms. Come, won't you? Why, certainly, if you want me to. But you know I've had no chance to become an expert, and don't claim to be one. When a past event is somewhat prominently recorded in the palm, I can generally detect that, but minor ones often escape me. Not always, of course, but often. But I haven't much confidence in myself when it comes to reading the future. I am talking as if palmistry was a daily study with me, but that is not so. I haven't examined half a dozen hands in the last half-dozen years. You see, the people got to joking about it, and I stopped to let the talk die down. I'll tell you what we'll do, Count Luigi. I'll make a try at your past, and if I have any success there, no, on the whole, I'll let the future alone. That's really the affair of an expert. He took Luigi's hand. Tom said, Wait, don't look yet, Dave. Count Luigi, here's paper and pencil. Set down that thing that you said was the most striking one that was foretold to you, and happened less than a year afterward, and give it to me so I can see if Dave finds it in your hand. Luigi wrote a line privately, and folded up the piece of paper, and handed it to Tom, saying, I'll tell you when to look at it, if he finds it. Wilson began to study Luigi's palm, tracing lifelines, heart lines, headlines, and so on, and noting carefully their relations with the cobweb of finer and more delicate marks and lines that enmeshed them on all sides. He felt of the fleshy cushion at the base of the thumb and noted its shape. He felt of the fleshy side of the hand between the wrist and the base of the little finger and noted its shape also. He painstakingly examined the fingers, observing their form, proportions, and natural manner of disposing themselves when in repose. All this process was watched by the 3 spectators with absorbing interest, their heads bent together over Luigi's palm, and nobody disturbing the stillness with a word. Wilson now entered upon a close survey of the palm again, and his revelations began. He mapped out Luigi's character and disposition, his tastes, aversions, proclivities, ambitions, and eccentricities in a way which sometimes made Luigi wince and the others laugh. But both twins declared that the chart was artistically drawn and was correct. Next, Wilson took up Luigi's history. He proceeded cautiously and with hesitation now, moving his finger slowly along the great lines of the palm, and now and then halting at a star or some such landmark, and examining that neighbourhood minutely. He proclaimed 1 or 2 past events. Luigi confirmed his correctness, and the search went on. Presently Wilson glanced up suddenly with a surprised expression. Here is a record of an incident which you would perhaps not wish me to bring it out, said Luigi, good-naturedly. I promise you shan't embarrass me. But Wilson still hesitated, and did not seem quite to know what to do. Then he said, I think it is too delicate a matter to. I believe I would rather write it or whisper it to you, and let you decide for yourself whether you want it talked out or not. That will answer, said Luigi. Write it. Wilson wrote something on a slip of paper and handed it to Luigi, who read it to himself and said to Tom, Unfold your slip and read it, Mr. Driscoll. Tom said. It was prophesied that I would kill a man. It came true before the year was out. Tom added, Great Scott. Luigi handed Wilson's paper to Tom and said, Now read this one. Tom read, You have killed someone, but whether man, woman, or child, I do not make out. Caesar's ghost, commented Tom, with astonishment. It beats anything that was ever heard of. Why, a man's own hand is his deadliest enemy. Just think of that. A man's own hand keeps a record of the deepest and vitalest secrets of his life, and is treacherously ready to expose himself to any black magic stranger that comes along. But what do you let a person look at your hand for, with that awful thing printed on it? Oh, said Luigi, reposefully, I don't mind it. I killed the man for good reasons, and I don't regret it. What were the reasons? Well, he needed killing. I'll tell you why he did it, since he won't say himself, said Angelo, warmly. He did it to save my life, that's what he did it for. So it was a noble act, and not a thing to be hid in the dark. So it was, said Wilson. To do such a thing to save a brother's life is a great and fine action. Now come, said Luigi, it is very pleasant to hear you say these things, but for unselfishness, or heroism, or magnanimity, the circumstances won't stand scrutiny. You overlook one detail. Suppose I hadn't saved Angelo's life, what would have become of mine? If I had let the man kill him, wouldn't he have killed me, too? I saved my own life, you see. Yes, that is your way of talking, said Angelo, but I know you. I don't believe you thought of yourself at all. I keep that weapon yet that Luigi killed the man with, and I'll show it to you sometime. That incident makes it interesting, and it had a history before it came into Luigi's hands which adds to its interest. It was given to Luigi by a great Indian prince, the Gaekor of Baroda, and it had been in his family 2 or 3 centuries. It killed a good many disagreeable people who troubled the hearthstone at one time or another. It isn't much to look at, except it isn't shaped like other knives, or dirks, or whatever it may be called. Here, I'll draw it for you. He took a sheet of paper and made a rapid sketch. There it is, a broad and murderous blade, with edges like a razor for sharpness. The devices engraved on it are the ciphers or names of its long line of possessors. I had Luigi's name added in Roman letters myself with our coat of arms, as you see. You notice what a curious handle the thing has. It is solid ivory, polished like a mirror, and is 4 or 5 inches long, round, and as thick as a large man's wrist, with the end squared off flat, for your thumb to rest on. For you grasp it, with your thumb resting on the blunt end, so, and lift it along and strike downward. The Gaekor showed us how the thing was done when he gave it to Luigi, and before that night was ended, Luigi had used the knife, and the Gaekor was a man short by reason of it. The sheath is magnificently ornamented with gems of great value. You will find a sheath more worth looking at than the knife itself, of course. Tom said to himself, It's lucky I came here. I would have sold that knife for a song. I suppose the jewels were glass. But go on. Don't stop, said Wilson. Our curiosity is up now, to hear about the homicide. Tell us about that. Well, briefly, the knife was to blame for that, all around. A native servant slipped into your room in the palace in the night, to kill us and steal the knife on account of the fortune encrusted on its sheath. Without a doubt, Luigi had it under his pillow. We were in bed together. There was a dim night light burning. I was asleep, but Luigi was awake, and he thought he detected a vague form nearing the bed. He slipped the knife out of the sheath and was ready and unembarrassed by hampering bedclothes, for the weather was hot and we hadn't any. Suddenly that native rose at the bedside, and bent over me with his right hand lifted and a dark note aimed at my throat. But Luigi grabbed his wrist, pulled him downward, and drove his own knife into the man's neck. That is the whole story. Wilson and Tom drew deep breaths, and after some general chat about the tragedy, Pudd'nhead said, taking Tom's hand, Now, Tom, I've never had a look at your palms. As it happens, perhaps you've got some little questionable privacies that need hello. Tom had snatched away his hand, and was looking a good deal confused. Why, he's blushing, said Luigi. Tom darted an ugly look at him, and said sharply, Well, if I am, it ain't because I'm a murderer. Luigi's dark face flushed, But before he could speak or move, Tom added with anxious haste, "Oh, I beg 1,000 pardons. I didn't mean that. It was out before I thought, and I am very, very sorry. You must forgive me." Wilson came to the rescue, and smoothed things down as well as he could, and in fact was entirely successful as far as the twins were concerned, for they felt sorrier for the affront put upon him by his guest's outburst of ill manners than for the insult offered to Luigi. But the success was not so pronounced with the offender. Tom tried to seem at his ease, and he went through the motions fairly well, but at bottom he felt resentful toward all the 3 witnesses of his exhibition. In fact, he felt so annoyed at them for having witnessed it and noticed it that he almost forgot to feel annoyed at himself for placing it before them. However, something presently happened which made him almost comfortable, and brought him nearly back to a state of charity and friendliness. This was a little spat between the twins, not much of a spat, but still a spat, and before they got far with it, they were in a decided condition of irritation while pretending to be actuated by more respectable motives. By his help the fire got warmed up to the blazing point, and he might have had the happiness of seeing the flames show up in another moment, but for the interruption of a knock on the door, an interruption which fretted him as much as it gratified Wilson. Wilson opened the door. The visitor was a good-natured, ignorant, energetic middle-aged Irishman named John Buckstone, who was a great politician in a small way, and always took a large share in public matters of every sort. One of the town's chief excitements, just now, was over the matter of rum. There was a strong rum party and a strong anti-rum party. Buckstone was training with the rum party, and he had been sent to hunt up the twins and invite them to attend a mass meeting of that faction. He delivered his errand, and said the clans were already gathering in the big hall over the market house. Luigi accepted the invitation cordially. Angelo less cordially, since he disliked crowds, and did not drink the powerful intoxicants of America. In fact, he was even a teetotaler sometimes when it was judicious to be one. The twins left with Buckstone, and Tom Driscoll joined the company with them uninvited. In the distance, one could see a long wavering line of torches drifting down the main street, and could hear the throbbing of the bass drum, the clash of cymbals, the squeaking of a fife or two, and the faint roar of remote hurrahs. The tail end of this procession was climbing the market house stairs when the twins arrived in its neighbourhood. When they reached the hall, it was full of people, torches, smoke, noise, and enthusiasm. They were conducted to the platform by Buckstone, Tom Driscoll still following, and were delivered to the chairman in the midst of a prodigious explosion of welcome. When the noise had moderated a little, the chair proposed that our illustrious guests be at once elected, by complimentary acclamation, to membership in our ever-glorious organisation, the paradise of the free and the perdition of the slave. This eloquent discharge opened the floodgates of enthusiasm again, and the election was carried with thundering unanimity. Then arose a storm of cries, "Wet them down! Wet them down! Give them a drink!" Glasses of whisky were handed to the twins. Luigi waved his aloft, then brought it to his lips, but Angelo set his down. There was another storm of cries. "What's the matter with the other one? What is the blonde one going back on us for? Explain, explain," the chairman inquired, and then reported, "We have made an unfortunate mistake, gentlemen. I find that the Count Angelo Capello is opposed to our creed as a teetotaler, in fact, and was not intending to apply for membership with us. He desires that we reconsider the vote by which he was elected. What is the pleasure of the House?" There was a general burst of laughter, plentifully accented with whistlings and catcalls, but the energetic use of the gavel presently restored something like order. Then a man spoke from the crowd, and said that while he was very sorry that the mistake had been made, it would not be possible to rectify it at the present meeting. According to the bylaws, it must go over to the next regular meeting for action. He would not offer a motion, as none was required. He desired to apologize to the gentleman in the name of the House, and begged to assure him that as far as it might lie in the power of the Sons of Liberty, his temporary membership in the order would be made pleasant to him. This speech was received with great applause, mixed with cries of, "That's the talk. He's a good fellow. Anyway, if he is a teetotaler, drink his health, give him a rouser, and no heel taps." Glasses were handed around, and everybody on the platform drank Angelo's health, while the house bellowed forth in song. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny. Tom Driscoll drank. It was his second glass, for he had drunk Angelo's the moment that Angelo had set it down. The two drinks made him very merry, almost idiotically so, and he began to take a most lively and prominent part in the proceedings, particularly in the music and catcalls and side remarks. The chairman was still standing at the front, the twins at his side. The extraordinarily close resemblance of the brothers to each other suggested a witticism to Tom Driscoll, and just as the chairman began a speech he skipped forward and said, with an air of tipsy confidence, to the audience, "Boys, I move that he keeps still and lets this human Filipina snip you out to speech." The descriptive aptness of the phrase caught the house, and a mighty burst of laughter followed. Luigi's southern blood leaped to the boiling point in a moment under the sharp humiliation of this insult delivered in the presence of 400 strangers. It was not in the young man's nature to let the matter pass, or to delay the squaring of the account. He took a couple of strides and halted behind the unsuspecting joker. Then he drew back and delivered a kick of such titanic vigor that it lifted Tom clear over the footlights and landed him on the heads of the front row of the Sons of Liberty. Even a sober person does not like to have a human being emptied on him when he is not doing any harm. A person who is not sober cannot endure such an attention at all. The nest of Sons of Liberty that Driscoll landed in had not a sober bird in it. In fact, there was probably not an entirely sober one in the auditorium. Driscoll was promptly and indignantly flung on the heads of sons in the next row, and these sons passed him on toward the rear, and then immediately began to pummel the front row sons who had passed him to them. This course was strictly followed by bench after bench as Driscoll travelled in his tumultuous and airy flight toward the door. So he left behind him an ever-lengthening wake of raging and plunging and fighting and swearing humanity. Down went group after group of torches, and presently above the deafening clatter of the gavel, roar of angry voices, and crash of succumbing benches, rose the paralysing cry of _FIRE. The fighting ceased instantly. The cursing ceased. For one distinctly defined moment, there was a dead hush, a motionless calm, where the tempest had been. Then with one impulse the multitude awoke to life and energy again, and went surging and struggling and swaying, this way and that, its outer edges melting away through windows and doors and gradually lessening the pressure and relieving the mass. The fire boys were never on hand so suddenly before, for there was no distance to go this time, their quarters being in the rear end of the market house. There was an engine company and a hook and ladder company. Half of each was composed of rummies and the other half of anti-rummies, after the moral and political share and share alike fashion of the frontier town of the period. Enough anti-rummies were loafing in quarters to man the engine and the ladders. In 2 minutes they had their red shirts and helmets on. They never started officially in an official costume, and as the mass meeting overhead smashed through the long row of windows and poured out upon the roof of the arcade, the deliverers were ready for them with a powerful stream of water, which washed some of them off the roof and nearly drowned the rest. But water was preferable to fire, and still the stampede from the windows continued, and still the pitiless drenching assailed it until the building was empty. Then the fire boys mounted to the hall and flooded it with water enough to annihilate 40 times as much fire as there was there, for a village fire company does not often get a chance to show off, and so when it does get a chance, it makes the most of it. Such citizens of the village as were of a thoughtful and judicious temperament did not insure against fire. They insured against the fire company. Chapter 12. The Shame of Judge Driscoll _COURAGE's Resistance to Fear. Mastery of fear, not absence of fear. Except a creature be part coward, it is not a compliment to say it is brave. It is merely a loose misapplication of the word. Consider the flea. Incomparably the bravest of all the creatures of God, if ignorance of fear were courage. Whether you are asleep or awake he will attack you, caring nothing for the fact that in bulk and strength you are to him as are the massed armies of the earth to a sucking child. He lives both day and night and all days and nights in the very lap of peril and the immediate presence of death, and yet is no more afraid than is the man who walks the streets of a city that was threatened by an earthquake 10 centuries before. When we speak of Clive, Nelson, and Putnam as men who didn't know what fear was, We ought always to add the flea and put him at the head of the procession. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Judge Driscoll was in bed and asleep by 10 o'clock on Friday night, and he was up and gone a-fishing before daylight in the morning with his friend Pembroke Howard. These two had been boys together in Virginia when that state still ranked as the chief and most imposing member of the Union, and they still coupled the proud and affectionate adjective, old, with her name when they spoke of her. In Missouri, a recognized superiority attached to any person who hailed from Old Virginia, and this superiority was exalted to supremacy when a person of such nativity could also prove descent from the first families of that great commonwealth. The Howards and Driscolls were of this aristocracy. In their eyes, it was a nobility. It had its unwritten laws, and they were as clearly defined and as strict as any that could be found among the printed statutes of the land. The FFV was born a gentleman. His highest duty in life was to watch over the great inheritance and keep it unsmirched. He must keep his honour spotless. Those laws were his chart. His course was marked out on it. If he swerved from it by so much as half a point of the compass, it meant shipwreck to his honour, that is to say, degradation from his rank as a gentleman. These laws required certain things of him which his religion might forbid. Then his religion must yield. The laws could not be relaxed to accommodate religions or anything else. Honour stood first, and the laws defined what it was and wherein it differed in certain details from honour as defined by church creeds and by the social laws and customs of some of the minor divisions of the globe that had got crowded out when the sacred boundaries of Virginia were staked out. If Judge Driscoll was the recognised first citizen of Dawson's Landing, Pembroke Howard was easily its recognised second citizen. He was called the Great Lawyer, an earned title. He and Driscoll were of the same age, a year or two past 60. Although Driscoll was a freethinker and Howard a strong and determined Presbyterian, their warm intimacy suffered no impairment in consequence. They were men whose opinions were their own property and not subject to revision and amendment, suggestion, or criticism by anybody, even their friends. The day's fishing finished, they came floating downstream in their skiff, talking national politics and other high matters, and presently met a skiff coming up from town, with a man in it who said, "I reckon you know one of the new twins gave your nephew a kicking last night, Judge." "Did what?" "Gave him a kicking." The old judge's lips paled, and his eyes began to flame. He choked with anger for a moment, then he got out what he was trying to say. Well, go on. Give me the details." The man did it. At the finish the judge was silent a minute, turning over in his mind the shameful picture of Tom's flight over the footlights. Then he said, as if musing aloud, "H.M., I don't understand it. I was asleep at home. He didn't wake me. Thought he was competent to manage his affair without my help, I reckon." His face lit up with pride and pleasure at that thought, and he said with a cheery complacency, "I like that. It's the true old blood. Hey, Pembroke." Howard smiled an iron smile, and nodded his head approvingly. Then the newsbringer spoke again. "But Tom beat the twin on the trial." The judge looked at the man wonderingly, and said, "The trial? What trial?" "Why, Tom had him up before Judge Robinson for assault and battery." The old man shrank suddenly together like one who has received a death stroke. Howard sprang for him as he sank forward in a swoon, and took him in his arms, and bedded him on his back in the boat. He sprinkled water in his face, and said to the startled visitor, "Go, now, don't let him come to and find you here. You see what an effect your heedless speech has had. You ought to have been more considerate than to blurt out such a cruel piece of slander as that. I'm right down sorry I did it now, Mr. Howard, and I wouldn't have done it if I had thought, but it ain't slander. It's perfectly true, just as I told him." He rowed away. Presently the old judge came out of his faint and looked up piteously into the sympathetic face that was bent over him. "Say it ain't true, Pembroke. Tell me it ain't true," he said in a weak voice. There was nothing weak in the deep organ tones that responded. "You know it's a lie as well as I do, old friend." "He is of the best blood of the Old Dominion." "God bless you for saying it," said the old gentleman, fervently. "Ah, Pembroke, it was such a blow." Howard stayed by his friend, and saw him home, and entered the house with him. It was dark, and past supper time, but the judge was not thinking of supper. He was eager to hear the slander refuted from headquarters, and as eager to have Howard hear it, too. Tom was sent for, and he came immediately. He was bruised and lame, and was not a happy-looking object. His uncle made him sit down, and said, "We have been hearing about your adventure, Tom," with a handsome lie added for embellishment. "Now pulverize that lie to dust. What measures have you taken? How does the thing stand?" Tom answered guilelessly, "It don't stand at all. It's all over. I had him up in court and beat him. Pudd'nhead Wilson defended him. First case he ever had, and lost it. The judge fined the miserable hound $5 for the assault." Howard and the judge sprang to their feet with the opening sentence. Why, neither knew. Then they stood gazing vacantly at each other. Howard stood a moment, then sat mournfully down without saying anything. The judge's wrath began to kindle, and he burst out, "You cur! You scum! You vermin! Do you mean to tell me that blood of my race has suffered a blow and crawled to a court of law about it? Answer me." Tom's head drooped, and he answered with an eloquent silence. His uncle stared at him with a mixed expression of amazement and shame and incredulity that was sorrowful to see. At last he said, "Which of the twins was it?" "Count Luigi." "You have challenged him." "No," hesitated Tom, turning pale. "You will challenge him tonight. Howard will carry it." Tom began to turn sick, and to show it. He turned his hat round and round in his hand, his uncle glowering blacker and blacker upon him as the heavy seconds drifted by. Then at last he began to stammer, and said piteously, "Oh, please, don't ask me to do it, uncle. He is a murderous devil. I never could. I'm afraid of him." Old Driscoll's mouth opened and closed 3 times before he could get it to perform its office. Then he stormed out, "A coward in my family. A Driscoll a coward. Oh, what have I done to deserve this infamy?" He tottered to his secretary in the corner, repeated that lament again and again in heart-breaking tones, and got out of a drawer of paper, which he slowly tore to bits, scattering the bits absently in his track as he walked up and down the room, still grieving and lamenting. At last he said, "There it is, shreds and fragments once more, my will. Once more you have forced me to disinherit you, you base son of a most noble father. Leave my sight. Go, before I spit on you." The young man did not tarry. Then the judge turned to Howard. "You will be my second, old friend, of course. There is pen and paper. Draft the cartel, and lose no time." "The Count shall have it in his hands in 15 minutes, said Howard. Tom was very heavy-hearted. His appetite was gone with his property and his self-respect. He went out the back way and wandered down the obscure lane grieving, and wondering if any course of future conduct, however discreet and carefully perfected and watched over, could win back his uncle's favour and persuade him to reconstruct once more that generous will which had just gone to ruin before his eyes. He finally concluded that it could. He said to himself that he had accomplished this sort of triumph once already, and that what had been done once could be done again. He would set about it. He would bend every energy to the task, and he would score the triumph once more, cost what it might to his convenience, limit as it might his frivolous and liberty-loving life. To begin, he says to himself, "I'll square up with the proceeds of my raid, and then gambling has got to be stopped and stopped short of. It's the worst vice I've got from my standpoint, anyway, because it's the one he can most easily find out through the impatience of my creditors. He thought it expensive to have to pay $200 to them for me once. Expensive _THATY. It cost me the whole of his fortune. But, of course, he never thought of that. Some people can't think of any but their own side of a case. If he had known how deep I am in now, Will would have gone to pot without waiting for a Jill to help. $300. It's a pile. But he'll never hear of it, I'm thankful to say. The minute I've cleared it off, I'm safe, and I'll never touch a card again. Anyway, I won't while he lives, I make oath to that. I'm entering on my last reform, I know it, yes, and I'll win. But after that, if I ever slip again, I'm gone." Chapter 13. Tom stares at Rune_WHEN. I reflect upon the number of disagreeable people who I know have gone to a better world. I am moved to lead a different life. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _OCTOBR. This is one of the peculiarly dangerous months to speculate in stocks in. The others are July, January, September, April, November, May, March, June, December, August, and February. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar thus mournfully communing with himself. Tom moped along the lane past Pudd'nhead Wilson's house, and still on and on between fences enclosing vacant country on each hand till he neared the haunted house. Then he came moping back again, with many sighs and heavy with trouble. He sorely wanted cheerful company. Rowena. His heart gave a bound at the thought, but the next thought quieted it. The detested twins would be there. He was on the inhabited side of Wilson's house, and now as he approached it, he noticed that the sitting room was lighted. This would do. Others made him feel unwelcome sometimes, but Wilson never failed in courtesy toward him, and a kindly courtesy does at least save one's feelings, even if it is not professing to stand for a welcome. Wilson heard footsteps at his threshold, then the clearing of a throat. It's the fickle-tempered, dissipated young goose. Poor devil, he find friends pretty scarce today, likely, after the disgrace of carrying a personal assault case into a law court. A dejected knock. Come in. Tom entered, and dropped into a chair, without saying anything. Wilson said kindly, "Why, my boy, you look desolate. Don't take it so hard. Try and forget you have been kicked." "Oh, dear," said Tom, wretchedly. "It's not that, Pudd'nhead, it's not that. It's 1,000 times worse than that." "Oh, yes, 1,000,000 times worse." "Why, Tom, what do you mean?" "Has Rowena flung me? _NO_. But the old man has," Wilson said to himself, "aha," and thought of the mysterious girl in the bedroom. "The Driscolls have been making discoveries." Then he said aloud, gravely, "Tom, there are some kinds of dissipation which—" "Oh, shucks, this hasn't got anything to do with dissipation. He wanted me to challenge that darned Italian savage, and I wouldn't do it." "Yes, of course he would do that," said Wilson in a meditative matter-of-course way, "but the thing that puzzled me was why he didn't look to that last night, for one thing, and why he let you carry such a matter into a court of law at all, either before the duel or after it. It's no place for it. It was not like him. I couldn't understand it. How did it happen?" "It happened because he didn't know anything about it. He was asleep when I got home last night." "And you didn't wake him?" "Tom, is it possible?" Tom was not getting much comfort here. He fidgeted a moment, then said, "I didn't choose to tell him, that's all. He was going a-fishing before dawn, with Pembroke Howard, and if I got the twins into the common calaboose, and I thought sure I could, I never dreamed of their slipping out on a paltry fine for such an outrageous offence. Well, once in the calaboose they would be disgraced, and Uncle wouldn't want any jails with its sort of characters, and wouldn't allow any. Tom, I am ashamed of you. I don't see how you could treat your good old uncle so. I am a better friend of his than you are, for if I had known the circumstances I would have kept that case out of court until I got word to him and let him have the gentleman's chance." "You would?" exclaimed Tom, with lively surprise. "And did your first case. And you know perfectly well there never would have been any case if he had got the chance, don't you? And you'd have finished your days a pauper nobody, instead of being an actually launched and recognised lawyer today. And you would really have done that, would you?" "Certainly." Tom looked at him a moment or two, then shook his head sorrowfully and said, "I believe you. Upon my word I do. I don't know why I do, but I do. Pudd'nhead Wilson, I think you're the biggest fool I ever saw." "Thank you. Don't mention it." "Well, he has been requiring you to fight the Italian, and you have refused. You degenerate remnant of an honourable line. I'm thoroughly ashamed of you, Tom." "Oh, that's nothing. I don't care for anything, now that the will's torn up again." "Tom, tell me squarely, didn't he find any fault with you for anything but those two things, carrying the case into court and refusing to fight?" He watched the young fellow's face narrowly, but it was entirely reposeful, and so also was the voice that answered, "No, he didn't find any other fault with me. If he had had any to find, he would have begun yesterday, for he was just in the humour for it. He drove the jackpot around town and showed them the sights, and when he came home he couldn't find his father's old silver watch that don't keep time and he thinks so much of, and couldn't remember what he did with it 3 or 4 days ago when he saw it last, and when I suggested that it probably wasn't lost but stolen, It put him in a regular passion, and he said I was a fool, which convinced me, without any trouble, that was just what he was afraid had happened, himself, but did not want to believe it, because lost things stand a better chance of being found again than stolen ones. We, whistled Wilson. Score another on the list. Another what? Another theft. Theft. Yes, theft. That watch isn't lost, it's stolen. There's been another raid on the town, and just the same old mysterious sort of thing that has happened once before, as you remember. You don't mean it? It's as sure as you're born. Have you missed anything yourself? No. That is, I did miss a silver pencil case that Aunt Mary Pratt gave me last birthday. You'll find it stolen, that's what you'll find. No, I shan't, for when I suggested theft about the watch and got such a rap, I went and examined my room, and the pencil case was missing, but it was only mislaid, and I found it again. You're sure you missed nothing else? Well, nothing of consequence. I missed a small plain gold ring worth $2 or $3, but that will turn up. I'll look again. In my opinion you'll not find it. There's been a raid, I tell you. Come _in. Mr. Justice Robinson entered, followed by Buxton and the town constable, Jim Blake. They sat down, and after some wandering and nameless weather conversation Wilson said, by the way, we've just added another to the list of thefts, maybe two. Judge Driscoll's old silver watch is gone, and Tom here has missed a gold ring. Well, it is a bad business, said the Justice, and gets worse the further it goes. The Hankses, the Dobsons, the Pellegrews, the Ortons, the Grangers, the Hales, the Fullers, the Holcombs, in fact everybody that lives around about Patsy Cooper's had been robbed of little things like trinkets and teaspoons and such like small valuables that are easily carried off. It's perfectly plain that the thief took advantage of the reception at Patsy Cooper's when all the neighbours were in her house and all their niggers hanging around her fence for a look at the show, to raid the vacant houses undisturbed. Patsy is miserable about it. Miserable on account of the neighbours, and particularly miserable on account of her foreigners, of course, so miserable on their account that she hasn't any room to worry about her own little losses. It's the same old raider, said Wilson. I suppose there isn't any doubt about that. Constable Blake doesn't think so. No, you're wrong there, said Blake. The other times it was a man. There was plenty of signs of that, as we know, in the profession, though we never got hands on him. But this time it's a woman. Wilson thought of the mysterious girl straight off. She was always in his mind now, but she failed him again. Blake continued, she's a stoop-shouldered old woman with a covered basket on her arm, in a black veil, dressed in mourning. I saw her going aboard the ferry boat yesterday. Lives in Illinois, I reckon. But I don't care where she lives. I'm going to get her. She can make herself sure of that. What makes you think she's the thief? Well, there ain't any other, for one thing. And for another, some nigger dray men that happened to be driving along saw her coming out of or going into houses, and told me so. And it just happens that they was robbed, every time. It was granted that this was plenty good enough circumstantial evidence. A pensive silence followed, which lasted some moments. Then Wilson said, there's one good thing, anyway. She can't either pawn or sell Count Luigi's costly Indian dagger. Said Tom. Is that gone? Yes. Well, that was a haul. But why can't she pawn it or sell it? Because when the twins went home from the Sons of Liberty meeting last night, news of the raid was sifting in from everywhere, and Aunt Patsy was in distress to know if they had lost anything. They found that the dagger was gone, and they notified the police and pawnbrokers everywhere. It was a great haul, yes, but the old woman won't get anything out of it, because you'll get caught. Did they offer a reward? Asked Buckstone. Yes, $500 for the knife, and $500 more for the thief. What a leather-headed idea, exclaimed the constable. The thief dasn't go near them, nor send anybody. Whoever goes is going to get himself nabbed, for there ain't any pawnbroker that's going to lose the chance to. If anybody had noticed Tom's face at that time, the grey-green colour of it might have provoked curiosity, but nobody did. He said to himself, I'm gone. I never can square up. The rest of the plunder won't pawn or sell for half of the bill. Oh, I know it. I'm gone, and this time it's for good. Oh, This is awful. I don't know what to do, nor which way to turn. Softly, softly, said Wilson to Blake. I planned their scheme for them at midnight last night, and it was all finished up shipshape by to this morning. They'll get their dagger back, and then I'll explain to you how the thing was done. There were strong signs of a general curiosity, and Buckstone said, Well, you have whetted us up pretty sharp, Wilson, and I'm free to say that if you don't mind telling us in confidence, oh, I'd as soon tell us not, Buckstone, but as long as the twins and I agreed to say nothing about it, we must let it stand so. But you can take my word for it, you won't be kept waiting 3 days. Somebody will apply for the reward pretty promptly, and I'll show you the thief and the dagger both very soon afterward. The constable was disappointed, and also perplexed. He said, It may all be, yes, and I hope it will, but I'm blamed if I can see my way through it. It's too many for yours truly. The subject seemed about talked out. Nobody seemed to have anything further to offer. After a silence, the Justice of the Peace informed Wilson that he and Buckstone and the constable had come as a committee, on the part of the Democratic Party, to ask him to run for mayor, for the little town was about to become a city and the first charter election was approaching. It was the first attention which Wilson had ever received at the hands of any party. It was a sufficiently humble one, but it was a recognition of his debut into the town's life and activities at last. It was a step upward, and he was deeply gratified. He accepted, and the committee departed, followed by young Tom. Chapter 14. Roxana insists upon reform _THE true southern watermelon is a boon apart, and not to be mentioned with commoner things. It is chief of this world's luxuries, king by the grace of God over all the fruits of the earth. When one has tasted it, he knows what the angels eat. It was not a southern watermelon that Eve took. We know it because she repented. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. About the time that Wilson was bowing the committee out, Pembroke Howard was entering the next house to report. He found the old judge sitting grim and straight in his chair, waiting. Well, Howard, the news. The best in the world. Accepts, does he? And the light of battle gleamed joyously in the judge's eye. Accepts. Why, he jumped at it. Did he? Now that's fine, that's very fine. I like that. When is it to be? Now, straight off. Tonight. An admirable fellow. Admirable. He's a darling. Why, it's an honour as well as a pleasure to stand up before such a man. Come, off with you. Go and arrange everything, and give him my heartiest compliments. A rare fellow, indeed, an admirable fellow, as you have said. I'll have him in the vacant stretch between Wilson's and the haunted house within the hour, and I'll bring my own pistols. Judge Driscoll began to walk the floor in a state of pleased excitement, but presently he stopped, and began to think of Tom. Twice he moved toward the secretary, and twice he turned away again. But finally he said, This may be my last night in the world. I must not take the chance. He is worthless and unworthy, but it is largely my fault. He was entrusted to me by my brother on his dying bed, and I have indulged him to his heart. Instead of training him up severely, and making a man of him, I have violated my trust, and I must not add the sin of desertion to that. I have forgiven him once already, and would subject him to a long and hard trial before forgiving him again. If I could live, but I must not run that risk. No, I must restore the will. But if I survive the duel, I will hide it away, and he will not know, and I will not tell him until he reforms, and I see that his reformation is going to be permanent. He read the will, and his ostensible nephew was heir to a fortune again. As he was finishing his task, Tom, wearied with another brooding tramp, entered the house and went tiptoeing past the sitting-room door. He glanced in, and hurried on, for the sight of his uncle was nothing but terrors for him tonight. But his uncle was writing. That was unusual at this late hour. What could he be writing? A chill of anxiety settled down upon Tom's heart. Did that writing concern him? He was afraid so. He reflected that when ill luck begins, it does not come in sprinkles, but in showers. He said he would get a glimpse of the document or know the reason why. He heard someone coming, and stepped out of sight and hearing. It was Pembroke Howard. What could be hatching? Howard said, with great satisfaction, Everything's right and ready. He's gone to the battleground with his second and the surgeon, also with his brother. I've arranged it all with Wilson. Wilson's his second. We are to have 3 shots apiece. Good. How is the moon? Bright as day, nearly perfect for the distance, 15 yards. No wind, not a breath. Hot and still. All good, all first rate. Here, Pembroke, read this, and witness it. Pembroke read and witnessed the will, then gave the old man's hand a hearty shake and said, "Now that's right, York, but I knew you would do it. You couldn't leave that poor chap to fight along without means or profession, with certain defeat before him. And I knew you wouldn't, for his father's sake if not for his own. For his dead father's sake, I couldn't, I know, for poor Percy, but you know what Percy was to me. But mind, Tom is not to know of this unless I fall tonight. I understand. I'll keep the secret." The judge put the will away, and the 2 started for the battleground. In another minute the will was in Tom's hands. His misery vanished, his feelings underwent a tremendous revulsion. He put the will carefully back in its place, and spread his mouth and swung his hat once, twice, 3 times around his head, in imitation of 3 rousing huzzas, no sound issuing from his lips. He fell to communing with himself excitedly and joyously, but every now and then he let off another volley of dumb hurrahs. He said to himself, "I've got the fortune again, but I'll not let on that I know about it. And this time I'm going to hang on to it. I take no more risks. I'll gamble no more, I'll drink no more, because I'll not go where there's any of that sort of thing going on again. It's the sure way, and the only sure way. I might have thought of it sooner, well, yes, if I had wanted to. But now, dear me, I've had a scare this time, and I'll take no more chances. Not a single chance more. Land. I persuaded myself this evening that I could fetch him around without any great amount of effort, but I've been getting more and more heavy-hearted and doubtful straight along, ever since. If he tells me about this thing, all right, but if he doesn't, I shan't let on. I'd like to tell Pudd'nhead, Wilson, but no, I'll think about that. Perhaps I won't." He whirled off another dead huzza, and said, "I'm reformed, and this time I'll stay so, sure." He was about to close with a final grand silent demonstration, when he suddenly recollected that Wilson had put it out of his power to pawn or sell the Indian knife, and that he was once more in awful peril of exposure by his creditors for that reason. His joy collapsed utterly, and he turned away and moped toward the door, moaning and lamenting over the bitterness of his luck. He dragged himself upstairs, and brooded in his room a long time, disconsolate and forlorn, with Luigi's Indian knife for a text. At last he sighed and said, "When I supposed these tones were glass in this ivory bone, the thing hadn't any interest for me because it hadn't any value, and couldn't help me out of my trouble. But now, why, now it is full of interest, yes, and of a sort to break a body's heart. It's a bag of gold that has turned to dirt and ashes in my hands. It could save me, and save me so easily, and yet I've got to go to ruin. It's like drowning with a life preserver in my reach. All the hard luck comes to me, and all the good luck goes to other people. Pudd'nhead Wilson, for instance, even his career has got a sort of a little start at last, and what has he done to deserve it? I should like to know. Yes, he has opened his own road, but he isn't content with that, but must block mine. It's a sordid, selfish world, and I wish I was out of it." He allowed the light of the candle to play upon the jewels of the sheath, but the flashings and sparklings had no charm for his eye. They were only just so many pangs to his heart. "I must not say anything to Roxy about this thing," he said. "She is too daring. She would be for digging these stones out and selling them, and then, why, she would be arrested and the stones traced, and then," the thought made him quake, and he hid the knife away, trembling all over and glancing furtively about, like a criminal who fancies that the accuser is already at hand. Should he try to sleep? Oh, no, sleep was not for him. His trouble was too haunting, too afflicting for that. He must have somebody to mourn with. He would carry his despair to Roxy. He had heard several distant gunshots, but that sort of thing was not uncommon, and they had made no impression upon him. He went out at the back door, and turned westward. He passed Wilson's house and proceeded along the lane, and presently saw several figures approaching Wilson's place through the vacant lot. These were the duelists returning from the fight. He thought he recognized them, but as he had no desire for white people's company, he stooped down behind the fence until they were out of his way. Roxy was feeling fine, she said. Why was you, child? Weren't you in it? In what? In the duel. Duel. Has there been a duel? Costy has. The old judge has been having a duel with one o' them twins. Great Scott. Then he added to himself, that's what made him remake the will. He thought he might get killed, and it softened him toward me. And that's what he and Howard were so busy about. Oh dear, if the twin had only killed him, I should be out of my— What is you mumbling about, Chambers? Why was you? Didn't you know they was going to be a duel? No, I didn't. The old man tried to get me to fight one with Count Luigi, but he didn't succeed, so I reckon he concluded to patch up the family honour himself. He laughed at the idea, and went rambling on with a detailed account of his talk with the judge, and how shocked and ashamed the judge was to find that he had a coward in his family. He glanced up at last, and got a shock himself. Roxana's bosom was heaving with suppressed passion, and she was glowering down upon him with measureless contempt written in her face. "And you refuse to fight a man that kicked you, Stido, jump in at the chance. And you ain't got no mo feeling, then to come and tell me that fetch sick a po low down ornery rabbit into the world. Pa, it make me sick. It's the niggering you, that's what it is. 31 parts o' you is white, and only 1 part nigger, and that po little 1 part is yo soul. 'Tain't worth 7. 'Tain't worth totin' out on a shovel and throwin' in the gutter. You has disgraced yo birth. What would yo ba think o' you? It's enough to make him turn in his grave." The last 3 sentences stung Tom into a fury, and he said to himself that if his father were only alive and in reach of assassination, his mother would soon find that he had a very clear notion of the size of his indebtedness to that man, and was willing to pay it up in full, and would do it too, even at risk of his life. But he kept this thought to himself. That was safest in his mother's present state. Whatever has come o' yo Essex blood, that's what I can't understand. And it ain't only just Essex blood that's in you, not by a long sight. Did it ain't? My great-great-great-grandfather in yo great-great-great-great-grandfather was old Captain John Smith, the highest blood that whole Virginia ever turned out, and his great-great-grandmother, or summers along back da, was Pocahontas the Injun Queen, and her husband was a nigger king out in Africa, and yet here yous is Lincoln out in the duel and disgracing our whole line like a ornery low-down hound. Yes, it's the niggering you. She sat down on her candle box and fell into a reverie. Tom did not disturb her. He sometimes lacked prudence, but it was not in circumstances of this kind. Roxana's storm went gradually down, but it died hard, and even when it seemed to be quite gone, it would now and then break out in a distant rumble, so to speak, in the form of muttered ejaculations. One of these was, "Ain't nigger enough in him to show in his fingernails, and that takes mighty little, yet des enough to paint his soul." Presently she muttered, "Ya, sir, enough to paint a whole thimbleful of M." At last her ramblings ceased altogether, and her countenance began to clear, a welcome sight to Tom, who had learned her moods, and knew she was on the threshold of good humour now. He noticed that from time to time she unconsciously carried her finger to the end of her nose. He looked closer and said, "Why, Mammy, the end of your nose is skinned. How did it come?" She sent out the sort of whole-hearted peal of laughter which God had vouchsafed in its perfection to none but the happy angels in heaven and the bruised and broken black slave on the earth, and said, "Dad fetch that jewel, I been in it myself." Gracious! Did a bullet do that? "Ya, sir, you bet it did." "Well, I declare. Why, how did it happen?" "Happened this way. I was a-settin' here kinder dozin' in the dark, and bang exclamation mark goes a gun, right out da. I skips along out towards t'other end o' the house to see what's gwine on, and stops by the old window on the side towards Pudd'nhead Wilson's house that ain't got no sash in it, but they ain't none of 'em got any sashes, for as that's concerned, and I stood da in the dark and look out, and dar in the moonlight, right down under me, as one o' the twins a-cussin', not much, but just a cussin' soft, it as the brown one dat as cussin'. Cass he was hitting the shoulder. And Dr. Claypool he was a working at him, and Pudd'nhead Wilson he was a helping, and old Judge Driscoll and Pem Howard was a standing out yonder a little piece waiting for him to get ready agin. And Treckley they squared off and give they word, and bang, bang went they pistols, and they Twain he say, ouch. Hit him on day hand this time, and I hear that same bullet go underscore SPAT agin day logs under day winder. And day next time they shoot, they Twain say, ouch. Agin, and I done it too. Cast a bullet glance on his cheekbone and skip up here and glance on day side o' day winder and was right across my face and tucked a hide off my nose. Why, if I'd been just an inch or an inch and a half further, he would tucked a whole nose and disfigured me. Here's day bullet. I hunted her up. Did you stand there all the time? That's a question to ask, ain't it? What else would I do? Does I get a chance to see a jewel every day? Why, you were right in range. Weren't you afraid? The woman gave a sniff of scorn. Fraid? Day Smith Pocahontas ain't fraid o' nothing, let alone bullets. They've got pluck enough, I suppose. What they lack is judgment. Underscore I underscore wouldn't have stood there. Nobody's accusing you. Did anybody else get hurt? Yes, we all got hit, sep day Bon, Twain and day Doctor and day Seconds. Day Judge didn't get hurt, but I hear Pudd'nhead say day bullet snips and mow his hat off. George, said Tom to himself, to come so near being out of my trouble, and miss it by an inch. Oh dear, dear, he will live to find me out and sell me to some nigger trader, yep, yes, and he would do it in a minute. Then he said aloud, in a grave tone, Mother, we are in an awful fix. Roxanne caught her breath with a spasm, and said, Chilly, what you hit a body so sudden for, like that? What's been and gone and happen? Well, there's one thing I didn't tell you. When I wouldn't fight, he tore up the will again, and Roxana's face turned a dead white, and she said, now he's underscore DONE, done forever. That's the end. Both on us is going to starve to wait and hear me through, can't you? I reckon that one he resolved to fight, himself. He thought he might get killed and not have a chance to forgive me any more in this life, so he made the will again, and I've seen it, and it's all right. But, oh, thank goodness, Den was safe again. Safe. And so what did you want to come here and talk sick dreadful? Hold on, I tell you, and let me finish. The swag I gathered won't half square me up, and the first thing we know, my creditors, well, you know what'll happen. Roxana dropped her chin, and told her son to leave her alone. She must think this matter out. Presently she said impressively, you got to go mighty careful now, I tell you. And here's what you got to do. He didn't get killed, and if you gives him daily's reason, he'll bust a will agin, and that's day last time, now you hear me. So, you's got to show him what you can do in the next few days. You got to be pissin' good, and let him see it. You got to do everything that'll make him believe in you. And you got to sweeten around ol' Aunt Pratt, too. She's powerful strong with day Judge, and Davy's fryin'. You got. Next, you go long away to St. Louis, and that'll keep him in your favour. Then you go and make a bargain with them people. You tell he ain't going to live long, and that's day fact, too. And tell you'll pay interest, and big interest, too. 10 per, what you call it, 10% a month. That's it. Then you take and sell your truck around, a little at a time, and pay the interest. How long will it last? I think there's enough to pay the interest 5 or 6 months. Then you's all right. If he don't die in 6 months, that don't make no difference. Providence'll provide. He's going to be safe if you behaves. She been an austere on him and added, and you is going to behave. Does you know that? He laughed and said he was going to try. Anyway, she did not unbend. She said gravely, Tryin' ain't the thing. He's going to do it. You ain't going to steal a pin, 'cause it ain't safe no more. And you ain't going under no bad company, not even once. You understand? And you ain't going to drink a drop, nearly a single drop. And you ain't going to gamble one single gamble, not one. This ain't what he's going to try to do. It's what he's going to do. And I'll tell you how he knows it. This is how. I's going to follow along to St. Louis my own self, and you's going to come to me every day o' your life, and I'll look you over. And if you fails in one single one o' them things, just own I take my oath I'll come straight down to this town and tell Dajid she's a nigger and a slave and prove it. She paused to let her words sink home. Then she added, Chambers, does you believe me when I says that? Tom was sober enough now. There was no levity in his voice when he answered, Yes, mother, I know. Now that I'm reformed, and permanently, and beyond the reach of any human temptation. Then glong home and begin. Chapter 15. The robber robbed _NOTHING so needs reforming as other people's habits. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _BEHOLD. The fool saith, Put not all thine eggs in the one basket, which is but a manner of saying, Scatter your money and your attention. But the wise man saith, Put all your eggs in the one basket and watch that basket! Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. What a time of it Dawson's Landing was having. All its life it had been asleep, but now it hardly got a chance for a nod. So swiftly did big events and crashing surprises come along in one another's wake. Friday morning, first glimpse of real nobility. Also grand reception at Aunt Patsy Cooper's. Also great robber raid. Friday evening, dramatic kicking of the ear of the chief citizen in presence of 400 people. Saturday morning, emergencies practicing lawyer of the long-submerged Pudd'nhead Wilson. Saturday night, duel between chief citizen and titled stranger. The people took more pride in the duel than in all the other events put together. Perhaps it was a glory to their town to have such a thing happen there. In their eyes the principals had reached the summit of human honour. Everybody paid homage to their names. Their praises were in all mouths. Even the duelist subordinates came in for a handsome share of the public approbation, wherefore Pudd'nhead Wilson must suddenly become a man of consequence. When asked to run for the mayoralty Saturday night, he was risking defeat, but Sunday morning found him a made man and his success assured. The twins were prodigiously great now. The town took them to its bosom with enthusiasm. Day after day, and night after night, they went dining and visiting from house to house, making friends, enlarging and solidifying their popularity, and charming and surprising all with their musical prodigies, and now and then heightening the effects with samples of what they could do in other directions, out of their stock of rare and curious accomplishments. They were so pleased that they gave the regulation 30 days' notice, the required preparation for citizenship, and resolved to finish their days in this pleasant place. That was the climax. The delighted community rose as one man and applauded, and when the twins were asked to stand for seats in the forthcoming aldermanic board, and consented, the public contentment was rounded and complete. Tom Driscoll was not happy over these things. They sunk deep, and hurt all the way down. He hated the one twin for kicking him, and the other one for being the kicker's brother. Now and then the people wondered why nothing was heard of the raider, or of the stolen knife or the other plunder, but nobody was able to throw any light on that matter. Nearly a week had drifted by, and still the thing remained a vexed mystery. On Sunday Constable Blake and Pudd'nhead Wilson met on the street, and Tom Driscoll joined them in time to open their conversation for them. He said to Blake, "You are not looking well, Blake. You seem to be annoyed about something. Has anything gone wrong in the detective business? I believe you fairly and justifiably claim to have a pretty good reputation in that line, isn't it so?" Which made Blake feel good, and look it, but Tom added, for a country detective, which made Blake feel the other way, and not only look it, but betray it in his voice. "Yes, sir, I have got a reputation, and it's as good as anybody's in the profession, too, country or no country. Oh, I beg pardon, I didn't mean any offence. What I started out to ask was only about the old woman that raided the town. The stoop-shouldered old woman, you know, that you said you were going to catch. And I knew you would, too, because you have the reputation of never boasting. And, well, you've caught the old woman. Damn the old woman. Why, sho. You don't mean to say you haven't caught her?" "No, I haven't caught her. If anybody could have caught her, I could, but nobody could, and I don't care who he is. I am sorry, real sorry, for your sake, because, when it gets around that a detective has expressed himself confidently, and then, don't you worry, that's all, don't you worry. And as for the town needn't worry either. She's my mate. Make yourself easy about that. I'm on her track. I've got clues that's good. Now if you could get an old veteran detective down from St. Louis to help you find out what the clues mean, and where they lead to, and then I'm plenty veteran enough myself, and I don't need anybody's help. I'll have her inside of a month. That I'll swear to. Tom said carelessly. I suppose that will answer. Yes, that will answer. But I reckon she is pretty old, and old people don't often outlive the cautious pace of the professional detective when he has got his clues together and is out on his still hunt. Blake's dull face flushed under this jibe, but before he could set his retort in order, Tom had turned to Wilson, and was saying, with placid indifference of manner and voice, "Who got the reward, Pudd'nhead?" Wilson winced slightly, and saw that his own turn was come. What reward? Why, the reward for the thief, and the other one for the knife, Wilson answered, and rather uncomfortably, to judge by his hesitating fashion of delivering himself. Well, in face, nobody has claimed it yet. Tom seemed surprised. Why, is it so? Wilson showed a trifle of irritation when he replied, Yes, it's so. And what of it? Oh, nothing. Only I thought you had struck out a new idea, and invented a scheme that was going to revolutionize the time-worn and ineffectual methods of the... He stopped, and turned to Blake, who was happy now that another had taken his place on the gridiron. Blake, didn't you understand him to intimate that it wouldn't be necessary for you to hunt the old woman down? George, he said he'd have thief and swag both inside of 3 days. He did, by hokey, and that's just about a week ago. Why, I said at the time that no thief and no thief's pal was going to try to pawn or sell a thing where he knowed the pawnbroker could get both rewards by taking him into camp by the swag. It was the blessedest idea that ever I struck. You'd change your mind, said Wilson, with irritated bluntness, if you knew the entire scheme instead of only part of it. Well, said the constable, pensively, I had the idea that it wouldn't work, and up to now I'm right anyway. Very well. Then, let it stand at that, and give it a further show. It has worked at least as well as your own methods, you perceive. The constable hadn't anything handy to hit back with, so he discharged a discontented sniff, and said nothing. After the night that Wilson had partly revealed his scheme at his house, Tom had tried for several days to guess out the secret of the rest of it, but had failed. Then it occurred to him to give Roxana's smarter head a chance at it. He made up a supposititious case, and laid it before her. She thought it over, and delivered her verdict upon it. Tom said to himself, She's hit it, sure. He thought he would test that verdict now, and watch Wilson's face. So he said reflectively, Wilson, you're not a fool, a fact of recent discovery. Whatever your scheme was, it had sense in it, Blake's opinion to the contrary notwithstanding. I don't ask you to reveal it, but I will suppose a case which you will answer as a starting point for the real thing I am going to come at, and that's all I want. You offered $500 for the knife, and $500 for the thief. We will suppose, for argument's sake, that the first reward was advertised and the second offered by private letter to pawnbrokers, and Blake slapped his thigh, and cried out, By Jackson, he's got you, Pudd'nhead. Now why couldn't I or Anna Fool have thought of that? Wilson said to himself, anybody with a reasonably good head would have thought of it. I am not surprised that Blake didn't detect it. I am only surprised that Tom did. There is more to him than I supposed. He said nothing aloud, and Tom went on, Very well. The thief would not suspect that there was a trap, and he would bring or send the knife, and say he bought it for a song, or found it in the road, or something like that, and try to collect the reward, and be arrested, wouldn't he? Yes, said Wilson. I think so, said Tom. There can't be any doubt of it. Have you ever seen that knife? No. Has any friend of yours? Not that I know of. Well, I begin to think I understand why your scheme failed. What do you mean, Tom? What are you driving at? Asked Wilson, with a dawning sense of discomfort. Why, that there isn't any such knife. Look here, Wilson, said Blake. Tom Driscoll's right. For $1,000. If I had it. Wilson's blood warmed a little, and he wondered if he had been played upon by those strangers. It certainly had something of the look. But what could they gain by it? He threw out that suggestion. Tom replied, gain? Oh, nothing that you would value, maybe. But they are strangers making their way in a new community. Is it nothing to them to appear as pets of an Oriental prince at no expense? Is it nothing to them to be able to dazzle this poor town with $1,000 rewards at no expense? Wilson, there isn't any such knife, or your scheme would have fetched it to light. Or if there is any such knife, they've got it yet. I believe, myself, that they've seen such a knife, for Angelo pictured it out with his pencil too swiftly and handily for him to have been inventing it. And of course I can't swear that they've never had it, but this I'll go bail for. If they had it when they came to this town, they've got it yet. Blake said, it looks mighty reasonable, the way Tom puts it. It most certainly does. Tom responded, turning to leave. You find the old woman, Blake, and if she can't furnish the knife, go and search the twins. Tom sauntered away. Wilson felt a good deal depressed. He hardly knew what to think. He was loath to withdraw his faith from the twins, and was resolved not to do it on the present indecisive evidence. But, well, he would think, and then decide how to act. Blake, what do you think of this matter? Well, Pudd'nhead, I'm bound to say I put it up the way Tom does. They hadn't the knife, or if they had it, they've got it yet. The men parted. Wilson said to himself, I believe they had it. If it had been stolen, the scheme would have restored it, that is certain. And so I believe they've got it. Tom had no purpose in his mind when he encountered those two men. When he began his talk he hoped to be able to gall them a little and get a trifle of malicious entertainment out of it. But when he left in great spirits, for he perceived that just by pure luck and no troublesome labour he had accomplished several delightful things. He had touched both men on a raw spot and seen them squirm. He had modified Wilson's sweetness for the twins with one small bitter taste that he wouldn't be able to get out of his mouth right away. And, best of all, he had taken the hated twins down a peg with the community. For Blake would gossip around freely, after the manner of detectives, and within a week the town would be laughing at them in its sleeve for offering a gaudy reward for a bauble which they either never possessed or hadn't lost. Tom was very well satisfied with himself. Tom's behaviour at home had been perfect during the entire week. His uncle and aunt had seen nothing like it before. They could find no fault with him anywhere. Saturday evening he said to the judge, I've had something preying on my mind, uncle, and as I am going away, and might never see you again, I can't bear it any longer. I made you believe I was afraid to fight that Italian adventurer. I had to get out of it on some pretext or other, and maybe I chose badly, being taken unawares, but no honourable person could consent to meet him in the field, knowing what I knew about him. Indeed, what was that? Count Luigi is a confessed assassin. Incredible. It's perfectly true. Wilson detected it in his hand, by palmistry, and charged him with it, and cornered him up so close that he had to confess. But both twins begged us on their knees to keep the secret, and swore they would lead straight lives here. And it was all so pitiful that we gave our word of honour never to expose them while they kept the promise. You would have done it yourself, uncle. You're right, my boy, I would. A man's secret is still his own property, and sacred, when it has been surprised out of him like that. You did well, and I am proud of you. Then he added mournfully, but I wish I could have been saved the shame of meeting an assassin on the field of honour. It couldn't be helped, uncle. If I had known you were going to challenge him, I should have felt obliged to sacrifice my pledged word in order to stop it. But Wilson couldn't be expected to do otherwise than keep silent. Oh, no, Wilson did right, and is in no way to blame. Tom, you have lifted a heavy load from my heart. I was stung to the very soul when I seemed to have discovered that I had a coward in my family. You may imagine what it cost me to assume such a part, uncle. Oh, I know it, poor boy, I know it. And I can understand how much it has cost you to remain under that unjust stigma to this time. But it is all right now, and no harm is done. You have restored my comfort of mind, and with it your own, and both of us had suffered enough. The old man sat a while plunged in thought. Then he looked up with a satisfied light in his eye, and said, that this assassin should have put the affront upon me of letting me meet him on the field of honour as if he were a gentleman is a matter which I will presently settle, but not now. I will not shoot him until after election. I see a way to ruin them both before. I will attend to that first. Neither of them shall be elected, that I promise. You are sure that the fact that he is an assassin has not got abroad? Perfectly certain of it, sir. It will be a good card. I will fling a hidden at it from the stump on the polling day. It will sweep the ground from under both of them. There's not a doubt of it. It will finish them. That an outside work among the voters will, to a certainty. I want you to come down here by and work privately among the ragtag and bobtail. You shall spend money among them. I will furnish it. Another point scored against the detested twins. Really, it was a great day for Tom. He was encouraged to chance a parting shot, now at the same target, and did it. You know that wonderful Indian knife that the twins have been making such a to-do about. Well, there's no track or trace of it yet, so the town is beginning to sneer and gossip and laugh. Half the people believe they never had any such knife. The other half believe they had it and have got it still. I've heard 20 people talking like that today. Yes, Tom's blemishless week had restored him to the favour of his aunt and uncle. His mother was satisfied with him, too. Privately, she believed she was coming to love him, but she did not say so. She told him to go along to St. Louis now, and she would get ready and follow. Then she smashed her whiskey bottle and said, "Done now. I's a-gwine to make you walk as straight as a string, Chambers, and so I's bone. You ain't gwine to get no bad example out o' yo, mammy. I told you couldn't go into no bad company. Well, you's gwine into my company, and I's gwine to fill day bill. Now, den, trot along, trot along." Tom went aboard one of the big transient boats that night with his heavy satchel of miscellaneous plunder, and slept the sleep of the unjust, which is serener and sounder than the other kind, as we know by the hanging eve history of 1,000,000 rascals. But when he got up in the morning, luck was against him again. A brother thief had robbed him while he slept, and gone ashore at some intermediate landing. Chapter 16. Sold down the river _if you pick up a starving dog and make him prosperous, he will not bite you. This is the principal difference between a dog and a man. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _we all know about the habits of the ant, we know all about the habits of the bee, but we know nothing at all about the habits of the oyster. It seems almost certain that we have been choosing the wrong time for studying the oyster. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. When Roxana arrived, she found her son in such despair and misery that her heart was touched and her motherhood rose up strong in her. He was ruined past hope now. His destruction would be immediate and sure, and he would be an outcast and friendless. That was reason enough for a mother to love a child, so she loved him, and told him so. It made him wince, secretly, for she was a nigger. That he was one himself was far from reconciling him to that despised race. Roxana poured out endearments upon him, to which he responded uncomfortably, but as well as he could. And she tried to comfort him, but that was not possible. These intimacies quickly became horrible to him, and within the hour he began to try to get up courage enough to tell her so, and require that they be discontinued or very considerably modified. But he was afraid of her, and besides, there came a lull now, for she had begun to think. She was trying to invent a saving plan. Finally she started up, and said she had found a way out. Tom was almost suffocated by the joy of this sudden good news. Roxana said, "Here is day plan, and she'll win, sure. I's a nigger, and nobody ain't gwine to doubt it. That here's me talk. I's worth $600. Take and sell me, and pay off des gamblers." Tom was dazed. He was not sure he had heard aright. He was dumb for a moment, then he said, "Do you mean that you would be sold into slavery to save me? Ain't you my chilly? And does you know anything that a mother won't do for her chilly? Dey ain't nothing a white mother won't do for her chilly. Who made so? De Lord done it. And who made niggers? De Lord made In de inside, mothers is all de same. De good Lord he made so. I's gwine to be sold into slavery, and in a year I's gwine to buy you, ol' mammy free again. I'll show you how. That's de plan." Tom's hopes began to arise, and his spirits along with them. he said. It's lovely of you, Mommy. It's just say it again. And keep on saying it. It's all they pay a body can want in this world, and it's more than enough. Laws bless you, honey, when I slav around, and they busses me, if I knows you's a sayin' dat, way off yonder summers, it'll heal up all they sore places, and I can't stand 'em. I do say it again, Mommy, and I'll keep on saying it, too. But how am I going to sell you? You're free, you know. Much difference that make. White folks ain't particular. They lock and sell me now if they tell me to leave they state in 6 months and I don't go. You draw up a paper bill sale and put it way off yonder, down in the middle o' Kentuck summers, and sign some names to it, and say you'll sell me cheap, 'cause she's hard up. You'll find you ain't gwine to have no trouble. You take me up the country at peace, and sell me on a farm. Dem people ain't gwine to ask no questions if I's a bargain. Tom forged a bill of sale and sold his mother to an Arkansas cotton planter for a trifle over $600. He did not want to commit this treachery, but luck threw the man in his way, and this saved him the necessity of going up country to hunt up a purchaser, with the added risk of having to answer a lot of questions, whereas this planter was so pleased with Roxy that he asked next to none at all. Besides, the planter insisted that Roxy wouldn't know where she was, at first, and that by the time she found out she would already have been contented. So Tom argued with himself that it was an immense advantage for Roxy to have a master who was pleased with her, as this planter manifestly was. In almost no time his flowing reasonings carried him to the point of even half believing he was doing Roxy a splendid surreptitious service in selling her down the river. And then he kept diligently saying to himself all the time, "It's for only a year. In a year I buy her free again. She'll keep that in mind, and it'll reconcile her." Yes, the little deception could do no harm, and everything would come out right and pleasant in the end, anyway. By agreement, the conversation in Roxy's presence was all about the man's up-country farm, and how pleasant a place it was, and how happy the slaves were there. So poor Roxy was entirely deceived, and easily, for she was not dreaming that her own son could be guilty of treason to a mother who, involuntarily going into slavery of any kind, mild or severe, or of any duration, brief or long, was making a sacrifice for him compared with which death would have been a poor and commonplace one. She lavished tears and loving caresses upon him privately, and then went away with her owner, went away broken-hearted, and yet proud to do it. Tom scored his accounts, and resolved to keep to the very letter of his reform, and never to put that will in jeopardy again. He had $300 left. According to his mother's plan, he was to put that safely away, and add her half of his pension to it monthly. In 1 year this fund would buy her free again. For a whole week he was not able to sleep well, so much the villainy which he had played upon his trusting mother preyed upon his rag of conscience. But after that he began to get comfortable again, and was presently able to sleep like any other miscreant. The boat bore Roxy away from St. Louis at 4 in the afternoon, and she stood on the lower guard abaft the paddle box and watched Tom through a blur of tears until he melted into the throng of people and disappeared. Then she looked no more, but sat there on a coil of cable crying till far into the night. When she went to her foul steerage bunk at last, between the clashing engines, it was not to sleep, but only to wait for the morning, and, waiting, grieve. It had been imagined that she would not know, and would think she was travelling upstream. Why, she had been steamboating for years. At dawn she got up and went listlessly and sat down on the cable coil again. She passed many a snag whose break could have told her a thing to break her heart, for it showed a current moving in the same direction that the boat was going. But her thoughts were elsewhere, and she did not notice. But at last the roar of a bigger and nearer break than usual brought her out of her torpor, and she looked up, and her practised eye fell upon the telltale rush of water. For one moment her petrified gaze fixed itself there. Then her head dropped upon her breast, and she said, "Oh, the good Lord God have mercy on poor sinful me, I soul down the river." Chapter 17. The judge utters dire prophecy _EV in popularity can be overdone. In Rome, along at first, you are full of regrets that Michelangelo died. But by and by, you only regret that you didn't see him do it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _DULY4. Statistics show that we lose more fools on this day than in all the other days of the year put together. This proves, by the number left in stock, that 1/4 of July per year is now inadequate. The country has grown so. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The summer weeks dragged by, and then the political campaign opened in pretty warm fashion, and waxed hotter and hotter daily. The twins threw themselves into it with their whole heart, for their self-love was engaged. Their popularity, so general at first, had suffered afterward, mainly because they had been too popular, and so a natural reaction had followed. Besides, it had been diligently whispered around that it was curious, indeed, very curious, that the wonderful knife of theirs did not turn up, if it was so valuable, or if it had ever existed. And with the whisperings went chucklings and nudgings and winks, and such things have an effect. The twins considered that success in the election would reinstate them, and that defeat would work them irreparable damage. Therefore they worked hard, but not harder than Judge Driscoll and Tom worked against them in the closing days of the canvass. Tom's conduct had remained so letter-perfect during 2 whole months now, that his uncle not only trusted him with money with which to persuade voters, but trusted him to go and get it himself out of the safe in the private sitting-room. The closing speech of the campaign was made by Judge Driscoll, and he made it against both of the foreigners. It was disastrously effective. He poured out rivers of ridicule upon them, and forced the big mass meeting to laugh and applaud. He scoffed at them as adventurers, mountebanks, sideshow riffraff, dime museum freaks. He assailed their showy titles with measureless derision. He said they were back-alley barbers disguised as nobilities, peanut peddlers masquerading as gentlemen, organ grinders bereft of their brother monkey. At last he stopped and stood still. He waited until the place had become absolutely silent and expectant. Then he delivered his deadliest shot, delivered it with ice-cold seriousness and deliberation, with a significant emphasis upon the closing words. He said he believed that the reward offered for the lost knife was humbug and bunkum, and that its owner would know where to find it whenever he should have occasion to assassinate somebody. Then he stepped from the stand, leaving a startled and impressive hush behind him instead of the customary explosion of cheers and party cries. This strange remark flew far and wide over the town and made an extraordinary sensation. Everybody was asking, what could he mean by that? And everybody went on asking the question, but in vain, for the judge only said he knew what he was talking about, and stopped there. Tom said he hadn't any idea what his uncle meant, and Wilson, whenever he was asked what he thought it meant, parried the question by asking the questioner what he thought it meant. Wilson was elected. The twins were defeated, crushed, in fact, and left forlorn and substantially friendless. Tom went back to St. Louis happy. Dawson's Landing had a week of repose now, and it needed it. But it was in an expectant state, for the air was full of rumours of a new deal. Judge Driscoll's election labours had prostrated him, but it was said that as soon as he was well enough to entertain a challenge he would get one from Count Luigi. The brothers withdrew entirely from society, and nursed their humiliation in privacy. They avoided the people, and went out for exercise only late at night, when the streets were deserted. Chapter 18. Roxana commands _gratitude and treachery are merely the two extremities of the same procession. You have seen all of it that is worth staying for when the ban and the gaudy officials have gone by. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _THANKSGIVINGDY. Let us all give humble, hearty, and sincere thanks now, but the turkeys. In the island of Fiji they do not use turkeys, they use plumbers. It does not become you and me to sneer at Fiji. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The Friday after the election was a rainy one in St. Louis. It rained all day long, and rained hard, apparently trying its best to wash that soot black and town white, but of course not succeeding. Toward midnight Tom Driscoll arrived at his lodgings from the theatre in the heavy downpour, and closed his umbrella and let himself in. But when he would have shut the door, he found that there was another person entering, doubtless another lodger. This person closed the door and tramped upstairs behind Tom. Tom found his door in the dark, and entered it, and turned up the gas. When he faced about, lightly whistling, he saw the back of a man. The man was closing and locking his door from him. His whistle faded out and he felt uneasy. The man turned around, a wreck of shabby old clothes, sodden with rain and all a-drip, and showed a black face under an old slouch hat. Tom was frightened. He tried to order the man out, but the words refused to come, and the other man got the start. He said, in a low voice, "Keep still, Isio, mother." Tom sunk in a heap on a chair, and gasped out, "It was mean of me, and base, I know it, but I meant it for the best, I did indeed, I can swear it." Roxana stood a while looking mutely down on him while he writhed in shame and went on incoherently babbling self-accusations mixed with pitiful attempts at explanation and palliation of his crime. Then she seated herself and took off her hat, and her unkempt masses of long brown hair tumbled down about her shoulders. "It warn't no fault yon dat ain't grey," she said sadly, noticing the hair. I know it, I'm a scoundrel, but I swear I meant it for the best. It was a mistake, of course, but I thought it was for the best, I truly did." Roxana began to cry softly, and presently words began to find their way out between her sobs. They were uttered lamentingly, rather than angrily. "Sell a pussin down Day River, DOWN Day River, for Davies. I wouldn't treat a dog so. I is all broke down and wore out now, and so I reckon it ain't in me to storm around no more like I used to when I us trampled on en bust. I don't know, but maybe it's so. Leastways, I suffered so much that morning seemed to come mo handy to me now den stormin'." These words should have touched Tom Driscoll, but if they did, that effect was obliterated by a stronger one which removed the heavy weight of fear which lay upon him, and gave his crushed spirit a most grateful rebound, and filled all his small soul with a deep sense of relief. But he kept prudently still, and ventured no comment. There was a voiceless interval of some duration now, in which no sounds were heard but the beating of the rain upon the panes, the sighing and complaining of the winds, and now and then a muffled sob from Roxana. The sobs became more and more infrequent, and at last ceased. Then the refugee began to talk again. "Shut down dat light a little. More yet. A pussin dat is hunted don't like daylight. Dat'll do. I can see why you is, and that's enough. I's gwine to tell you detail, and cut it just as short as I can, and then I'll tell you what he's got to do. Dat man dat bought me ain't a bad man. He's good enough, as planters goes, and if he could, had his way I'd, been a house servant in his family and been comfortable. But his wife she was a Yank, and not right down good looking, and she was up patting me straight off. So den they send me out to day quarter, mongst de common feel hands. Dat woman warn't satisfied even with dat, but she worked up de overseer agin me. She us dat jealous and hateful. So de overseer he had me out before day and day mornings and work me day whole long day as long as day is any light to see by. And man is de lashins I got, cause I couldn't come up to day work day stronges. Dat overseer was a Yank too, out in New England, and anybody down south can tell you what dat mean. DEY knows how to work a nigger to death, and they knows how to whale till they backs is welted like a washboard. Long at fust my master say de good word for me to de overseer, but dat us bad for me, for de missed as she find it out, and arter dat I just catched it at every turn. They warn't no mercy for me no more. Tom's heart was fired with fury against the planter's wife, and he said to himself, but for that meddlesome fool, everything would have gone all right. He added a deep and bitter curse against her. The expression of this sentiment was fiercely written in his face, and stood thus revealed to Roxana by a white glare of lightning which turned the sombre dusk of the room into dazzling day at that moment. She was pleased and grateful, for did not that expression show that her child was capable of grieving for his mother's wrongs and of feeling resentment towards her persecutors, a thing which she had been doubting. But her flash of happiness was only a flash, and went out again and left her spirit dark, for she said to herself, "He sold me down Day River, he can't feel for a body long, this'll pass and go." Then she took up her tale again. "'Bout 10 days ago I sin to myself dat I couldn't last many more weeks. I so wore out with day awful work and day lashins, and so downhearted and miserable. And I didn't care no more, nother. Life warn't worth nothing to me, if I got to go on like dat. Well, When a body is in a frame o' mind like that, what do a body care what a body do? Dey was a little sickly nigger wench, 'bout 10-year-old at, us good to me, and hadn't no mammy, poor thing, and I loved her and she loved me. And she come out while I was workin', and she had a roasted tater, and tried to slip it to me, robbin' herself, you see, 'cause she knowed the overseer didn't give me enough to eat, and he catched her at it, and give her a lick across the back with his stick, which was as thick as a broom handle, and she drop screamin' on the ground, and squirmin', and wallerin' around in the dust like a spider that's got crippled. I couldn't stand it. All day hell fired at us, evering my heart flame up, and I snatched the stick out in his hand and laid him flat. He laid a moanin' and cussin', and all out of his head, you know, and the niggers us plumb skeered to death. They gathered round him to help him, and I jumped on his horse and took out for the river as tight as I could go. I knowed what they would do with me. Soon as he got well he would start and work me to death if master let him, and if they didn't do that, they'd sell me further down the river, and that's the same thing. So I load to drown myself and get out o' my troubles. It us getting towards dark. I us at the river in 2 minutes. Then I see a canoe, and I says they ain't no use to drown myself till I got to. So I ties the horse in the edge o' the timber and shove it down the river, keepin' in under the shelter o' the bluff bank and prayin' for the dark to shut down quick. I had a powerful good start, cast a big house, us 3 mile back from the river, and ony day work mules to ride that on, and ony niggers ride, and they warn't gwine to hurry, they'd gimme all the chance they could. Before a body could go to the house and back it would be long past dark, and they couldn't track the horse and find out which way I went till morning, and the niggers would tell all the lies they could about it. Well, the dark come, and I went on a spinning down the river. I paddled more'n 2 hours, then I weren't worried no more, so I quit paddling and floated down the current, considering what I was going to do if I didn't have to drown myself. I made up some plans, and floated along, turning over in my mind. Well, when it was a little past midnight, as I reckoned, and I had come 15 or 20 mile, I see daylights o' a steamboat layin' at the bank, where there weren't no town and no wood yard, and putty soon I catched the shape o' the chimbley tops agin the stars, and then good gracious me, I most jumped out o' my skin for joy. It was the G.R.E.N. Muggle I was chambermaid on her for 8 seasons in the Cincinnati and Orleans trade. I slid long past, don't see nobody slittin' now here, hammering away in the engine room. Then I knowed what the matter was, some o' the machinery's broke. I got a show below the boat and turned the canoe loose, then I goes long up, and us just one plank out, and I step board the boat. It was powerful hot. Deckins and roustabouts us sprawled around, asleep on the forecastle. The second mate, Jim Bangs, he sat down the butts with his head down, asleep, cast that's the way the second mate stan the captain's watch. And the old watchman, Billy Hatch, he was a nodding on the companionway, and I knowed all, and lan, but they did look good. I says to myself, I wish old master'd come along now and try to take me, bless you, heart, eyes, 'mong friends, eyes. So I tromped right along, 'mongst and went up on the boiler deck and way back after the ladies' cabin guard, and sat down in the same chair that I'd sat in, moss 100,000,000 times, I reckon. And it was just home again, I tell you. In about an hour I heard the ready bell jingle, and then the racket begin. Putty soon I hear the gong strike. Set her back on the outside, I says to myself. I reckon I knows that music. I hear the gong again. Come ahead on the inside, I says. Gong again. Stop the outside. Gong again. Come ahead on the outside. Now was printed for St. Louis, and I's outer the woods and ain't got to drown myself at all. I know the mogul, us in the St. Louis trade now, you see. It was just fair daylight when we passed our plantation, and I see the gang o' niggers and white folks hunting up and down the show, and troublin' themselves a good deal about me, but I warn't troublin' myself none about them. About that time Sally Jackson, that used to be my second chambermaid and I was head chambermaid now, she come out on the guard, and us powerful glad to see me, and so us all day officers. And I told him I'd got kidnapped and sold down Day River, and they made me up $20 and give it to me. And Sally she rigged me out with good clothes, and when I got here I went straight to where I used to was, and then I come to this house, and they say he's away but expected back every day. So I didn't ask to go down Day River to Dawson's, 'cause I might miss you. Well, last Monday I was passing by one o' them places in 4th Street where I sticks up runaway nigger bills, and helps to catch 'em, and I seed my master. I moss flopped down on the ground, I felt so gone. He had his back to me, and us taken to the man and given him some bills, nigger bills, I reckon, and I's the nigger. He's offering a reward, that's it? Ain't I right, don't you reckon? Tom had been gradually sinking into a state of ghastly terror, and he said to himself, now, I'm lost, no matter what turn things take. This man has said to me that he thinks there was something suspicious about the sale. He said he had a letter from a passenger on the Grand Mogul saying that Roxy came here on that boat and that everybody on board knew all about the case. So he says that her coming here instead of flying to a free state looks bad for me, and that if I don't find her for him, and that pretty soon, he will make trouble for me. I never believed that story. I couldn't believe she would be so dead to all motherly instincts as to come here, knowing the risk she would run of getting me into irremediable trouble. And after all, here she is. And I stupidly swore I would help find her, thinking it was a perfectly safe thing to promise. If I venture to deliver her up, but how can I help myself? I've got to do that or pay the money, and where's the money to come from? Well, I should think that if he would swear to treat her kindly hereafter, and she says, herself, that he is a good man, and if he would swear to never allow her to be overworked, or ill-fed, or a flash of lightning exposed Tom's pallid face, drawn and rigid with these worrying thoughts. Roxana spoke up sharply now, and there was apprehension in her voice. Turn up that light. I want to see your face better. Done now. Let me look at you. Chambers, he's as white as your shirt. Has you see that man? Has he been to see you? Yes. When? Monday noon. Was he on my track? Well, he thought he was. That is, he hoped he was. This is the bill you saw. He took it out of his pocket. Read it to me. She was panting with excitement, and there was a dusky glow in her eyes that Tom could not translate with certainty, but there seemed to be something threatening about it. The handbill had the usual rude woodcut of a Tarban Negro woman running, with the customary bundle on a stick over her shoulder, and the heading in bold type, $100 reward. Tom read the bill aloud, at least the part that described Roxana and named the master and his St. Louis address and the address of the 4th Street agency, but he left out the item that applicants for the reward might also apply to Mr. Thomas Driscoll. Gimme the bill. Tom had folded it and was putting it in his pocket. He felt a chilly streak creeping down his back, but said as carelessly as he could, the bill. Why, it isn't any use to you. You can't read it. What do you want with it? Gimme the bill. Tom gave it to her, but with a reluctance which he could not entirely disguise. Did you read it ALL to me? Certainly I did. Hold up your hand and swear to it. Tom did it. Roxana put the bill carefully away in her pocket, with her eyes fixed upon Tom's face all the while. Then she said, Yours lying? What would I want to lie about it for? I don't know, but yous, that's my opinion, anyways. But nemmin' about that. When I seed that man I was that scared that I could scarcely wobble home. Den I give a nigger man $1 for des clothes, and I ain't been in a house since, night nor day, till now. I blacked my face and laid it in the cellar of the old house that's burnt down, daytimes, and robbed the sugar hogsheads and grain sacks on the wharf, nights, to get some ethin' to eat, and never dast to try to buy nothin', and I's moss starved. And I never dast to come near this place till this rainy night, when they ain't no people round, scarcely. But tonight I been a-standing in the dark alley ever since night come, waitin' for you to go by. And here I is. She fell to thinking. Presently she said, You seed that man at noon, last Monday. Yes, I seed him the middle o' that arternoon. He hunted you up, didn't he? Yes. Did he give you a day bill that time? No, he hadn't got it printed yet. Roxana darted a suspicious glance at him. Did you help him fix up day bill? Tom cursed himself for making that stupid blunder, and tried to rectify it by saying he remembered now that it was at noon Monday that the man gave him the bill. Roxana said, he's lying, Agan, show. Then she straightened up and raised her finger. Now then, I's gwine to ask you a question, and I wants to know how he's gwine to get around it. You know he us arter me, and if you run off, stayin' here to help him, he'd no day us somethin' wrong about this business, and then he would inquire about you, and that would take him to your uncle, and your uncle would read day bill and see that you been sellin' a free nigger down day river, and you know him. I reckon he'd tar up day will and kick you out in the house. Now, then, you answer me this question. Hadn't you told that man that I would be sure to come here, and then you would fix it so he could set a trap and catch me? Tom recognized that neither lies nor arguments could help him any longer. He was in a vice, with the screw turned on, and out of it there was no budging. His face began to take on an ugly look, and presently he said, with a snarl, well, what could I do? You see, yourself, that I was in his grip and couldn't get out. Roxy scorched him with a scornful gaze a while, then she said, what could you do? You could be Judas to your own mother to save your worthless hide. Would anybody believe it? No, a dog couldn't. You is the low downest orneriest hound that was ever pupped into this world, and I's responsible for it. And she spat on him. He made no effort to resent this. Roxy reflected a moment, then she said, now I'll tell you what he's gwine to do. He's gwine to give that man the money that he's got laid up, and make him wait till you can go to the judge and get the raise and buy me free agin. Thunder. What are you thinking of? Go and ask him for $300 and odd. What would I tell him I want it for, pray? Roxy's answer was delivered in a serene and level voice. You'll tell him he sold me to pay your gambling debts and that you lied to me and was a villain, and that I requires you to get that money and buy me back again. Why, you've gone stark mad. He would tear the will to shreds in a minute. Don't you know that? Yes, I does. Then you don't believe I'm idiot enough to go to him, do you? I don't believe nothing about it. I knows he's a-goin'. I knows it, 'cause you knows that if you don't raise that money I'll go to him myself, and then he'll sell you down the river, and you can see how you like it. Tom rose, trembling and excited, and there was an evil light in his eye. He strode to the door and said he must get out of this suffocating place for a moment and clear his brain in the fresh air so that he could determine what to do. The door wouldn't open. Roxy smiled grimly and said, I's got the key. Honey, set down. You needn't clear up your brain none to find out what you're going to do. I knows what he's going to do. Tom sat down and began to pass his hands through his hair with a helpless and desperate air. Roxy said, is that man in this house? Tom glanced up with a surprised expression and asked, what gave you such an idea? You done it. Gwine out to clear your brain. In the first place you ain't got none to clear, and in the second place you ornery I told on you. He's the low downest hound that ever, but I done told you that before. Now then, this is Friday. You can fix it up with that man, and tell him he's gwine away to get the raise o' the money, and that you'll be back with it next Tuesday, or maybe Wednesday. You understand? Tom answered sullenly, yes. And when you get the new bill sale that sells me to my own self, take and send it in the mail to Mr. Pudd'nhead Wilson, and write on the back that he's to keep it till I come. You understand? Yes. That's all then. Take your umbrella and put on your hat. Why? Because he's gwine to see me home to the wharf. You see this knife? I's toted it around since the day I seed that man and bought des Chloe in it. If he catch me, I's gwine to kill myself with it. Now start along, and go soft, and lead the way. And if you gives a sign in this house, or if anybody comes up to you in the street, I's gwine to jam it right into you. Chambers, does you believe me when I says that? It's no use to bother me with the question. I know your word's good. Yes, it's different from yon. Shut the light out and move along. Here's the key. They were not followed. Tom trembled every time a late straggler brushed by them on the street, and half expected to feel the cold steel in his back. Roxy was right at his heels and always in reach. After tramping a mile they reached a wide vacancy on the deserted wharves, and in this dark and rainy desert they parted. As Tom trudged home his mind was full of dreary thoughts and wild plans. But at last he said to himself, wearily, "There is but the one way out. I must follow her plan. But with a variation, I will not ask for the money and ruin myself. I will be the old skinflint." Chapter 19. The prophecy realized _FEW things are harder to put up with than the annoyance of a good example. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _IT were not best that we should all think alike. It is difference of opinion that makes horse races. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar Dawson's Landing was comfortably finishing its season of dull repose and waiting patiently for the Jew. Count Luigi was waiting, too, but not patiently, rumour said. Sunday came, and Luigi insisted on having his challenge conveyed. Wilson carried it. Judge Driscoll declined to fight with an assassin, that is, he added significantly, in the field of honour. Elsewhere, of course, he would be ready. Wilson tried to convince him that if he had been present himself when Angelo told him about the homicide committed by Luigi, he would not have considered the act discreditable to Luigi, but the obstinate old man was not to be moved. Wilson went back to his principal and reported the failure of his mission. Luigi was incensed, and asked how it could be that the old gentleman, who was by no means dull-witted, held his trifling nephew's evidence and inferences to be of more value than Wilson's. But Wilson laughed, and said, "That is quite simple. That is easily explicable. I am not his doll, his baby, his infatuation. His nature is." The judge and his late wife never had any children. The judge and his wife were past middle age when this treasure fell into their lap. One must make allowances for a parental instinct that has been starving for 25 or 30 years. It is famished, it is crazed with hunger by the time, and will be entirely satisfied with anything that comes handy. Its taste is atrophied, it can't tell mud cat from shad. A devil born to a young couple is measurably recognizable by them as a devil before long. But a devil adopted by an old couple is an angel to them, and remains so, through thick and thin. Tom is this old man's angel. He is infatuated with him. Tom can persuade him into things which other people can't. Not all things. I don't mean that, but a good many, particularly one class of things. The things that create or abolish personal partialities or prejudices in the old man's mind. The old man liked both of you. Tom conceived a hatred for you. That was enough. It turned the old man around at once. The oldest and strongest friendship must go to the ground when one of these late adopted darlings throws a brick at it. "It's a curious philosophy," said Luigi. "It ain't philosophy at all, it's a fact. And there is something pathetic and beautiful about it, too. I think there is nothing more pathetic than to see one of these poor old childish couples taking a menagerie of yelping little worthless dogs to their hearts, and then adding some cursing and squawking parrots and a jackass-voiced macaw, and next a couple of 100 screeching songbirds, and presently some fetid guinea pigs and rabbits, and a howling colony of cats. It is all a groping and ignorant effort to construct out of base metal and brass filings, so to speak, something to take the place of that golden treasure denied them by nature, a child. But this is a digression. The unwritten law of this region requires you to kill Judge Driscoll on sight, and he and the community will expect that attention at your hands, though of course your own death by his bullet will answer every purpose. Look out for him. Are you healed? That is, fixed? Yes, he shall have his opportunity. If he attacks me, I will respond. As Wilson was leaving, he said, "The judge is still a little used up by his campaign work, and will not get out for a day or so. But when he does get it, you want to be on the alert." About 11 at night the twins went out for exercise, and started on a long stroll in the veiled moonlight. Tom Driscoll had landed at Hack's store, 2 miles below Dawson's, just about half an hour earlier, the only passenger for that lonely spot, and he had walked up the shore road and entered Judge Driscoll's house without having encountered anyone either on the road or under the roof. He pulled down his window blinds and lighted his candle. He laid off his coat and hat and began his preparations. He unlocked his trunk and got his suit of girl's clothes out from under the mail attire in it, and laid it by. Then he blacked his face with burnt cork and put the cork in his pocket. His plan was to slip down to his uncle's private sitting room below, pass into the bedroom, steal the safe key from the old gentleman's clothes, and then go back and rob the safe. He took up his candle to start. His courage and confidence were high up to this point, but both began to waver a little now. Suppose he should make a noise, by some accident, and get caught, say, in the act of opening the safe. Perhaps it would be well to go armed. He took the Indian knife from its hiding place, and felt a pleasant return of his wandering courage. He slipped stealthily down the narrow stair, his hair rising and his pulses halting at the slightest creak. When he was halfway down, he was disturbed to perceive that the landing below was touched by a faint glow of light. What could that mean? Was his uncle still up? No, that was not likely. He must have left his night taper there when he went to bed. Tom crept on down, pausing at every step to listen. He found the door standing open, and glanced in. What he saw pleased him beyond measure. His uncle was asleep on the sofa. On a small table at the head of the sofa a lamp was burning low, and by it stood the old man's small cash box, closed. Near the box was a pile of banknotes and a piece of paper covered with figures in pencil. The safe door was not open. Evidently the sleeper had wearied himself with work upon his finances, and was taking a rest. Tom set his candle on the stairs, and began to make his way toward the pile of notes, stooping low as he went. When he was passing his uncle, the old man stirred in his sleep, and Tom stopped, and softly drew the knife from its sheath, with his heart thumping, and his eyes fastened upon his benefactor's face. After a moment or two he ventured forward again, one step, reached for his prize and seized it, dropping the knife sheath. Then he felt the old man's strong grip upon him, and a wild cry of "Help! Help!" rang in his ear. Without hesitation he drove the knife home, and was free. Some of the notes escaped from his left hand and fell in the blood on the floor. He dropped the knife and snatched them up and started to fly, transferred them to his left hand, and seized the knife again, in his fright and confusion, but remembered himself and flung it from him, as being a dangerous witness to carry away with him. He jumped for the stair-foot, and closed the door behind him, and as he snatched his candle and fled upward, the stillness of the night was broken by the sound of urgent footsteps approaching the house. In another moment he was in his room, and the twins were standing aghast over the body of the murdered man. Tom put on his coat, buttoned his hat under it, threw on his suit of girl's clothes, dropped the veil, blew out his light, locked the room door by which he had just entered, taking the key, passed through his other door into the black hall, locked the door and kept the key, then worked his way along in the dark and descended the black stairs. He was not expecting to meet anybody, for all interest was centred in the other part of the house now. His calculation proved correct. By the time he was passing through the backyard, Mrs. Pratt, her servants, and a dozen half-dressed neighbours had joined the twins, and the dead and accessions were still arriving at the front door. As Tom, quaking as with a palsy, passed out at the gate, 3 women came flying from the house on the opposite side of the lane. They rushed by him and in at the gate, asking him what the trouble was there, but not waiting for an answer. Tom said to himself, "Those old maids waited to dress. They did the same thing the night Stevens's house burned down next door." In a few minutes he was in the haunted house. He lighted a candle and took off his girl clothes. There was blood on him all down his left side, and his right hand was red with the stains of the blood-soaked notes which he has crushed in it, but otherwise he was free from this sort of evidence. He cleansed his hand on the straw, and cleaned most of the smut from his face. Then he burned the male and female attire to ashes, scattered the ashes, and put on a disguise proper for a tramp. He blew out his light, went below, and was soon loafing down the river road with the intent to borrow and use one of Roxy's devices. He found a canoe and paddled downstream, setting the canoe adrift as dawn approached, and making his way by land to the next village, where he kept out of sight till a transient steamer came along, and then took deck passage for St. Louis. He was ill at ease until Dawson's Landing was behind him. Then he said to himself, "All the detectives on earth couldn't trace me now. There's not a vestige of a clue left in the world. That homicide will take its place with the permanent mysteries, and people wouldn't get done trying to guess out the secret of it for 50 years. In St. Louis, next morning, he read this brief telegram in the papers dated at Dawson's Landing. Judge Driscoll, an old and respected citizen, was assassinated here about midnight by a profligate Italian nobleman or a barber on account of a quarrel growing out of the recent election. The assassin will probably be lynched. One of the twins, soliloquized Tom. How lucky. It is the knife that has done him this grace. We never know when fortune is trying to favor us. I actually curse Pudd'nhead Wilson in my heart for putting it out of my power to sell that knife. I take it back now. Tom was now rich and independent. He arranged with the planter, and mailed to Wilson the new bill of sale which sold Roxana to herself. Then he telegraphed his Aunt Pratt. Have seen the awful news in the papers and am almost prostrated with grief. Shall start by packet today. Try to bear up till I come. When Wilson reached the house of mourning and had gathered such details as Mrs. Pratt and the rest of the crowd could tell him, he took command as mayor, and gave orders that nothing should be touched, but everything left as it was until Justice Robinson should arrive and take the proper measures as coroner. He cleared everybody out of the room but the twins and himself. The sheriff soon arrived and took the twins away to jail. Wilson told them to keep heart, and promised to do his best in their defence when the case should come to trial. Justice Robinson came presently, and with him Constable Blake. They examined the room thoroughly. They found the knife and the sheath. Wilson noticed that there were fingerprints on the knife's handle. That pleased him, for the twins had required the earliest comers to make a scrutiny of their hands and clothes, and neither these people nor Wilson himself had found any bloodstains upon them. Could there be a possibility that the twins had spoken the truth when they had said they found the man dead when they ran into the house in answer to the cry for help? He thought of that mysterious girl at once. But this was not the sort of work for a girl to be engaged in. No matter, Tom Driscoll's room must be examined. After the coroner's jury had viewed the body and its surroundings, Wilson suggested a search upstairs, and he went along. The jury forced an entrance to Tom's room, but found nothing, of course. The coroner's jury found that the homicide was committed by Luigi, and that Angelo was accessory to it. The town was bitter against the misfortunates, and for the first few days after the murder they were in constant danger of being lynched. The grand jury presently indicted Luigi for murder in the first degree, and Angelo as accessory before the fact. The twins were transferred from the city jail to the county prison to await trial. Wilson examined the finger marks on the knife handle and said to himself, neither of the twins made those marks. Then manifestly there was another person concerned, either in his own interest or as hired assassin. But who could it be? That he must try to find out. The safe was not opened, the cash box was closed, and he had $3,000 in it. Then robbery was not the motive, and revenge was. Where had the murdered man an enemy except Luigi? There was but that one person in the world with a deep grudge against him, the mysterious girl. The girl was a great trial to Wilson. If the motive had been robbery, the girl might answer, but there wasn't any girl that would want to take this old man's life for revenge. He had no quarrels with girls. He was a gentleman. Wilson had perfect tracings of the finger marks of the knife handle, and among his glass records he had a great array of fingerprints of women and girls, collected during the last 15 or 18 years, but he scanned them in vain. They successfully withstood every test. Among them were no duplicates of the prints on the knife. The presence of the knife on the stage of the murder was a worrying circumstance for Wilson. A week previously he had as good as admitted to himself that he believed Luigi had possessed such a knife, and that he still possessed it notwithstanding his pretense that it had been stolen. And now here was the knife, and with it the twins. Half the town had said the twins were humbugging when they claimed they had lost their knife, and now these people were joyful, and said, I told you so. If their fingerprints had been on the handle, but useless to bother any further about that. The fingerprints on the handle were in OT theirs, that he knew perfectly. Wilson refused to suspect Tom. For first, Tom couldn't murder anybody. He hadn't character enough. Secondly, if he could murder a person he wouldn't select his doting benefactor and nearest relative. Thirdly, self-interest was in the way. For while the uncle lived, Tom was sure of a free support and a chance to get the destroyed will revived again. But with the uncle gone, that chance was gone too. It was true the will had really been revived, as was now discovered, but Tom could not have been aware of it, or he would have spoken of it, in his native talky and secretive way. Finally, Tom was in St. Louis when the murder was done, and got the news out of the morning journals, as was shown by his telegram to his aunt. These speculations were unemphasized sensations rather than articulated thoughts, for Wilson would have laughed at the idea of seriously connecting Tom with the murder. Wilson regarded the case of the twins as desperate, in fact, about hopeless. For he argued that if a Confederate was not found, an enlightened Missouri jury would hang them. Sure, if a Confederate was found, that would not improve the matter, but simply furnish one more person for the sheriff to hang. Nothing could save the twins but the discovery of a person who did the murder on his sole personal account, an undertaking which had all the aspect of the impossible. Still, the person who made the fingerprints must be sought. The twins might have no case with them, but they certainly would have none without him. So Wilson mooned around, thinking, guessing, day and night, and arriving nowhere. Whenever he ran across a girl or a woman he was not acquainted with, he got her fingerprints, on one pretext or another, and they always cost him a sigh when he got home, for they never tallied with the finger marks in the knife handle. As to the mysterious girl, Tom swore he knew no such girl, and did not remember ever seeing a girl wearing a dress like the one described by Wilson. He admitted that he did not always lock his room, and that sometimes the servants forgot to lock the house doors. Still, in his opinion, the girl must have made but few visits, or she would have been discovered. When Wilson tried to connect her with the stealing raid, and thought she might have been the old woman's confederate, if not the very thief disguised as an old woman, Tom seemed stuck, and also much interested, and said he would keep a sharp eye out for this person or persons, although he was afraid that she or they would be too smart to venture again into a town where everybody would now be on the watch for a good while to come. Everybody was pitying Tom. He looked so quiet and sorrowful, and seemed to feel his great loss so deeply. He was playing a part, but it was not all a part. The picture of his alleged uncle, as he had last seen him, was before him in the dark pretty frequently, when he was away, and called again in his dreams, when he was asleep. He wouldn't go into the room where the tragedy had happened. This charmed the doting Mrs. Pratt, who realized now, as she had never done before, she said, what a sensitive and delicate nature her darling had, and how he adored his poor uncle. Chapter 20. The murderer chuckles underscore Evie in the clearest and most perfect circumstantial evidence is likely to be at fault, after all, and therefore ought to be received with great caution. Take the case of any pencil, sharpened by any woman. If you have witnesses, you will find she did it with a knife, but if you take simply the aspect of the pencil, you will say she did it with her teeth. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The weeks dragged along, no friend visiting the jailed twins but their counsel and Aunt Patsy Cooper, and the day of trial came at last, the heaviest day in Wilson's life, for with all his tireless diligence he had discovered no sign or trace of the missing Confederate. Confederate was the term he had long ago privately accepted for that person, not as being unquestionably the right term, but as being the least possibly the right one, though he was never able to understand why the twins did not vanish and escape, as the Confederate had done, instead of remaining by the murdered man and getting caught there. The courthouse was crowded, of course, and would remain so to the finish, for not only in the town itself, but in the country for miles around, the trial was the one topic of conversation among the people. Mrs. Pratt, in deep mourning, and Tom, with a weed on his hat, had seats near Pembroke Howard, the public prosecutor, and back of them sat a great array of friends of the family. The twins had but one friend present to keep their counsel in countenance, their poor old sorrowing landlady. She sat near Wilson, and looked her friendliest. In the nigger corner sat Chambers, also Roxy, with good clothes on, and her bill of sale in her pocket. It was her most precious possession, and she never parted with it, day or night. Tom had allowed her $35 a month ever since he came into his property, and he had said that he and she ought to be grateful to the twins for making them rich, but had roused such a temper in her by this speech that he did not repeat the argument afterward. She said the old judge had treated her child 1,000 times better than he deserved, and had never done her an unkindness in his life, so she hated these outlandish devils for killing him, and shouldn't ever sleep satisfied till she saw them hanged for it. She was here to watch the trial now, and was going to lift up just one hurrah over it if the county judge put her in jail a year for it. She gave her tar-baned head a toss and said, "When that verdict comes, I's gwine to live that ROOF. Now, I tell you." Pembroke Howard briefly sketched the state's case. He said he would show by a chain of circumstantial evidence without break or fault in it anywhere, that the principal prisoner at the bar committed the murder, that the motive was partly revenge, and partly a desire to take his own life out of jeopardy, and that his brother, by his presence, was a consenting accessory to the crime, a crime which was the basest known to the calendar of human misdeeds, assassination, that it was conceived by the blackest of hearts and consummated by the cowardliest of hands, a crime which had broken a loving sister's heart, blighted the happiness of a young nephew who was as dear as a son, brought inconsolable grief to many friends, and sorrow and loss to the whole community. The utmost penalty of the outraged law would be exacted, and upon the accused, now present at the bar, that penalty would unquestionably be executed. He would reserve further remark until his closing speech. He was strongly moved, and so also was the whole house. Mrs. Pratt and several other women were weeping when he sat down, and many an eye that was full of hate was riveted upon the unhappy prisoners. Witness after witness was called by the state, and questioned at length, but the cross-questioning was brief. Wilson knew they could furnish nothing valuable for his side. People were sorry for Pudd'nhead Wilson. His budding career would get hurt by this trial. Several witnesses swore they heard Judge Driscoll say in his public speech that the twins would be able to find their lost knife again when they needed it to assassinate somebody with. This was not news, but now it was seen to have been sorrowfully prophetic, and a profound sensation quivered through the hushed courtroom when those dismal words were repeated. The public prosecutor rose and said that it was within his knowledge, through a conversation held with Judge Driscoll on the last day of his life, that counsel for the defence had brought him a challenge from the person charged at the bar with murder, that he had refused to fight with a confessed assassin, that is, on the field of honour, but had added significantly that he would be ready for him elsewhere. Presumably the person here charged with murder was warned that he must go or be killed the first time he should meet Judge Driscoll. If counsel for the defence chose to let the statement stand so, he would not call him to the witness stand. Mr. Wilson said he would offer no denial. Murmurs in the house. It is getting worse and worse for Wilson's case. Mrs. Pratt testified that she heard no outcry, and did not know what woke her up, unless it was the sound of rapid footsteps approaching the front door. She jumped up and ran out in the hall just as she was, and heard the footsteps flying up the front steps and then following behind her as she ran to the sitting room. There she found the accused standing over her murdered brother. Here she broke down and sobbed. Sensation in the court. Resuming, she said the persons entered behind her were Mr. Rogers and Mr. Buckstone. Cross-examined by Wilson, she said the twins proclaimed their innocence, declared that they had been taking a walk, and had hurried to the house in response to a cry for help which was so loud and strong that they had heard it at a considerable distance, that they begged her and the gentleman just mentioned to examine their hands and clothes, which was done, and no bloodstains found. Confirmatory evidence followed from Rogers and Buckstone. The finding of the knife was verified. The advertisement minutely describing it and offering a reward for it was put in evidence, and its exact correspondence with its description proved. Then followed a few minor details, and the case for the state was closed. Wilson said that he had 3 witnesses, the Mrs. Clarkson, who would testify that they met a veiled young woman leaving Judge Driscoll's premises by the back gate a few minutes after the cries for help were heard, and that their evidence, taken with certain circumstantial evidence which he would call the court's attention to, would in his opinion convince the court that there was still one person concerned in this crime who had not yet been found, and also that a stay of proceedings ought to be granted, in justice to his clients, until the person should be discovered. As it was late, he would ask leave to defer the examination of his 3 witnesses until the next morning. The crowd poured out of the place and went flocking away in excited groups and couples, taking the events of the session over with vivacity and consuming interest, and everybody seemed to have had a satisfactory and enjoyable day except the accused, their counsel, and their old lady friend. There was no cheer among these, and no substantial hope. In parting with the twins, Aunt Patsy did attempt a good night with a gay pretense of hope and cheer in it, but broke down without finishing. Absolutely secure as Tom considered himself to be, the opening solemnities of the trial had nevertheless oppressed him with a vague uneasiness, his being a nature sensitive to even the smallest alarms, but from the moment that the poverty and weakness of Wilson's case lay exposed to the court, he was comfortable once more, even jubilant. He left the courtroom, sarcastically sorry for Wilson. The Clarksons met an unknown woman in the back lane, he said to himself. That is his case. I'll give him a century to find her in, a couple of them if he likes. A woman who doesn't exist any longer, and the clothes that gave her sex burnt up and the ashes thrown away. Oh, certainly, he'll find her easy enough. This reflection set him to admiring, for the 100th time, the shrewd ingenuities by which he had ensured himself against detection, more, against even suspicion. Nearly always in cases like this there is some little detail or other overlooked, some wee little track or trace left behind, and detection follows. But here there's not even the faintest suggestion of a trace left. No more than a bird leaves when it flies through the air. Yes, through the night, you may say. The man that can track a bird through the air in the dark can find that bird is the man to track me out and find the judge's assassin. No other need apply. And that is the job that has been laid out for poor Pudd'nhead Wilson, of all people in the world. Lord, it will be pathetically funny to see him grubbing and groping after that woman that don't exist, and the right person sitting under his very nose all the time. The more he thought the situation over, the more the humour of it struck him. Finally he said, I'll never let him hear the last of the woman. Every time I catch him in company, to his dying day, I'll ask him in the guileless affectionate way that used to gravel him so when I inquired how his unborn law business was coming along. Got in her track yet? Hey, Pudd'nhead. He wanted to laugh, but that would not have answered. There were people about, and he was mourning for his uncle. He made up his mind that it would be good entertainment to look in on Wilson that night and watch him worry over his barren law case and goad him with an exasperating word or two of sympathy and commiseration now and then. Wilson wanted no supper, he had no appetite. He got out all the fingerprints of girls and women in his collection of records and pored gloomily over them an hour or more, trying to convince himself that the troublesome girl's marks were there somewhere and had been overlooked. But it was not so. He drew back his chair, clasped his hands over his head, and gave himself up to dull and arid musings. Tom Driscoll dropped in or after dark, and said with a pleasant laugh as he took a seat, Hello, we've gone back to the amusements of our days of neglect and obscurity for consolation, have we? And he took up one of the glass strips and held it against the light to inspect it. Come, cheer up, old man. There's no use in losing your grip and going back to this child's play merely because this big sunspot is drifting across your shiny new disc. It'll pass, and you'll be all right again. And he laid the glass down. Did you think you could win always? Oh, no, said Wilson, with a sigh. I didn't expect that, but I can't believe Luigi killed your uncle, and I feel very sorry for him. It makes me blue. And you would feel as I do, Tom, if you were not prejudiced against those young fellows. I don't know about that, and Tom's countenance darkened, for his memory reverted to his kicking. I owe them no goodwill, considering the brunette one's treatment of me that night. Prejudice or no prejudice, Pudd'nhead, I don't like them, and when they get their deserts you're not going to find me sitting on the mourner's bench. He took up another strip of glass, and exclaimed, Why, here's old Roxy's label. Are you going to ornament the royal palaces with nigger paw marks, too? By the date year, I was 7 months old when this was done, and she was nursing me and her little nigger cub. There's the line straight across her thumbprint. How comes that? And Tom held out the piece of glass to Wilson. That is common, said the bored man, wearily. Scar of a cut or a scratch, usually, and he took the strip of glass indifferently, and raised it toward the lamp. All the blood sank suddenly out of his face. His hand quaked, and he gazed at the polished surface before him with the glassy stare of a corpse. Great heavens, what's the matter with you, Wilson? Are you going to faint? Tom sprang for a glass of water and offered it, But Wilson shrank shuddering from him and said, "No, no. Take it away." His breast was rising and falling, and he moved his head about in a dull and wondering way, like a person who had been stunned. Presently he said, "I shall feel better when I get to bed. I have been overwrought today, yes, and overworked for many days. Then I'll leave you and let you get to your rest. Good night, old man." But as Tom went out he couldn't deny himself a small parting jibe. "Don't take it so hard. A body can't win every time. You'll hang somebody yet." Wilson muttered to himself, "It is no lie to say I am sorry I have to begin with you, miserable dog though you are." He braced himself up with a glass of cold whiskey, and went to work again. He did not compare the new finger marks unintentionally left by Tom a few minutes before on Roxy's glass with the tracings of the marks left on the knife handle, there being no need for that, for his trained eye, but busied himself with another matter, muttering from time to time, "Idiot that I was. Nothing but a girl would do me. A man in girl's clothes never occurred to me." First, he hunted out the plate containing the fingerprints made by Tom when he was 12 years old, and laid it by itself. Then he brought forth the marks made by Tom's baby fingers when he was a suckling of 7 months, and placed these two plates with the one containing the subject's newly, and unconsciously, made record. "Now the series is complete," he said with satisfaction, and sat down to inspect these things and enjoy them. But his enjoyment was brief. He stared a considerable time at the 3 strips, and seemed stupefied with astonishment. At last he put them down and said, "I can't make it out at all. Hang it, the babies don't tally with the others." He walked the floor for half an hour puzzling over his enigma. Then he hunted out the other glass plates. He sat down and puzzled over these things a good while, but kept muttering, "It's no use. I can't understand it. They don't tally right, and yet I'll swear the names and dates are right, and so of course they ought to tally. I never labelled one of these things carelessly in my life. There is a most extraordinary mystery here." He was tired out now, and his brains were beginning to clog. He said he would sleep himself fresh, and then see what he could do with this riddle. He slept through a troubled and unrestful hour, then unconsciousness began to shred away, and presently he rose drowsily to a sitting posture. "Now what was that dream?" he said, trying to recall it. "What was that dream?" It seemed to unravel the puzzle. He landed in the middle of the floor at a bound, without finishing the sentence, and ran and turned up his light and seized his records. He took a single swift glance at them and cried out, "It's so. Heavens, what a revelation! And for 23 years no man has ever suspected it." Chapter 21. Doom_H is useless on top of the ground. He ought to be under it. Inspiring the cabbages. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _April1. This is the day upon which we are reminded of what we were on the other 364. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. Wilson put on enough clothes for business purposes and went to work under a high pressure of steam. He was awake all over. All sense of weariness had been swept away by the invigorating refreshment of the great and hopeful discovery which he had made. He made fine and accurate reproductions of a number of his records, and then enlarged them on a scale of 10 to 1 with his pantograph. He did these pantograph enlargements on sheets of white cardboard, and made each individual line of the bewildering maze of whirls or curves or loops which consisted of the pattern of a record stand out bold and black by reinforcing it with ink. To the untrained eye the collection of delicate originals made by the human finger on the glass plates looked about alike, but when enlarged 10 times they resembled the markings of a block of wood that has been sawed across the grain, and the dullest eye could detect at a glance, and at a distance of many feet, that no two of the patterns were alike. When Wilson had at last finished his tedious and difficult work, he arranged his results according to a plan in which a progressive order and sequence was a principal feature. Then he added to the batch several pantograph enlargements which he had made from time to time in bygone years. The night was spent and the day well advanced now. By the time he had snatched a trifle of breakfast, it was 9 o'clock, and the court was ready to begin its sitting. He was in his place 12 minutes later with his records. Tom Driscoll caught a slight glimpse of the records, and nudged his nearest friend and said, with a wink, Pudd'nhead's got a rare eye to business, thinks that as long as he can't win his case it's at least a noble good chance to advertise his window palace decorations without any expense. Wilson was informed that his witnesses had been delayed, but would arrive presently. But he rose and said he should probably not have occasion to make use of their testimony. An amused murmur ran through the room. It's a clean back down. He gives up without taking a lick. Wilson continued, I have other testimony, and better. This compelled interest, and evoked murmurs of surprise that had a detectable ingredient of disappointment in them. If I seem to be springing this evidence upon the court, I offer as my justification for this, that I did not discover its existence until late last night, and have been engaged in examining and classifying it ever since, until half an hour ago. I shall offer it presently, but first I wish to say a few preliminary words. May it please the court, the claim given the front place, the claim most persistently urged, the claim most strenuously and I may even say aggressively and defiantly insisted upon by the prosecution is this, that the person whose hand left the blood-stained fingerprints upon the handle of the Indian knife is the person who committed the murder. Wilson paused, during several moments, to give impressiveness to what he was about to say, and then added tranquilly, we grant that claim. It was an electrical surprise. No one was prepared for such an admission. A buzz of astonishment rose on all sides, and people were heard to intimate that the overworked lawyer had lost his mind. Even the veteran judge, accustomed as he was to legal ambushes and masked batteries in criminal procedure, was not sure that his ears were not deceiving him, and asked counsel what it was he had said. Howard's impassive face betrayed no sign, but his attitude and bearing lost something of their careless confidence for a moment. Wilson resumed, we not only grant that claim, but we welcome it and strongly endorse it. Leaving that matter for the present, we will now proceed to consider other points in the case which we propose to establish by evidence, and shall include that one in the chain in its proper place. He had made up his mind to try a few hardy guesses, in mapping out his theory of the origin and motive of the murder, guesses designed to fill up gaps in it, guesses which could help if they hit, and would probably do no harm if they didn't. To my mind, certain circumstances of the case before the court seem to suggest a motive for the homicide quite different from the one insisted on by the state. It is my conviction that the motive was not revenge, but robbery. It has been urged that the presence of the accused brothers in the fatal room, just after notification that one of them must take the life of Judge Driscoll or lose his own the moment the parties should meet, clearly signifies that the natural instinct of self-preservation moved my clients to go there secretly and save Count Luigi by destroying his adversary. Then why did they stay there, after the deed was done? Mrs. Prout had time, although she did not hear the cry for help, but woke up some moments later to run to that room, and there she found these men standing and making no effort to escape. If they were guilty, they ought to have been running out of the house at the same time that she was running to that room. If they had such a strong instinct towards self-preservation as to move them to kill the unarmed man, what had become of it now, when it should have been more alert than ever? Would any of us have remained there? Let us not slander our intelligence to that degree. Much stress has been laid upon the fact that the accused offered a very large reward for the knife with which this murder was done, that no thief came forward to claim that extraordinary reward, that the latter fact was good circumstantial evidence that the claim that the knife had been stolen was a vanity and a fraud, that these details taken in connection with the memorable and apparently prophetic speech of the deceased concerning that knife, and the final discovery of that very knife in the fatal room where no living person was found present with the slaughtered man but the owner of the knife and his brother, form an indestructible chain of evidence which fixed the crime upon those unfortunate strangers. But I shall presently ask to be sworn, and shall testify that there was a large reward offered for the thief, also, and it was offered secretly and not advertised, that this fact was indiscreetly mentioned, or at least tacitly admitted, in what was supposed to be safe circumstances, but may not have been. The thief may have been present himself. Tom Driscoll had been looking at the speaker, but dropped his eyes at this point. In the case he would retain the knife in his possession, not daring to offer it for sale, or for pledge in a pawn shop. There was a nodding of heads among the audience by way of admission that this was not a bad stroke. I shall prove to the satisfaction of the jury that there was a person in Judge Driscoll's room several minutes before the accused entered it. This produced a strong sensation. The last drowsy head in the courtroom roused up now, and made preparation to listen. If it shall seem necessary, I will prove by the Mrs. Clarkson that they met a veiled person, ostensibly a woman, coming out of the back gate a few minutes after the cry for help was heard. This person was not a woman, but a man dressed in women's clothes. Another sensation. Wilson had his eye on Tom when he hazarded this guess, to see what effect it would produce. He was satisfied with the result, and said to himself, "It was a success. He's hit. The object of that person in that house was robbery, not murder." It is true that the safe was not open, but there was an ordinary cash box on the table, with $3,000 in it. It is easily supposable that the thief was concealed in the house, that he knew of this box, and of its owner's habit of counting its contents and arranging his accounts at night. If he had the habit, which I do not assert, of course, that he tried to take the box while its owner slept, but made a noise and was seized, and had to use the knife to save himself from capture, and that he fled without his booty because he heard help coming. I have now done with my theory, and will proceed to the evidences by which I propose to try to prove its soundness. Wilson took up several of his strips of glass. When the audience recognized these familiar mementos of Pudd'nhead's old-time childish pottering and folly, the tense and funereal interest vanished out of their faces, and the house burst into volleys of relieving and refreshing laughter, and Tom chirked up and joined in the fun himself. But Wilson was apparently not disturbed. He arranged his records on the table before him, and said, "I beg the indulgence of the court while I make a few remarks in explanation of some evidence which I am about to introduce, and which I shall presently ask to be allowed to verify under oath on the witness stand. Every human being carries with him from his cradle to his grave certain physical marks which do not change their character, and by which he can always be identified, and that without shade of doubt or question. These marks are his signature, his physiological autograph, so to speak, and this autograph cannot be counterfeited, nor can he disguise it or hide it away, nor can it become illegible by the wear and mutations of time. This signature is not his face. Age can change that beyond recognition. It is not his hair, for that can fall out. It is not his height, for duplicates of that exist. It is not his form, for duplicates of that exist also. Whereas this signature is each man's very own, there is no duplicate of it among the swarming populations of the globe. The audience were interested once more. This autograph consists of the delicate lines or corrugations with which nature marks the insides of the hands and the soles of the feet. If you will look at the balls of your fingers, you that have very sharp eyesight, you will observe that these dainty curving lines like close together, like those that indicate the borders of oceans and maps, and that they form various clearly defined patterns, such as arches, circles, long curves, whorls, etc., and that these patterns differ on the different fingers. Every man in the room had his hand up to the light now, and his head canted to one side, and was minutely scrutinizing the balls of his fingers. There were whispered ejaculations of, "Why, it's so, I never noticed that before." The patterns on the right hand are not the same as those on the left. Ejaculations of, "Why, that's so, too." Taken finger for finger, your patterns differ from your neighbours'. Comparisons were made all over the house. Even the judge and jury were absorbed in this curious work. The patterns of a twin's right hand are not the same as those on his left. One twin's patterns are never the same as his fellow twin's patterns. The jury will find that the patterns upon the finger balls of the twins' hands follow this rule. An examination of the twins' hands was begun at once. You have often heard of twins who were so exactly alike that one dressed alike their own parents could not tell them apart. Yet there was never a twin born into this world that did not carry from birth to death a sure identifier in this mysterious and marvelous natal autograph. That once known to you, his fellow twin could never personate him and deceive you. Wilson stopped and stood silent. Inattention dies a quick and sure death when a speaker does that. The stillness gives warning that something is coming. All palms and finger balls went down now. All slouching forms straightened. All heads came up. All eyes were fastened upon Wilson's face. He waited yet 1, 2, 3 moments, to let his pause complete and perfect its spell upon the house. Then, When through the profound hush he could hear the ticking of the clock on the wall, he put out his hand and took the Indian knife by the blade and held it aloft where all could see the sinister spots upon its ivory handle. Then he said, in a level and passionless voice, "Upon this haft stands the assassin's natal autograph, written in the blood of that helpless and unoffending old man who loved you and whom you all loved. There is but one man in the whole earth whose hand can duplicate the crimson sign." He paused and raised his eyes to the pendulum swinging back and forth. "And please God we will produce that man in this room before the clock strikes noon." Stunned, distraught, unconscious of its own movement, the house half rose, as if expecting to see the murderer appear at the door, and a breeze of muttered ejaculation swept the place. "Order in the court. Sit down." This from the sheriff. He was obeyed, and quiet reigned again. Wilson stole a glance at Tom, and said to himself, "He is flying signals of distress now. Even people who despise him are pitying him. They think this is a hard ordeal for a young fellow who has lost his benefactor by so cruel a stroke, and they are right." He resumed his speech. "For more than 20 years I have amused my compulsory leisure with collecting these curious physical signatures in this town. At my house I have hundreds upon hundreds of them. Each and every one is labelled with name and date. Not labelled the next day or even the next hour, but in the very minute that the impression was taken. When I go upon the witness stand I will repeat under oath the things which I am now saying. I have the fingerprints of the court, the sheriff, and every member of the jury. There is hardly a person in this room, white or black, whose natal signature I cannot produce, and not one of them can so disguise himself that I cannot pick him out from a multitude of his fellow creatures and unerringly identify him by his hands. And if he and I should live to be 100 I could still do it." The interest of the audience was steadily deepening now. "I have studied some of these signatures so much that I know them as well as the bank cashier knows the autograph of his oldest customer. Will I turn my back now? I beg that several persons will be so good as to pass their fingers through their hair, and then press them upon one of the panes of the window near the jury, and that among them the accused may set their finger marks. Also, I beg that these experimenters, or others, will set their fingers upon another pane, and add again the marks of the accused, but not placing them in the same order or relation to the other signatures as before, for, by one chance in a million, a person might happen upon the right marks by pure guesswork. ONC, therefore I wish to be tested twice." He turned his back, and the two panes were quickly covered with delicately lined oval spots, but visible only to such persons as could get a dark background for them, the foliage of a tree, outside, for instance. Then upon call, Wilson went to the window, made his examination, and said, "This is Count Luigi's right hand. This one, 3 signatures below, is his left. Here is Count Angelo's right. Down here is his left. Now for the other pane. Here and here are Count Luigi's. Here and here are his brothers." He faced about. "Am I right?" A deafening explosion of applause was the answer. The bench said, "This certainly approaches the miraculous." Wilson turned to the window again and remarked, pointing with his finger, "This is the signature of Mr. Justice Robinson." Applause. "This, of Constable Blake." Applause. "This of John Mason, juryman." Applause. "This, of the sheriff." Applause. "I cannot name the others, but I have them all at home, named and dated, and could identify them all by my fingerprint records." He moved to his place through a storm of applause, which the sheriff stopped, and also made the people sit down, for they were all standing and struggling to see, of course. Court, jury, sheriff, and everybody had been too absorbed in observing Wilson's performance to attend to the audience earlier. "Now then," said Wilson, "I have here the natal autographs of the 2 children, thrown up to 10 times the natural size by the pantograph, so that anyone who can see it all can tell the markings apart at a glance. We will call the children A and B. Here are A's finger marks, taken at the age of 5 months. Here they are again taken at 7 months." Tom started. "They are alike, you see. Here are B's at 5 months, and also at 7 months. They, too, exactly copy each other, but the patterns are quite different from A's, you observe. I shall refer to these again presently, but we will turn them face down now. Here, thrown up 10 sizes, are the natal autographs of the two persons who are here before you accused of murdering Judge Driscoll. I made these pantograph copies last night, and will so swear when I go upon the witness stand. I ask the jury to compare them with the finger marks of the accused upon the window panes, and tell the court if they are the same. He passed a powerful magnifying glass to the foreman. One juryman after another took the cardboard and the glass and made the comparison. Then the foreman said to the judge, "Your Honor, we are all agreed that they are identical." Wilson said to the foreman, "Please turn the cardboard face down, and take this one, and compare it searchingly, by the magnifier, with the fatal signature upon the knife handle, and report your finding to the court." Again the jury made minute examinations, and again reported, "We find them to be exactly identical, Your Honor." Wilson turned toward the counsel for the prosecution, and there was a clearly recognizable note of warning in his voice when he said, "May it please the court, the state has claimed, strenuously and persistently, that the blood-stained fingerprints upon the knife handle were left there by the assassin of Judge Driscoll. You have heard us grant that claim, and welcome it." He turned to the jury, "Compare the fingerprints of the accused with the fingerprints left by the assassin, and report." The comparison began. As it proceeded, all movement and all sounds ceased, and the deep silence of an absorbed and waiting suspense settled upon the house. And when at last the words came, they do not even resemble. A thunder crash of applause followed, and the house sprang to its feet, but was quickly repressed by official force and brought to order again. Tom was altering his position every few minutes now, but none of his changes brought repose nor any small trifle of comfort. When the house's attention was become fixed once more, Wilson said gravely, indicating the twins with a gesture, "These men are innocent. I have no further concern with them." Another outbreak of applause began, but was promptly checked. "We will now proceed to find the guilty." Tom's eyes were starting from their sockets. Yes, it was a cruel day for the bereaved youth, everybody thought. "We will return to the infant autographs of A and B. I will ask the jury to take these large pantograph facsimiles of A's marked 5 months and 7 months. Do they tally?" The foreman responded, "Perfectly." "Now examine this pantograph, taken at 8 months, and also marked A. Does it tally with the other two?" The surprised response was, "No, THEY differ widely." "You're quite right. Now take these 2 pantographs of B's autograph, marked 5 months and 7 months. Do they tally with each other?" "Yes, perfectly." "Take this 3rd pantograph marked B, 8 months. Does it tally with B's other 2? "By no means." "Do you know how to account for those strange discrepancies?" "I will tell you. For a purpose unknown to us, but probably a selfish one, somebody changed those children in the cradle." This produced a vast sensation. Naturally, Roxana was astonished at this admirable guess, but not disturbed by it. To guess the exchange was one thing, to guess who did it quite another. Pudd'nhead Wilson could do wonderful things, no doubt, but he couldn't do impossible ones. Safe. She was perfectly safe. She smiled privately. Between the ages of 7 months and 8 months those children were changed in the cradle. He made one of this effect, collecting pauses, and added, "And the person who did it is in this house." Roxy's pulses stood still. The house was thrilled as with an electric shock, and the people half rose as if to seek a glimpse of the person who had made that exchange. Tom was growing limp. The life seemed oozing out of him. Wilson resumed. A was put into B's cradle in the nursery. B was transferred to the kitchen and became a Negro and a slave. Sensation, confusion of angry ejaculations, but within a quarter of an hour he will stand before you white and free. Burst of applause, checked by the officers. From 7 months onward until now, A has still been a usurper, and in my finger record he bears B's name. Here is his pantograph at the age of 12. Compare it with the assassin's signature upon the knife handle. Do they tally? The foreman answered, "To the minutest detail." Wilson said, solemnly, "The murderer of your friend and mine, York Driscoll of the generous hand and the kindly spirit, sits in among you. Valet de chambre, Negro and slave, falsely called Thomas Becket Driscoll, make upon the window the fingerprints that will hang you." Tom turned his ashen face imploring toward the speaker, made some impotent movements with his white lips, then slid limp and lifeless to the floor. Wilson broke the awed silence with the words, "There is no need. He has confessed." Roxy flung herself upon her knees, covered her face with her hands, and out through her sobs the words struggled, "Dear Lord have mercy on me, poor Mrs. Bolsiner dat is." The clock struck 12. The court rose. The new prisoner, handcuffed, was removed. Conclusion _it is often the case that the man who can't tell a lie thinks he is the best judge of one. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar _OCTOBER 12. The discovery. It was wonderful to find America, but it would have been more wonderful to miss it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's calendar. The town sat up all night to discuss the amazing events of the day and swap guesses as to when Tom's trial would begin. Troop after troop of citizens came to serenade Wilson, and require a speech, and shout themselves hoarse over every sentence that fell from his lips, for all his sentences were golden. Now, all were marvellous. His long fight against hard luck and prejudice was ended. He was made man for good. And as each of these roaring gangs of enthusiasts marched away, some remorseful member of it was quite sure to raise his voice and say, "And this is the man the likes of us have called a Pudd'nhead for more than 20 years. He has resigned from the position, friends." Yes, but it isn't vacant, we're elected. The twins were heroes of romance, now, and with rehabilitated reputations. But they were weary of Western adventure, and straightway retired to Europe. Roxy's heart was broken. The young fellow upon whom she had inflicted 23 years of slavery continued the falser's pension of $35 a month to her, but her hurts were too deep for money to heal. The spirit in her eye was quenched, her martial bearing departed with it, and the voice of her laughter ceased in the land. In her church and its affairs she found her only solace. The real heir suddenly found himself rich and free, but in a most embarrassing situation. He could neither read nor write, and his speech was the bassest dialect of the Negro quarter. His gait, his attitudes, his gestures, his bearing, his laugh, all were vulgar and uncouth. His manners were the manners of a slave. Money and fine clothes could not mend these defects or cover them up. They only made them more glaring and the more pathetic. The poor fellow could not endure the terrors of the white man's parlour, and felt at home and at peace nowhere but in the kitchen. The family pew was a misery to him, yet he could never more enter into the solacing refuge of the nigger gallery. That was closed to him for good and all. But we cannot follow his curious fate further. That would be a long story. The false heir made a full confession and was sentenced to imprisonment for life. But now a complication came up. The Percy Driscoll estate was in such a crippled shape when its owner died that it could pay only 60% of its great indebtedness, and was settled at that rate. But the creditors came forward now, and complained that inasmuch as through an error for which THEY were in no way to blame, the false heir was not inventoried at the time with the rest of the property. Great wrong and loss had thereby been inflicted upon them. They rightly claimed that Tom was lawfully their property and had been so for 8 years, that they had already lost sufficiently in being deprived of his services during that long period, and ought not to be required to add anything to that loss, that if he had been delivered up to them in the first place, they would have sold him and he could not have murdered Judge Driscoll. Therefore it was not that he had really committed the murder. The guilt lay with the erroneous inventory. Everybody saw that there was reason in this. Everybody granted that if Tom were white and free it would be unquestionably right to punish him. It would be no loss to anybody. But to shut up a valuable slave for life, that was quite another matter. As soon as the governor understood the case, he pardoned Tom at once, and the creditors sold him down the river. Author's note to those extraordinary twins: a man who is not born with the novel-writing gift has a troublesome time of it when he tries to build a novel. I know this from experience. He has no clear idea of his story. In fact, he has no story. He merely has some people in his mind, and an incident or two, also a locality, and he trusts he can plunge those people into those incidents with interesting results. So he goes to work to write a novel. No, that is a thought which comes later. In the beginning he is only proposing to tell a little tale, a very little tale, a 6-page tale. But as it is a tale which he is not acquainted with, and can only find out what it is by listening as it goes along telling itself, it is more than apt to go on and on and on till it spreads itself into a book. I know about this, because it has happened to me so many times. And I have noticed another thing, that as the short tale grows into the long tale, the original intention, or motif, is apt to get abolished and find itself superseded by a quite different one. It was so in the case of a magazine sketch which I once started to write, a funny and fantastic sketch about a prince and a pauper. It presently assumed a grave cast of its own accord, and in that new shape spread itself out into a book. Much the same thing happened with Pudd'nhead Wilson. I had a sufficiently hard time with the tale, because it changed itself from a farce to a tragedy while I was going along with it, a most embarrassing circumstance. But what was a great deal worse was, that it was not one story, but two stories tangled together, and they obstructed and interrupted each other at every turn and created no end of confusion and annoyance. I could not offer the book for publication, for I was afraid it would unseat the reader's reason. I did not know what was the matter with it, for I had not noticed, as yet, that it was two stories in one. It took me months to make that discovery. I carried the manuscript back and forth across the Atlantic 2 or 3 times, and read it and studied over it on shipboard, and at last I saw where the difficulty lay. I had no further trouble. I pulled one of the stories out by the roots, and left the other, a kind of literary Caesarean operation. Would the reader care to know something about the story which I pulled out? He has been told many a time how the born and trained novelist works. Won't he let me round and complete his knowledge by telling him how the jackal-egg does it? Originally the story was called Those Extraordinary Twins. I meant to make it very short. I had seen a picture of a youthful Italian freak, or freaks, which were on exhibition in our cities, a combination consisting of 2 heads and 4 arms joined to a single body and a single pair of legs, and I thought I would write an extravagantly fantastic little story with this freak of nature for hero, or heroes, a silly young miss for heroine, and 2 old ladies and 2 boys for the minor parts. I lavishly elaborated these people and their doings, of course, but the tale kept spreading along, and other people got to intruding themselves and taking up more and more room with their talk and their affairs. Among them came a stranger named Pudd'nhead Wilson, and a woman named Roxana, and presently the doings of these 2 pushed up into prominence a young fellow named Tom Driscoll, whose proper place was away in the obscure background. Before the book was half finished, those 3 were taking things almost entirely into their own hands and working the whole tale as a private venture of their own, a tale which they had nothing at all to do with, by rights. When the book was finished and I came to look around to see what had become of the team I had originally started out with, and Patsy Cooper, and Betsy Hale, and 2 boys, and Rowena the lightweight heroine, they were nowhere to be seen. They had disappeared from the story some time or other. I hunted about and found them stranded, idle, forgotten, and permanently useless. It was very awkward. It was awkward all around, but more particularly in the case of Rowena, because there was a love match on between her and one of the twins that constituted the freak, and I had worked it up to a blistering heat and thrown in a quite dramatic love quarrel, wherein Rowena scathingly denounced her betrothed for getting drunk, and scoffed at his explanation of how it had happened, and wouldn't listen to it, and he had driven him from her in the usual forever way, and now here she sat crying and broken-hearted, for she had found that he had spoken only the truth, that it was not he, but the other of the freak that had drunk the liquor that made him drunk, that her half was a prohibitionist and had never drunk a drop in his life, and altogether tight as a brick 3 days in the week, was wholly innocent of blame, and indeed, when sober, was constantly doing all he could to reform his brother, the other half, who never got any satisfaction out of drinking, anyway, because liquor never affected him. Yes, here she was, stranded with the deep injustice of hers torturing her poor torn heart. I didn't know what to do with her. I was as sorry for her as anybody could be, but the campaign was over, the book was finished, she was sidetracked, and there was no possible way of crowding her in, anywhere. I could not leave her there, of course, it would not do. After spreading her out so, and making such a to-do over her affairs, it would be absolutely necessary to account to the reader for her. I thought and studied, but I arrived at nothing. I finally saw plainly that there was really no way but one. I must simply give her the grand bounce. It grieved me to do it, for after associating with her so much I had come to kind of like her after a fashion, notwithstanding she was such an ass and said such stupid, irritating things and was so nauseatingly sentimental. Still it had to be done. So at the top of chapter the 17th I put a calendar remark concerning July the 4th, and began the chapter with this statistic. Rowena went out in the backyard after supper to see the fireworks and fell down the well and got drowned. It seemed abrupt, but I thought maybe the reader wouldn't notice it, because I changed the subject right away to something else. Anyway, it loosened up Rowena from where she was stuck and got her out of the way, and that was the main thing. It seemed a prompt good way of weeding out people that had got stalled, and a plenty good enough way for those others. So I hunted up the two boys and said, they went out back one night to stone the cat and fell down the well and got drowned. Next I searched around and found old Aunt Patsy and Aunt Betsy Hale where they were around, and said, they went out back one night to visit the sick and fell down the well and got drowned. I was going to drown some others, but I gave up the idea, partly because I believed that if I kept it up it would arouse attention, and perhaps sympathy with those people, and partly because it was not a large well and would not hold any more anyway. Still the story was unsatisfactory. Here was a set of new characters who were become inordinately prominent and who persisted in remaining so to the end. And back yonder was an older set who made a large noise and a great to-do for a little while and then suddenly played out utterly and fell down the well. There was a radical defect somewhere, and I must search it out and cure it. The defect turned out to be the one already spoken of, two stories in one, a farce and a tragedy. So I pulled out the farce and left the tragedy. This left the original team in, but only as mere names, not as characters. Their prominence was wholly gone. They were not even worth drowning, so I removed the detail. Also I took the twins apart and made two separate men of them. They had no occasion to have foreign names now, but it was too much trouble to remove them all through, so I left them christened as they were and made no explanation.